Chapter 951. Jinsei City, Waning Moon Tavern. Ji Ming showed up and walked directly to the second floor. On the second floor, the door of the Ming room opened to welcome the guest. Ji Ming walked in and looked at the figure in the room. He said calmly, "House Master, I want to make a deal." Waning Moon Tavern Master put down the scissors in her hand and nodded. "Okay. Hong Luan, bring the wine." "Yes." Outside the room, Hong Luan walked in with the general's token and placed it on the table. She poured wine for the two and stood aside quietly. "Brother Ning, please sit down." Waning Moon Tavern Master walked up and said. Ning Chen walked to the table and sat down. He said directly, "I need to borrow the Ming scroll." Waning Moon Tavern Master narrowed her eyes. "Brother Ning must be clear about the rules." Ning Chen nodded. "You can name your terms. Avicii Hell Palace or Linglong Celestial Tower," Waning Moon Tavern Master said calmly. "It's not easy to make a deal with you." While speaking, a light bloomed in Ning Chen's hand. A small tower appeared and a powerful aura filled the room. Waning Moon Tavern Master took the celestial tower and waved her left hand. The Ming scroll flew out and landed in Ning Chen's hand. "Thank you." Ning Chen took the Ming scroll and was about to leave. "Wait," Waning Moon Tavern Master said. Ning Chen paused and looked at the person in front of him. He asked, "Is there anything else?" Waning Moon Tavern Master picked up the wine cup in front of her and said, "This wine is the general's token." Ning Chen was startled. After a while, he came back to his senses and picked up the wine cup in front of him. He drank the wine in the cup and said seriously, "Thank you." Waning Moon Tavern Master smiled, and also drank the wine in the cup to see the person in front of her off. After drinking the wine, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer and left. "Take it." Waning Moon Tavern Master glanced at the woman behind her and said softly, "Yes." Hong Luan walked up, took the wine, and left silently. Waning Moon Tavern Master stood up and looked at the figure in plain clothes outside the window. Light flashed through her eyes. Marquis Jiming hadn't changed at all. Even the best disguise couldn't change this fact. In the starry sky, a white-clothed figure walked past. Phoenix flames filled the sky, and a phoenix appeared, spreading its wings as it flew forward. At the end of the red Luan starfield, phoenixes were rapidly flying. Their speed was extremely fast as they rushed toward the distant All-Heaven starfield. In the All-Heaven starfield, a white-clothed young man was walking through the starry sky. He had a handsome appearance and an extraordinary air about him. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix shook the heavens above. A white-clothed figure descended from the sky, blocking the path of the demon palace's Tian Kuei. Mo Gate's ninth son. When Tian Kuei saw the person before him, a strange look appeared on his face. Why would he appear here? Without a word, Genesis Supreme appeared, his white-clothed figure flashing past, and the battle began. Tian Kuei narrowed his eyes and raised a hand to block the sword. His eyes turned cold as he said, "Ninth son of Mo Gate, since you've chosen this path, you'd better be prepared for a trip to hell. I am the King Yenluo of the underworld. Why would I fear returning to hell?" As the sound of his voice faded, a red light flashed as the Yama evil image appeared out of thin air. His astral souls were unsheathed, and the tip of his sword was about to strike. The extreme speed of the phoenix reappeared in the world. The sword that was fast to the extreme moved mercilessly. "You are." With a flip of his palm, Tian Kuei knocked away the sword in front of him. Tian Kuei's expression changed slightly. With such speed, this person must be someone. "Have you guessed it? However, you won't have the chance to say it," Ning Chen said coldly. Ning Chen said coldly. Wind and snow surged on the Taisher sword. With a slash of the sword, thousands of miles of ice were sealed. On the other side, the phoenix flashed past with extreme speed. The sword was as fast as lightning, each strike threatening to kill. The King Yenluo of the underworld and the ninth son of Mo Gate are actually the same person. In that case, the identities of those Yama kings of the underworld are self-evident. Tian Kuei said with a cold expression. It was impossible for so many experts of unknown origins to appear in the world at the same time. When he thought of the origin of Mo Gate's ninth son, the identities of those Yama kings could be explained. Ning Chen did not say anything else. With a shout, his origin energy soared. Sword technique, heavenly sword. 2 figures and a sword. 2 sword lights pierced through the starry sky. An abnormally powerful sword intent shook the stars as it slashed down from the sky. Tian Kuei narrowed his eyes and flipped his hands. Demonic chi stirred as he blocked the 2 swords. With a rumble, the might of the heavenly sword shook the starry sky. Wherever the remnant energy passed, meteors were turned to dust and disappeared. Sword technique, nothingness. After one sword, another rose. The sword cut through the starry sky, splitting the stars and splitting the sea, swallowing everything in its path. Its might was shocking. In the aftermath, Tian Kuei raised his hands to block the sword lights once more. With a rumble, the demonic chi scattered. This was a world-shaking battle. 2 figures and 2 swords. Their star souls and Genesis primes crisscrossed. Sharp killing intent accumulated in this intense battle. In the center of the battle, Tian Kuei's body surged with demonic chi. His figure constantly flickered as he circulated his extreme origin energy to block wave after wave of attack. 8 perils of absolute calamity, calamity of the world. Seeing the attacks of the 2 figures growing fiercer and fiercer, Tian Kuei's expression turned serious. He used his ultimate move. Wildly surging demonic chi spread out and pressed down from the sky. Seeing this, the 2 figures immediately retreated. With a leap, sword lights filled the sky, crisscrossing with each other. It was incomparably magnificent. Nirvana reappeared. The 2 figures wielded swords. With unparalleled divine might, layers of sword lights slashed toward the demon palace's Kuei. The sword aura shook the demonic chi. With a world-shaking collision, the layers of sword lights collapsed. However, 2 streams of light rapidly shot past, charging into the aftermath. The 2 swords pressed down with overwhelming killing intent. Tian Kuei stretched out his hand to catch the 2 swords. Then, he leaned to the side and circulated his demonic chi to counterattack. The phoenix body flew out, avoiding the palm energy. However, his main body advanced instead of retreating. As he approached, he raised his palm to meet the attack. With a rumble, the aftermath howled. Ning Chen gathered origin energy in his left hand, and the 9 heavens star-plucking hand appeared once more. A heavy palm swept past, landing on Tian Kuei's chest. Tian Kuei raised his hand to block his chest. With a rumble, wind, snow, and demonic chi surged for several hundred li. This was the first time the shocking cultivation and supreme foundation clashed. Even gods would weep and ghosts would tremble. This was an extremely murderous situation. It was not for victory or defeat, but for life or death. Filled with killing intent, knowing destiny no longer held back. His palm was like the waves of the sky, and his sword was like thunder. His powerful battle prowess was world-shaking. Inue Heavenly Yang. After exchanging 100 moves, Ning Chen activated his extreme origin again. Before he even used his move, his sword intent ravaged the surroundings. In the next moment, the move of the sword cannon appeared once more. The 2 of them worked together, and the Yin Moon and the Heavenly Sun appeared at the same time. The sword energy fell, slaying demons and destroying God. 8 perils of calamity, sigh of gods and demons. Under the extreme pressure, Tian Kuei's divine power condensed. With a flip of his palm, he raised the sky. Amidst the terrifying demonic chi, 2 huge demonic gods and demons rose from the ground. They raised their huge palms and blocked the sun and moon. The 2 of them clashed, and the starry sky trembled. Amidst the dazzling light, the 2 of them and the demon each took half a step back. The corners of their mouths were dyed red. Yama's third watch, Doomsday Heavenly Punishment. With hatred in his heart, His fury overflowed. What was the pinnacle of the sword? What was the pinnacle of the devil? The two of them worked together again. Amidst the surging thunder and fire, rays of sword light rose and fell. An instant later, thunder, fire, and sword light fell, destroying heaven and earth. Tian Kuei's eyes narrowed as he looked at the horizon. His cold eyes descended, and with a stomp of his foot, killing intent rose from all directions. Amidst this shocking scene, 8 bronze bells appeared in the world. Atop the bells were the 10,000 elephant carvings. Mountains, rivers, seas, suns, moons, and stars appeared one by one. In the horizon, thunder and fire converged into 10,000 swords. With a thunderous boom, heaven and earth became chaotic. Arg! The aftershocks caused blood to spurt out. Tian Kuei was forced back several steps. Dazzling cracks appeared on the 8 bronze bells. On the other side, the two of them had red lip. They forcefully suppressed their injuries and rushed forward once more. Sword and palm collided. Blood flowed, and the battle became white-hot. The injuries on both sides continued to accumulate. They were evenly matched, and the aftershocks howled, destroying the bodies of both sides. Shocked and shaken, Tian Kuei raised his hands to block his body. The indifference on his face had already disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented graveness. The Yama of the underworld and the 9th son of the Mahist Gate actually had the ability to stand on equal footing with him. This was truly unbelievable. This was a battle that they could not lose. They had to give it their all in order to slay the devil and comfort the souls of the dead. Ning Chen's fighting spirit continued to accumulate. He swallowed blood and suppressed his injuries. With the two of them working together, they erupted with a terrifying fighting strength. Just as the battle reached its climax, a figure in a silver-gray cloak appeared in the distant starry sky. As he looked at the intense battle in the distance, a strange look flashed across his face. Knowing destiny, Marquis, just how capable have you become? The more familiar he was with Tian Kuei, the more amazed he was. A person who was not used to cultivating had managed to forcefully reach his current level in just 100 years. Other than feeling rueful, he had no words to describe it. This Demon Palace's Tian Kuei was indeed a rarely seen supreme expert. Perhaps, after a few more years, he could succeed the Demon Lord and become the second supreme existence to enter the 4th level. However, the prerequisite for this was that he had to survive today's calamity. Boom! In the battle, sounds of collision rang out as palm after palm struck out. The battle between the two bodies and Tian Kuei had reached its most critical moment. The knowing destiny Marquis, who no longer hid his identity, unleashed all of his martial arts. His fighting strength also reached its peak. His body was covered in wind and snow while his body was bathed in divine fire. The scene was shocking and his might was shocking. It was an incomparable battle. The person rose and the sword moved, the apex of elegance, the matchless ability. The two people's cultivations were raised to the limit. Facing the strongest enemy in their lives, their killing moves were majestic, not holding back. In an instant they destroyed the sky and destroyed the stars. You are very strong, but what can you do? With a flip of his palm, Tian Kuei raised his true origin again. In an instant, the clouds in the sky surged like raging waves, sweeping in all directions. I, knowing destiny, am willing to slay the devil and sacrifice myself to become a devil. With a deep shout, his white hair whistled wildly. In the crazily surging devil chi, the black devil body appeared. Its deep eyes were without a trace of human emotion. Seeing this, the phoenix body flashed past and returned to its original body. The three bodies merged. Black eyes, red hair, and white clothes. The most violent state appeared for the first time in the world. With a step forward, blood rushed into the tide. The sick king's divine sword appeared in his hand, and black flames burned the world. Seeing this, Tian Kuei's expression changed. With a flip of his palm, he gathered true origin and blocked the divine sword. With a rumble, The slaying immortal sword cut through the devil chi barrier, bringing with it a waterfall of blood. In front of him, the cold and emotionless eyes were so dark that not a trace of light leaked out. Devil flames invade the heavens. The sick king waved his hand and the devil flames burned. Ning Chen's body condensed into a sword, turning into the most merciless devil of vengeance. Whoosh! The sword cut through the devil's true origin. Gods and demons were shocked. In the sky full of blood, an arm flew out and was completely devoured by the devil flames. Tian Kuei grunted and retreated several steps. He held his severed left shoulder, cold sweat dripping from his head. As he looked at the violent and cold devil in front of him, fear rose in his heart for the first time. Retreat! Not daring to continue fighting, Tian Kuei stepped forward and immediately withdrew. Only death awaits you. Knowing destiny, Marquis said coldly. Behind him, blood-red phoenix wings spread open. With a step, he instantly blocked the path. Chapter 952. In the all-heaven star domain, phoenix flames filled the sky. Sun-clothed, blood-haired, and black-eyed figures held the ill king in their hands. The strongest knowing destiny had fused their three bodies into one. One hand was filled with wind and snow, while the other was filled with flames. They were extremely powerful, suppressing the demon palace's Tian Kuei. After 10 moves, the battle tilted. Tian Kuei was shocked, disbelief appearing on his face. 8 dangers, absolute calamities. Yellow Springs 100 years. Tian Kuei opened the 9 heavens with his palms. Demonic aura surged from his body like raging wave. His demonic might shook the heavens. Amidst the phoenix flames, sun-clothed rapidly flew past. Her sword parted the demonic waves and arrived before the demon in an instant. Azure Dragon Descent. As the sword and palm clashed, Sun-Clothed raised her hand and grabbed the demon's shoulder. The Azure Dragon roared and carried the two of them toward a nearby life planet. It was a shocking scene. In the starry sky, the Azure Dragon roared and crashed into the life planet. Cough! Tian Kuei coughed violently as he hurriedly escaped from a deep pit on the planet. 3,000 feet away, he coughed up a mouthful of blood that dyed his white clothes red. Below the pit, Ning Chen looked forward. He took a step forward and his figure flashed past once more. His unbelievable speed was difficult to see with the naked eye. Tian Kuei's pupils shrank. Before he could react, he felt his throat tighten and his body fly away again. Boom! 100 miles away, a mountain collapsed. 2 figures shot out from the falling rubble, crashing through mountain after mountain. Tian Kuei's eyes were filled with shock. He struggled continuously, but he could not break free from the arm that grabbed his throat. It violently devoured his life force. 3,000 feet up in the sky, knowing destiny swung his right hand and threw the person in his hand. Boom! The white figure fell, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sun-Clothed flew down from the sky. Her ice-cold eyes were filled with glaring, killing intent. On the ground, Tian Kuei staggered to his feet. He raised his head to look at the horizon. However, his vision blurred, and Sun-Clothed's figure appeared before him again. The 9 heavens plucking stars' ultimate move reappeared. Her palm landed on Tian Kuei's chest. Ugh! With a muffled sound, Tian Kuei flew away. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and moved at the same time. 10 miles away, he caught up to Tian Kuei and threw him into the sky. Below, Ning Chen raised his head. He took a step forward and soared into the sky. High up in the sky, Bai arrived. Looking at the figure flying up below, she condensed her extreme origin energy and sent a heavy palm strike down. With a long and miserable groan, Tian Kuei's body fell once more. With a rumble, he crashed into the ground. The situation was completely reversed. He had gained the upper hand with one move and was suppressing the other with every move. The knowing destiny state cultivator had unleashed his full power and truly displayed the demeanor of the most powerful person in the world below the 4th realm. Even someone as strong as the Demon Palace's Tian Kuei could not fight back in the slightest. In the sky, a plain-clothed figure slowly descended. She walked step by step into the waves of dust. She raised her hand and grabbed the heavily injured Demon Palace's Tian Kuei. Then, she raised her left hand and plunged it straight into the former's chest. The blood that splashed out dyed his white clothes red. It was so dazzling that Tian Kuei's life force gradually weakened. Beneath his scattered black hair, his eyes no longer had any of their former elegance. Ning Chen turned, grabbed the person in his hand, and then stamped his foot and shot up into the starry sky. In the starry skies, Ning Chen's gaze shifted to the silver-robed figure standing in the distance. With a wave of his hand, he returned the scroll to Ning Chen. His expression was calm as he said, "Many thanks, Tower Lord." With that, the plain-clothed figure shot out. She turned into a phoenix and quickly flew into the distance. Several hundred kilometers away, in the starry skies, the Dawn Moon Tower's master raised her hand and received the scroll. She looked at the departing figure in front of her, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. Even though she was mentally prepared, she had still underestimated this knowing destiny Marquis. With a flash of silver light, the Dawn Moon Tower's master dissipated. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. In the forbidden land of the demon domain, in the demon cave, a violent tremor rang out. Within the abnormally terrifying demonic waves, a dignified voice spread throughout the entire demon domain. "In 100 days, we will send troops to the underworld." In the demon domain, many experts revealed shocked expressions when they heard this. Is the demon master finally coming out of seclusion? In the Sage Palace, Jia Tiance looked at the shattered jade tablet in the palace and sighed softly. Tian Kuei Di Kuei, rest in peace. At the border of the 3 domains, a plain-clothed figure appeared before thousands of meteors. She waved her hand and opened the divine restriction, then shot into it. In the 10 palaces, many Yama kings sensed this and walked out. When they saw the plain-clothed figure descending from the sky, shock flashed across their faces. Who was the person in the knowing destiny Marquis? Tian Kuei of the Demon Palace. In the empty space in front of King Wuguan Palace, the plain-clothed figure descended with Tian Kuei of the Demon Palace. With a casual flick, she threw him onto the ground. Several streams of light flashed past, and the Yama kings rushed over. When they saw the figure on the ground, the shock in their eyes could not be concealed. "Prepare to pay respects to Lady Yanxia," Ning Chen said calmly as he looked at the crowd. The Yama kings came back to their senses, suppressed the shock in their hearts, and nodded in agreement. On the ground, the severely injured Tian Kuei of the Demon Palace was on the verge of death. His white robes were stained with blood, and he no longer had his former elegance. Female Supreme. Ning Chen looked at the woman beside him and said, "Take a look and see if he still has any value." The woman nodded and stepped forward. She stretched out her slender hand, and a faint brilliance spread out and engulfed Tian Kuei's body. After a while, the woman withdrew her hand and said seriously, "There's bad news." "What is it?" Ning Chen asked. "That demon master will be coming out of seclusion soon," the woman said seriously. Ning Chen nodded and said, "I already expected this. Since this person has no other value, let's start paying respects to Lady Yanxia." After speaking, Ning Chen raised his hand, and Tian Kuei's body slowly rose from the ground. In the next moment, red flames rose and burned his body. In front of the flames, the Yama kings stood silently, mourning the death of King Wuguan of the underworld. In the Southern Tomb's Tower of Competition, the world knew that Crown Princess Yanxia had been proud all her life, peerless and independent. In the final battle, she was the best song in the world. In order to not reveal the secrets of the underworld and to protect the safety of the Yama kings of the underworld, she did not leave behind her physical body even though she died in battle. The burning red flames burned the body of Tian Kuei of the Demon Palace. He paid with his life for the death of Crown Princess Tianshu. The Yama kings standing in front of the flames all had heavy hearts. For the peace of the underworld, they could give up everything. There were people they treasured there, and no matter what, they would not allow anyone to invade them. The phoenix flames burned, burning away all traces. Ning Chen looked at the dancing flames in front of him and said calmly, "Someone needs to continue taking on the responsibility of King Wuguan. We need new experts to join us." On the side, Wu Qingying said, "Right now, only Her Majesty and I haven't taken on the responsibility of King Wuguan. If possible, leave it to me." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "It's not suitable. Miss Qingying's Liya Zither is too difficult to hide. It's not suitable for you to act in the dark. Also, on the surface we also need battle strength. The candidate for King Wuguan is not suitable for you." "Can I do it?" On the side, Ener said in a low voice. She didn't have much confidence. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They looked at Knowing Destiny with puzzled looks. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the girl beside him. After a long time, he said softly, "Ener, I didn't want you to get involved in the war. However, everyone has to choose their own path. I'm sure you know the responsibility of King Wuguan of the underworld. Let me ask you again. Are you really ready?" Ener was hesitant at first, but after a moment, her expression became firm. She nodded vigorously and said, "I'm ready." Ning Chen nodded and didn't persuade her anymore. He flipped his left hand and an evil mask appeared. He handed it over and said calmly, "Since you're ready, then take on the mask of King Wuguan." Ener reached out and took the mask. She put it on her face. Suddenly, a strong aura rose and a faint brilliance overflowed. The little girl, who had always been under Knowing Destiny's protection, finally took the first step of growth. "Ener, Master respects your choice. From today onwards, you're the new King Wuguan of the underworld. However, since you've taken this step, no matter how difficult the future is, you can't regret it. Do you understand?" Ning Chen looked at the girl who had grown up in front of him and said seriously, "Yes." Under the mask of King Wuguan, Ener nodded vigorously. On the side, Mu Qingxue looked at this scene quietly and didn't say anything. Although she didn't want this girl to take this path, she had to take it herself. Since Ener had made her choice, she couldn't stop her. "Ener, from today onwards, you'll learn the sword from me." Mu Qingxue looked at the girl in front of her and said in a tone that didn't allow her to refuse, "Yes." When Ener heard this, she nodded her head obediently and replied. On the side, the other kings of Hell witnessed it. No one raised any objections. In terms of cultivation, Ener had already reached the stepping immortal realm. No one could compare to her treasures. Once she went berserk, no one dared to underestimate her. What she lacked now was only battle experience. Most importantly, they urgently needed the power of the Heaven's Speaker in this girl's body. Mortals could become gods. In the mortal world, there were only Heaven's Speakers. This was their biggest hope to fight against the Demon Palace Master. After the memorial ceremony, everyone returned to their own palace. In front of King Wuguan's palace, Mu Qingxue took 2 steps forward and looked at Ener, who was walking into the palace. He said calmly, "What exactly are you planning?" Ning Chen shook his head and said, "Nothing. You can hide it from them, but you can't hide it from me. With your concern for this child, if you don't have any special plans, you wouldn't have agreed to let her inherit the position of King of Hell so easily." Mu Qingxue looked at the man beside him and said seriously, "You know very well that although Ener has the Western King hairpin and several heavenly books, she lacks battle experience. Her biggest reliance now is to awaken the power of the Heaven's Speaker as soon as possible. This matter isn't difficult, but it isn't easy either. With your personality, you wouldn't let this girl die. What exactly are you planning? The Demon Palace's counterattack will come soon." Ning Chen looked at the little girl in the hall in front of him. A gentle look appeared in his eyes as he said, "I will do my best to arrange a path of retreat. However, everyone has their own ups and downs. In the end, the plans of man will not be as good as the plans of the heavens. Perhaps the next battle will be our final battle. If that day really comes, I will no longer be able to protect this little girl. Hearing this, Mu Qingshue's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he said so, she still felt that there was something wrong. Was it really so simple to let Yin'er come out to train? Qingxue, go back and rest. Luo Xingchen has gone to look for the spirit vein for a few days. Once the news comes back, we will set out to arrange a way out. Ning Chen smiled and instructed. Without saying anything else, he turned and walked towards King Wuguan's palace in the distance. Chapter 953. In the Yama Palace of the Underworld, Su Yi stood in silence, waiting for more than 10 days. In the sky, a green arrow broke through the space and fell from the sky. Ning Chen stepped forward and took the jade scroll from the arrow. After a while, he destroyed the jade scroll with his right hand. Qingxue, let's go. Ning Chen looked at the Impermanence Palace and said. In the Impermanence Palace, Mu Qingxue nodded and stepped forward, disappearing instantly. The two turned into beams of light and rushed into the sky. In the sky above the 10 palaces, the divine restriction opened. The two flew out and disappeared. In the Z-Way galaxy, in the center of 3 huge stars, a primitive planet floated. Countless ice crystals surrounded it, forming a beautiful meteorite belt. A few days later, the two arrived. Looking at the primitive planet in front of them, they stopped. Is this where the spirit vein found by the falling star is? Mu Qingxue asked. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, let's go and take a look. After that, the two figures flashed and rushed toward the life star in front of them. On the vital planet, wild beasts roared and fierce birds tore through the sky. In the real primitive land, everything was not developed yet. The two landed. Ning Chen scanned the entire planet with his divine sense and walked forward step by step. Mu Qingxue stepped forward to catch up with him. They walked forward together. The spirit qi is abundant and there are no traces of humans. This is indeed a good choice, Mu Qingxue said. Ning Chen nodded and looked at the fierce birds flying in the sky. He said calmly, this place is in the Z-Way galaxy, not too far from the inner world. If something happens, we can rush back in time. This place is indeed the best choice for the underworld's base. Then let's start, Mu Qingxue said softly. Ning Chen nodded slightly. A dark yellow light rose from his body as the scroll of earth appeared once again. In an instant, the ground within 1,000 miles started to rumble. Stone pillars rose from the ground one after another, forming the framework of the palace. In the next moment, Ning Chen moved and jumped on top of the stone pillars. He flipped his palms. In the earth-shattering scene, the 10 Yama palaces shone with a strange light. With the 100 stone pillars as the foundation, the underworld divine restriction was formed. The ability bestowed by the heavens was difficult to be grasped by humans. However, the wisdom of knowing one's destiny was rarely seen in the world. He was able to deduce the myriad transformations of the divine restriction, becoming the first person in thousands of years. Below, Mu Qingshue's eyes flickered as he looked at this stunning scene. His capability was truly terrifying. Perhaps only the military advisor of Northern Meng could be compared to him. Qing Shui, it's your turn. On the stone pillar, Ning Chen looked at the woman below and said. Mu Qingshu nodded and took a step forward. His figure soared into the sky like a fairy. In the air, Mu Qingshu raised his slender hands. Instantly, layers of sword lights slashed through the air and rained down from the heavens. The rumbling shook and startled hundreds of beasts. Tens of thousands of wild beasts and birds of prey felt the heavy sword pressure from afar and crawled on the ground in fear, crying out endlessly. The barren city's sword formation reappeared in the human world. Its power was earth-shattering. Before the formation was activated, the sword pressure had already swept out. On the stone pillar, Ning Chen looked at the formless sword lights below and narrowed his eyes. Barren City was good at swords. Anything related to swords was truly at the peak of swords in Barren City. Just as the two of them were arranging Underworld's retreat, the Demon Palace's army was gathering in the All-Heaven starfield. Countless experts rushed out of the demon region and rushed to the front lines. The war was about to begin. Countless gazes from various starfields and inheritances were focused on the all-heaven starfield. Everyone knew that the demon palace's target would be Underworld. The strength of these two ancient inheritances was astonishing. Now that it was a battle of life and death, no one knew who would have the last laugh. On the surface, the demon palace definitely had the absolute advantage. However, the demon palace and Underworld sovereigns had yet to appear. This was the true factor that determined the direction of the war. For the past 10,000 years, the Fourth Realm had completely disappeared from this world. This battle might break this rule and recreate the glory of the ancient times. Within the borders of Hell, numerous Yama kings stood quietly in front of the royal palace, their gazes fixed on the sky. They were very clear that a storm would soon arrive. This time, the Devil Palace would definitely be fully prepared. Whether or not they could survive this calamity, no one knew. Is Ji Ming not back yet? In front of King Pingding's palace, Xia Zi looked in the direction of King Yinlua's palace and asked calmly. He should be back soon. In front of King Yinlua's palace, Nu Chang narrowed her eyes and answered. The Demon Palace's army from the All-Heaven Starfield and the Red Phoenix Starfield gathered and attacked Underworld from different directions, sealing off all paths of retreat. In the final battle, the Demon Palace used all their forces. They were determined to completely destroy Underworld and eliminate all future troubles. In the demon region, Jia Tiance stood in the air and formed hand seals. For huge demonic figures appeared in the sky and guarded the demon region where all the experts were. Wind Trust Sect, I'll leave this place to you. In the air, Jia Tiance said calmly. Then, he took a step forward and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the distance. Below, in a palace, the Wind Trust Sect walked out and received the order to guard the demon region. In the Ziwei Starfield, on a life planet between 3 stars, Ning Chen looked at the new location of Underworld that had been completely set up. After a moment of silence he said, Qingxue, let's go back. Beside him, Mu Qingxue nodded and left with the people beside him. At the border of the 3 starfields, the Demon Palace's army continued to gather. The two armies arrived together. The 300,000 Demon Palace's army covered the sky and the sun. In front of the Underworld's 10 palaces, many figures walked out. Without saying anything, they raised their hands and put on their mask. Their figures flashed and flew into the sky. The divine restriction opened and the Yama kings walked out. Nu Chang and Wu Qinying stood on both sides, helping the Yama kings of Underworld to resist the Demon Palace's army. In front of the 300,000 Demon Palace's army, 30 demon generals stood in the air. In front of the 30 demon generals, Jun Wentian looked coldly at the Yama kings of the Demon Palace. The two sides faced each other. The sun, moon, and stars shone brightly. The appearance of the 3 sects was shocking. King of Underworld, are you still not going to show yourself? After the appearance of the 3 sects, a blue light gathered and Jia Tiance walked out. He looked at the people of Underworld and said calmly, The Demon Palace's Saint Arbiter has graced us with his presence. How can I not welcome you personally? As the sound of his voice faded, red light filled the starry sky. From the surging sword waves, a red-robed figure walked out. His powerful aura swept out in all directions. Wherever he went, the sword hummed. When the King of Underworld appeared, the expressions of the Demon Palace's 3 sects and the 30 demon generals turned serious. The heavenly and earthly kings died in the hands of this person. One of them might have underestimated the enemy. However, the fact that both of them died in the hands of this person was shocking. The King of Underworld might have been hiding his strength all along. The existence of this person was the greatest threat to the Demon Palace. Soldier against soldier, general against general. King of Underworld, please. Jia Tiance spoke softly. With a wave of his hand, the black and white chess pieces flew out. The black and white chess pieces transformed into 2 swords. Under the Yama King mask, Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. He clenched his right hand and his astral soul appeared. Behind him, the 4 Yama Kings walked out and chose their opponent. Be careful. The female Chang exhorted softly and walked out, blocking in front of Jun Wentian. Behind them, Wu Qingying waved her hand and a divine zither appeared. The 6 karmas attacked, and the red zither aura surged out. At the side, Yin, who had taken over the role of King Wuguan, stood there nervously. She held her red sword and didn't know what to do. Stand there and watch the battle. In front, Ning Chen transmitted a message to Yin. Then, he retracted his mind and looked at the saint of the demon palace in front of him. He said coldly, "Saint, please." As soon as he finished speaking, his red robe flashed and sword waves swept out in all directions. Jia Tian swung his sword and blocked the sword. The mirroring technique appeared again. The 2 swords clashed and used the same move. It was as if they were facing an enemy. The white chess sword attacked with defense, while the black chess sword attacked with defense. The black and white worked together and there were no flaws. The perfect battle strategy was shocking. Ning Chen blocked the 2 weapons with 1 sword. His left hand formed a palm and the 9 heavens star-picking hand appeared again. His heavy palms intersected and blasted towards Jia Tian's chest. Jia Tian leaned to the side and avoided the palm force. The black chess sword swung, and a cold light broke through the air. Xing Hun faced it head-on without dodging. With a boom, he clashed head-on with the saint of the demon palace. The battle between the commanders of the 2 armies had just begun, and the pinnacle of martial arts was revealed. One was skilled in both sword and palm techniques, while the other was unparalleled in craftiness. It was a battle of the pinnacle. As the battle reached its climax, black butterflies filled the sky. A blue-robed figure with blood-red hair walked out. With the appearance of the demonic butterfly, the pressure on the battlefield increased. "You came after all." As he spoke, his white robe appeared. Under the impermanence mask, Mu Qingxue looked at the woman in front of him. He waved his hand and the shadow-bearing sword appeared. The central prefecture's saber god, the inheritor of Desolate City. The saber and the sword appeared for the first time. Diewu, Nether King. Before the battle started, demonic energy soared into the sky. Amidst the abnormally horrifying chi waves, the demonic butterfly opened its beautiful wings. A vigorous demonic wave swept out for thousands of miles, shocking the world. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue also released his quintessence. Instantly, countless sword lights gathered in the sky. The huge sword wings opened, and its might shook the sky. It did not lose out to anyone. The saber and sword appeared at the same time. A moment later, the 2 figures disappeared at the same time. Extreme speed and martial arts clashed. Every move was shocking. Outside the battle, in front of the 6 Yi zither, Wu Qingying raised her hand to stop the music. Her hair danced wildly, and her weak expression could no longer be seen. Her scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. The 6 Yi zither was majestic and shocking. It swept out in all directions, suppressing the cultivation of the experts of the Demon Palace and assisting the Yama Kings. On the side, under the mask of King Wuguan, Yin looked at the battle. She could not hide the shock on her face. She had always lived under the protection of her master. Only today did she know how terrifying a true expert was, and how cruel a true battle was. On the battlefield, blood splattered as the sabers and swords clashed. The glory of life was only breathtaking when blood bloomed. Everyone's persistence made the dancing sabers and swords even more resolute. Yama Kings of the underworld, where is your sovereign? Is he still not willing to show himself? At this moment, a voice that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths came from the distant horizon. Rolling demonic clouds covered the brilliance of the stars in the sky. The pressure was terrifying, and even the gods and ghosts were shocked. In the 5 battles, the experts of the Demon Palace sensed it. They moved to shake off the battle. Then, they bowed respectfully and welcomed their sovereign. "Welcome, Demon Lord. Welcome, Demon Lord. In the starry sky, the 300,000 demon soldiers bowed at the same time, respectfully welcoming the demon palace's master. Chapter 954. In the battle of the underworld, demonic clouds covered the border. The master of the demon palace had arrived personally. Tens of thousands of demons knelt down to welcome the monarch. Amidst the rolling demonic clouds, a figure descended slowly. Demonic waves surged around him, and his terrifying aura was unprecedented. It surpassed the heavens and the earth, and everything prostrated before him. The demon master, the current monarch of the demon palace, the first expert above the fourth realm in the mortal world. As soon as he descended, the starry sky within 100,000 miles shook. Many large stars showed signs of instability, unable to withstand this shocking demonic might. In front of the divine restriction, the Yama kings looked at the figure walking over with heavy expressions. He finally came. Retreat. Ningchen, who was at the forefront of the battle, said calmly. Then, he stepped into the air and retreated toward the underworld behind him. When the Yama kings heard this, they did not hesitate. Their figures flashed and retreated into the divine restriction. In front of the army of 300,000, the demon master, who was wearing the Jili armor, walked over. He looked at the restriction in front of him. He raised his right hand, and tens of thousands of demonic waves crushed down. With a boom, an unshakable force collided with thousands of meteors. A shocking scene occurred. Thousands of meteors turned into dust under the demonic might and disappeared completely. In the divine restriction, the Yama kings could not hide their shock. Is this the power of the fourth realm? In front of the Yama kings, Ningchen shouted softly. He flipped his palms and released all his cultivation techniques to control the divine restriction. The divine restriction spread and spread continuously, turning into an inescapable net that engulfed the entire army of the demon palace. One restriction changed and another appeared. On the continent of the underworld, countless stone pillars soared into the sky. Time flowed, and 100 years passed in a breath. Two great divine restrictions appeared at the same time. With the help of the terrain, their power was terrifying, making people feel suppressed in the depths of their souls. In an instant, the divine restriction sealed the space within a radius of 10,000 miles. Time was merciless, devouring the vitality of all living beings. In the void, the demon master looked at the changing space around him, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Time, the Yellow Springs? Ninth son of the Mo clan, come out. The demon master looked down and said calmly. Demon master, welcome to the underworld. As soon as he said that, a figure in plain clothes walked out of the stone pillars. He looked up and said calmly. Saint, I'll leave this person to you, the demon master said calmly. Yes. Jia Tiance responded softly from behind. His figure flashed as he plunged downwards. On the stone pillar, the white-clothed figure revealed a strange smile. Her figure slowly faded and disappeared. I won't be participating in the war between the Devil Palace and the underworld. We'll meet again. When the black and white Go sword chopped down, it only chopped open an afterimage. The plain-clothed figure vanished and merged into the void. No aura could be sensed from her. What a strange movement technique! In the void, the demon lord scanned the area with his divine perception. He looked surprised, but he did not take it to heart. He looked at the Yama kings of the underworld and said calmly, Everyone, are the Yama kings still not coming out? There's no need. In front of the Yama kings, Ningchen looked at the terrifying demon palace master in front of him and said coldly. Below, Jia Tiance's figure slowly rose and stood in the air. His eyes swept across the changing space-time and the surrounding sky as he said, Demon Lord, be careful. The space here is extremely unstable. If it collapses, our army will suffer heavy losses. The demon master nodded and said, Leave these people to me. You go and suppress the power of time and Yellow Springs. Yes. Jia Tiance accepted the order softly. The black and white Go sword in his hand opened. Thousands of Go pieces flew out and flew in all directions to suppress the God-forbidden space. Luotian, if you have the chance, take them away immediately. In front of the Yama kings, Ning Chen transmitted a message. Then, he clenched his left hand. In the black flames, the sickly king's divine blade appeared. Behind him, under the Yama mask, Luotian sighed softly and agreed. With the demon lord appearing, they had no chance of winning. Now, they could only retreat according to the plan. Demon lord, please. Ning Chen took a step forward and said calmly. Hearing this, the demon lord narrowed his eyes and said, Yama king, do you know what you are doing? Demon lord, are you afraid to accept the challenge? Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and said calmly. The demon lord smiled coldly and said, I commend your courage. Since you choose to die, I will fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, demonic waves swept across the 9 heavens. In the dark space, the demon lord's demonic waves surged. Above the 9 heavens, the demon avatar appeared. A moment later, it disappeared again. In front of the Yama kings, Ning Chen held 2 swords in his hands. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang appeared together. Black flames and white frost shone. Yin and Yang intersected and chaos appeared. A battle between kings, Yama king against the demon lord. The battle had not started, but the pressure had already swept across 10,000 miles. Yin watch carefully. From now on, you must remember every sword of masters. In the future, you will surpass him 100 times. Ning Chen transmitted a message. Without saying anything else, his figure flashed as he rushed forward. The palm and sword collided. Demonic waves swept across the sky, surpassing the realm of heaven and earth. Everything obeyed the command. However, the God-forbidden space sealed all laws. Only time and space existed to resist the demonic might. With the support of the God-forbidden space, the first move of the battle between the 2 experts broke the clouds and shocked the heavens. The astral soul left his hand and blood splattered. Ning Chen's right hand grasped the sword again. He slashed down, and starlight from the 9 heavens fell. With a rumble, the demonic chi blocked the sword. The astral soul's momentum was hindered, and it could not move forward. Sword wind. With one sword blocked, another sword rose up. Within the black flames, Ning Chen urged his yuan energy. The sickly king's sword spun rapidly, and with the support of the black flames, it broke through the demonic chi barrier. Such a foundation is indeed extraordinary. Yama king of hell, what a pity! The demon lord raised his hand to block the sword that was advancing inch by inch. Soon after, his palm energy erupted, and demonic waves gushed out. A pool of blood splattered across the sky. The red-robed Yama retreated several steps, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His body was dyed red, and he did not speak. Ning Chen's feet trembled, and he stopped his momentum. His 2 swords reflected the moon, and the sun and moon soared into the sky. Black sun and silver moon shocking the universe. The phenomenon of the sun and moon appearing at the same time. It was a combination of sword arts and Mahist immortal arts, a new move that appeared in the world for the first time. The sun and moon moved together, burning the heavens and freezing the earth. Wherever the sun and moon passed, the heavens and earth were separated. One half of the sky was covered in black flames, while the other half was covered in snow. The shocking scene shocked everyone present. Seeing this, the demon lord raised his hand and condensed his yuan energy. Instantly, above the 9 heavens, demonic clouds surged, crazily rolling over. Open! With a light shout, a phenomenon appeared in the demonic clouds. In the rolling demonic yuan, a huge demonic eye opened. Under the dim light, the image of the sun and moon instantly disintegrated. The sun and moon scattered, black flames and snow surged, and a red-robed figure flashed past. The sickly king's sword, and 100 suns broke through the sky. The 100 suns were like a tide, clashing with the demonic chi. Intense vibrations resounded, and the black suns were swallowed by the demonic chi, unable to pass through the heavens. Yama King's judgment, Avicii heaven wails. A sword soared into the sky and disappeared. Ning Chen pointed his finger at the sword, and starlight fell, strengthening the sword's might. The star soul slashed the demonic heart, blocking the demonic chi, making it difficult for the demonic chi to move. At this moment, the sickly king's divine sword that had disappeared appeared out of nowhere, and slashed towards the demonic chi's back. The two swords rushed towards the demonic chi, and in the earth-shattering collision, the two swords were sent flying, and a waterfall of blood splattered, dyeing the starry sky red. Without entering the fourth realm, where did you get the courage to face me? The demon lord said coldly. His body that was as immovable as a mountain, had not moved a single step from the beginning of the battle. He knew that even if the storm was coming, he could not lose even half a step. Otherwise, the belief that he had always guarded would be in vain. Ning Chen shouted, and his hands clenched, and the two swords flew back. The unyielding fighting spirit once again held the sword that went against fate. Yama King's judgment, doomsday heavenly punishment. The two swords held up the sky, and the aurora soared into the sky. The black and white swords soared into the sky, and in an instant, above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled, and black thunder and fire fell from the sky, engulfing the battlefield. In the dark night, the dazzling fighting spirit unleashed his combat power to the extreme. With the two swords in his hands, even gods and ghosts were frightened. Facing such a stunning opponent, the demon lord's expression gradually became serious. He raised his palms slightly, and thousands of layers of demonic chi gathered from all directions, turning into black clouds that circled around his body. With a loud bang, thunder and fire fell from the sky, colliding with the black clouds. The black flames that burned the world continued to attack the layers of demonic chi, frightening ghosts and gods. The heavenly punishment shook, and the black clouds formed by the demonic chi shook violently, disintegrating continuously. Seeing this, the demon lord frowned slightly, and his figure moved for the first time. He took a step forward, and his figure soared into the sky. The demon lord waved his hand, and with a palm strike, the demonic power swept out, scattering the tribulation clouds. One palm strike broke the move, and the other palm strike returned. The demon lord's aura penetrated the universe, and an extremely powerful palm strike broke through the sky, blasting toward the Yama King below. With determination in his heart, and an undying fighting spirit, Ning Chen raised the two swords in his hands, and forcefully raised his true yuan to block the demon lord's palm. With a muffled groan, blood stained his red clothes. He was unwilling to take another step back, and forcibly stabilized his severely injured body, allowing blood to overflow from his body. Master, behind him, under the Yama King's mask, Yiner's eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to go forward, but she was firmly held by the woman beside her, and could not move. Outside the battle, Jie Tiance, the 3 masters of the Demon Palace, Jun Wentian, Demonic Butterfly, and 30 war generals were all staring coldly at the Yama Kings in front of them. Once someone made a move, they would immediately be ready to kill. With no solution to the battle, the Yama Kings' hearts became heavier and heavier. They could only watch as the Knowing Destiny Realm experts fought while bathed in blood, but they could not go forward to help. Yiner, remember the faces of these people. In the future, take revenge for your master. The woman looked at the experts of the Demon Palace in front of her, and said with a heavy expression, Yama King's judgment, reincarnation hell. The battle came to an end, and Ning Chen's true yuan was about to be used up. Ning Chen's tired eyes became even brighter, like the last light in the dark night, making it difficult for others to look at him directly. The sickly king and star soul sword shone, and the black and white hell appeared for the first time. Ning Chen used up all of his cultivation, and went against the flow of life and death, causing his blood and qi to burn rapidly. At this moment, under the continent of the underworld, The trapping immortal sensed it. Boundless power of the ley lines rushed to the sky, and the entire God-forbidden space collapsed. Doomsday had arrived, destroying everything in the past. Close at hand, an opportunity appeared. Outside the battle, the goddess of Luo once again displayed her shocking ability. With a shout, the law of space descended, bringing everyone away from the destroyed God-forbidden space. Master! In the stream of light that was gradually moving away, Iner looked at the collapsed underworld in front of her. Tears fell from her eyes like rain, and she cried out bitterly. The Yama kings had just left when the black and white hell in the God-forbidden space devoured the heaven and earth. The immortal sword destroyed the ley lines, and boundless spiritual energy erupted. A terrifying explosion sounded, and violent aftershocks spread rapidly, reaching thousands of miles away. After dozens of breaths, the tremors of the heaven and earth gradually stopped. In the dark starry sky, a huge black hole appeared. The underworld that used to be there completely turned into nothingness and disappeared. Chapter 955. At the border of the three regions, where the underworld used to be, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was turned into nothingness after an earth-shattering battle. In the black hole, demonic energy surged, and a majestic figure walked out with an unusually strong aura. Everything prostrated and wailed. Behind him, the saint of the demon palace, the three sects, Jun Wentian, and the demonic butterfly walked out one after another with heavy expressions. To think that King Yenluo of the underworld would be able to accomplish such a feat on his own. Count the losses and report to me. In front of everyone, the demon lord said coldly. He took a step forward and disappeared. Yes. Jia Tiance bowed respectfully and received the order. At the same time, in the Ji family of Ling Su, a secret report was sent to the Holy Temple. On the main seat, Ji Yuechu looked shocked after reading the secret report. The underworld was destroyed? Someone, invite King Qi immediately, Ji Yuechu said in a low voice. In the palace of Fengming City, Lin Yuzhen, who was dressed in a handsome royal robe, stood quietly with a worried look in her eyes, waiting for the news. Your Highness, the master of the Ji family invites you. A guard stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Lin Yuzhen came back to her senses. She nodded and said, "Okay, you may leave." Yes. The guard accepted the order and stood up to leave. Lin Yuzhen moved and turned into a ray of light, rushing toward the White Emperor city in the distance. In the holy temple of the Ji family, a ray of light flew into the temple. Her extraordinary body movements were eye-catching. King Qi appeared. In the holy temple, the black and yellow ancestors of the Ji family looked over and saw the king of Beiki, who had been fighting against the Ji family for 100 years. They had heard of King Qi, Lin Yuzhen, for a long time. Greetings, master. Lin Yuzhen looked at the master of the Ji family on the main seat and bowed politely. Your Highness, please take a seat. On the main seat, Ji Yuechu said. Thank you. Lin Yuzhen thanked him and walked to the guest seat at the side and sat down. This is the secret report from the spy. Your Highness, please take a look. Ji Yuechu flipped his right hand, and a ray of light flew out and swept forward. Lin Yuzhen reached out and took the secret report. After reading it, her expression gradually sank. Your Highness, what do you think? Has the underworld really been destroyed? On the main seat, Ji Yuechu said with a grave expression. That's the truth. I have no choice but to believe it. Lin Yuzhen sighed. When Ji Yuechu heard this, his eyes darkened. If the underworld was really destroyed, then it would be even harder to stop the footsteps of the Devil Palace in the future. In the Ziwei Galaxy, in the new location of the underworld, a primitive planet floated between three stars. It was a place where there was never night. It was like a celestial mirror, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. However, that day dark clouds covered the sun. Heavy rain poured down from the sky, obscuring the eyes of the common people. On the vast planet, the 10 Yama palaces stood in front of the king of Hell's palace. Their faces were filled with sorrow as they looked at their clothes burning in the torrential rain. In front of the flames, Einar knelt there helplessly. The tears in her eyes had long dried up. She allowed the rain to fall and soak her body. Behind them, Mu Qingxue silently looked ahead without saying a word. It was so quiet that it was somewhat frightening. Knowing destiny, how can you bear such an ending? Looking at the gazes of the crowd, Nu Chang sighed in her heart. Mu Qingxue walked forward and gently helped the helpless girl up. He said calmly, "Come with me to practice the sword." Without saying anything, Mu Qingxue pulled Einar away and walked away. In front of the king of Hell's palace, Xia Zi looked at Nu Chang and said coldly, "Nu Chang, is knowing destiny really dead? Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. Why are you still asking me?" Nu Chang looked away and said. Hearing this, Xia Zi narrowed his eyes. He felt that something was wrong. If knowing destiny could find a way out for them, why didn't he leave one for himself? The arrival of the Devil Lord was indeed sudden. However, with knowing destiny's wisdom, it was impossible for him not to know that this day would come sooner or later. Or was it that knowing destiny had the determination to die from the beginning and wanted to destroy the Devil Palace together with him? Xia Zi looked back at the king of Hell's palace. His eyes flashed coldly. Knowing destiny, you'd better be alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about the safety of the underworld anymore. In the newly built king of Hell's palace, the demonic weapon Holy Glory was surging with demonic chi. Within 100 feet of the palace, the divine restriction was sealed. The phoenix fire continued to rise and burn the first divine weapon of the Devil Palace. The supreme demonic weapon and the holy phoenix fire fought fiercely in the divine restriction. Perhaps one day the demonic weapon would appear again and shock the world. In front of the palace, Nu Chang walked forward. Looking at the divine weapon of the Devil Palace floating in the phoenix fire, light flashed in her eyes. He really put in a lot of effort for this disciple. Apart from the incomplete immortal slaying and immortal trapping swords, this was the first time she had seen such a powerful weapon. Even true realm experts couldn't control this demonic weapon. Once it was refined, it would be the most powerful weapon for that girl. The divine weapon cried sadly. Endless demonic chi was being devoured by the phoenix fire day after day without stopping. Outside the king of Hell's palace, Nu Chang was dancing with his sword. Mu Qingxue taught Nu Chang the sword on behalf of his disciple with all his heart. In front of him, the girl with tears on her face tried hard to remember every move. Her face was unprecedentedly serious. She would avenge her master with her own hands, no matter how long it would take, even if it took her the rest of her life. In the lofty Saint Palace in the Devil region, an extremely powerful figure walked over from the throne and sat down under the respectful gazes of the generals. "Greetings, Devil Master." The generals knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. "Rise." On the throne, the Devil Master spoke calmly. "Thank you, Devil Master." The Devil generals stood up and stood respectfully. "Devil Master, we've counted the losses of our army. We lost 12 true realm devil generals and 40% of the 300,000 devil soldiers." Jie Tiance reported truthfully in front of the devil generals below. On the throne, the Devil Master's expression turned cold when he heard the report. The losses were so heavy. At the side, the Moon Illumination sect asked, "Devil Master, Saint Arbiter, now that the remnants of the underworld have escaped, should we send more people to search for their whereabouts? Saint Arbiter, what do you think?" The Devil Master asked as he shifted his gaze to the figure in the blue brocade robe below. "It's useless to send more people. The underworld has a treasure that can hide their whereabouts and aura. Unless they show themselves, it'll be difficult to find them," Jie Tiance said calmly. "The underworld won't remain indifferent when the King of Hell and King Wuguan died in battle. As long as they show themselves, I'm confident that I'll be able to find them again." "I'm relieved to hear that, Saint Arbiter." On the throne, the Devil Master nodded and continued, "Jun Wentian, how are your injuries?" I've recovered 70%. Jun Wentian took a step forward and said respectfully. The Devil Master raised his hand, and boundless devil chi spread out and entered Jun Wentian's body. At that moment, it rose faintly and forcefully healed the injuries of the Devil Palace's first guardian. Despite the intense pain, Jun Wentian forcefully endured it and circulated his vitality to heal his injuries. Not long after, the Devil Master retracted his hand from the main seat. He looked at the people below and said indifferently, Jun Wentian, you and Yuan Xiu are the most likely experts of the Devil Palace to reach the 4th level. Don't disappoint me. Jun Wentian bowed silently and retreated without saying anything. Saint Arbiter reorganized the army. The next target is the Spirit Void Ji family. The Devil Master said calmly. Yes. In front of the generals, Jie Tiance accepted the order respectfully. All right, all of you are dismissed. The Devil Master waved his hand and said, this subordinate will take his leave. Inside the hall, all the generals saluted and retreated. Saint Arbiter, you stay. When Jie Tiance turned to leave, the Devil Master's voice sounded in his ears. When the generals left the hall, Jie Tiance turned around and looked at the Devil Palace's master on the throne. Devil Master, do you have any other instructions? It's about the Holy Glory. The Devil Master stood up and walked down the hall. He said calmly, Mo Gate's 9th disciple took away the Holy Glory. This person is proficient in the Yellow Spring and time restriction. He cannot be underestimated. Find his whereabouts as soon as possible. I will personally deal with this trouble. I will do my best. Jie Tiance nodded. There's one more thing. Not long ago, a power that surpasses the mortal realm appeared in the Reverence Moon Holy Ground. This matter must be investigated as soon as possible. The Devil Master reminded. Yes. Jie Tiance acknowledged. Withdraw and do your work. The Devil Master said calmly. This subordinate will take his leave. Jie Tiance saluted respectfully, then turned and walked out of the hall. At the same time, Hong Luan Starfield, Golden Dawn City, Dawn Moon Restaurant. In the bright room on the 2nd floor, 2 figures sat across from each other, drinking wine. Wearing a silver-gray cloak and a plain white robe, the 2 people sat in front of the table. Neither of them spoke. Hong Luan stood quietly at the side, pouring wine for the 2 people in silence. Cup after cup, jug after jug. After drinking several jugs, the Dawn Moon Restaurant master put down her wine cup and said with a faint smile, the cold and heartless Ji Ming Marquis, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice millions of people. Now you're here drinking wine to drown your sorrows. What, is your heart aching? Opposite her, the plain-clothed figure put down the wine cup in his hand and said calmly, humans are not made of stone, how can we be heartless? That's your most beloved disciple. I didn't expect you to make such a choice. The Dawn Moon Restaurant master looked at the young man in front of her and said softly, I've arranged 2 paths for her. If she doesn't accept the responsibility of the King of Hell, I won't force her and let her continue to grow without worries. However, if she chooses to accept the responsibility of the King of Hell, I can't be soft-hearted anymore. Qi Yanxia risked her life to protect the glory of King Wuguan. Even Yin can't blaspheme it. Therefore, she must be strong enough to bear this burden. The plain-clothed figure said calmly, Are you so sure that the origin of Tian Yu in her body will awaken? The Dawn Moon Restaurant master asked. The plain-clothed figure shook his head and said, I'm not completely sure, but this is the most likely method. Since she chose this path, she can't live under my wings anymore. When she leaves me, it'll be the time for her to truly grow up. Hearing this, the Dawn Moon Restaurant master showed a hint of emotion and said, In this round, the Demon Palace suffered a heavy blow. You returned to the dark side and hid in the underworld to avoid the Devil Master. You also pushed your disciple to grow quickly, killing 4 birds with 1 stone. I admire you for this round. You're too kind. Opposite her, the plain-clothed figure picked up his wine cup and said calmly, scheming against the people you cherish is not worth boasting about. The Dawn Moon restaurant master sighed and said, "One day, she'll understand your good intentions." Chapter 956. In the Z-Way starfield, between three huge stars, on a primitive planet, 10 majestic palaces stood tall and majestic. In the new location of the underworld, the divine restriction shielded all heavenly secrets, allowing the Yama Kings to rest and recuperate. In front of the Yama King Palace, day after day, the girl practicing her sword was unwilling to rest for even a moment. There was no night and the sword in her hand never stopped. Not far away, Mu Qingxue in a white dress stood quietly, accompanying Yin as she practiced her sword. There was not the slightest emotion on her beautiful face. In the palace, Nu Chang looked at the little girl outside and sighed softly in her heart. Ning Chen's accident was too big of a blow to Yin. That girl who loved to act spoiled and throw tantrums seemed to have grown up overnight. Ji Ming, if this is the result you want, isn't it too cruel? 10 days, 100 days. After a world-shaking battle, the underworld seemed to have completely disappeared from the world. There was no more news about it. The Devil Domain and the Ji family, these two behemoths gradually became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone knew that in the next step, these two ancient inheritances would truly compete with each other. White Emperor City, Ji family. Everyone gathered in the palace. The Ji family's grand elders all had grave expressions. Now that the Demon Palace's army had moved out, they had to speed up. Qi Tian Pavilion still hasn't responded? On the main seat, the Ji family's sacred master looked at the 9th Grand Elder below and asked. No response yet. The Ji family's 9th Grand Elder replied. It's better to rely on oneself than on others. The Demon Palace is now very powerful. Before the situation becomes clear, how could those old fellows from the Qi Tian Pavilion be willing to get involved in this mess? One of the black and yellow Grand Elders said coldly. On the main seat, Ji Yuechu sighed softly and said, It's too difficult for our Ji family to stop the Demon Palace alone. Contact the various sects of the Spirit Void sect. The lesson of Hong Luan and the All-Heaven Starfield is right before us. They should know what to do, the other Grand Elder said. Ji Yuechu nodded and said, I've already sent people to contact them. However, the Demon Palace's power is too powerful. Furthermore, they have that Demon Master. Without the help of a power like the Underworld, the Ji family's future path will be difficult. When the Supreme Elders of the Ji clan heard this, their expressions grew increasingly solemn. What the Sacred Lord said was the truth. The combat ability of the Devil Palace far surpassed that of the Ji clan. It was almost impossible for the Ji clan to block them. Outside the Spirit Void Star region, 180,000 demon soldiers pressed in. Demonic qi spread out like dark clouds, covering the sky and the sun. It was a shocking sight. In front of the army, Jun Wentian stood in the air. He was the commander of the army, leading the army to Lingshu. Beside Jun Wentian were the Star Moon Sect and Moon Sect, who were in charge of protecting the Devil Army's commander. With the lesson of the Earth Chieftain before them, the two of them did not dare to be careless. They were vigilant against any movement. Not long before the war between the two realms was about to break out, all of the Yama Kings in the Z-Way star system had already been recuperating for many days, and their powers had all been restored to their peak, but none of them had left. Instead, all of them remained in the Imperial Palace. In King Yama's palace, Yin-Er's perspiration splattered all over her body. The vermilion sword in her hand danced gracefully. In the past 100 days, her sword skills had improved at an extremely fast pace. Without sleep or rest for 100 days, even an Iron Man would find it hard to endure. While Yin-Er's sword skills were improving rapidly, her physical and mental exhaustion had also reached its limit. Not far away, Mu Qingxue quietly looked at Yin-Er's demon-like state. After a long time, he stepped forward and pressed down the little girl's sword. He said calmly, Yin-Er, that's enough. Yin-Er's eyes recovered from the daze. Looking at the woman in front of her, her beautiful eyes reddened slightly before they became firm again. Mistress Mu, I'm not tired. That's enough. Mu Qingxue pressed down on the former's sword and said, Go and rest. Mistress, Ener said anxiously. Go and rest. Mu Qingxue's expression turned cold as he reprimanded her. Ener's body trembled. After a moment, she nodded lightly. Without saying anything else, she silently kept her sword and walked towards the imperial palace. In the imperial palace, the woman looked at the girl walking over and sighed in her heart. Ener, don't be too impatient. Learning the sword is not something that can be accomplished overnight. You have already done well enough. Ener forced a smile and didn't say anything else. She walked to the room at the side and directly fell onto the bed. Extreme exhaustion hit her. Ener's consciousness quickly blurred, and she instantly fell into a deep sleep. In the imperial palace, Mu Qingxue walked over. Seeing the door of the room that was not closed in time, he said softly, Female Supreme, Ning Chen is not dead, right? Hearing this, a strange look flashed across the woman's eyes. She said, Why do you ask? It's just my intuition. Mu Qingxue's expression remained calm as he said, If all of this was arranged by him, then we need a person of virtue and prestige to control the situation. As a senior, the female supreme is the only choice. Hearing this, the woman couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. It seemed that they had all underestimated this woman from the desolate city. This is just your guess. What if something really happened to Ji Ming? The woman suppressed the waves in her heart and said, I know him. Before he finishes what he has to do, he won't die so easily. It's not easy to live, but in order to live, he will do whatever it takes. Mu Qingxue said softly. The woman sighed. No wonder Ji Ming specially told her to be careful when talking to the woman in front of her. Just as the woman opened her mouth and admitted that all of this was arranged by Ji Ming, there was a sudden change in the room at the side. A terrifying fluctuation of heaven and earth appeared out of nowhere. The law of nature gathered rapidly and crazily from all directions. Breaking through? How can it be so fast? The woman and Mu Qingxue sensed something and their expressions changed. Not good. Mu Qingxue was the first to come back to his senses. His figure flashed and he rushed out of the imperial palace with Ener in his arms. In each of the Yama halls, the Yama kings sensed something and walked out. Looking at the tribulation clouds gathering in the sky, they were all shocked. How could it be the true realm? Ener, wake up! Thousands of miles away from the imperial palace, Mu Qingxue stopped and looked at the girl in his arms with a serious expression. However, Ener's consciousness seemed to be controlled by something. No matter how he called her, she couldn't wake up. With a rumble, angry lightning fell from the 9 heavens. Under the boundless pressure of the heavens, everything within thousands of miles instantly collapsed. Under the lightning, Mu Qingxue's expression turned serious. He put down the girl in his arms and waved his hand. The Cheng Ying sword appeared in the sky. Thousand swords greeting. Mu Qingxue took a step forward and entered the void. At the same time, boundless sword light gathered from all directions and transformed into a pair of gigantic sword wings. Mu Qingxue waved his Cheng Ying sword, and a shocking sword light broke through the void and soared into the 9 heavens. The sword radiance shook the angry lightning. In an earth-shattering collision, thousands of thunderbolts collapsed. The heavens were furious. Before they could take a breath, thousands of thunderbolts struck down to punish the sinner who blasphemed the heavens. As the thunderbolts fell, Mu Qingxue didn't step back. The huge sword wings on his back vibrated, and he pushed his true yuan to the limit. He faced the heavens again. Chapter 957. In the underworld, above the 10 palaces, the tribulation clouds loomed. The terrifying heavenly might rose rapidly, frightening the ghosts and gods. Thousands of miles away from the king of Hell's palace, Mu Qingxue used all of his strength to protect the unconscious girl after he manifested his gigantic sword wings. Thousands of swords bowed to the ancestor, Thousands of swords in the mortal world submitted. The desolate city's world-shaking sword appeared again, splitting thousands of thunderbolts. The firmament was furious, and thousands of thunderbolts struck down. Even more terrifying thunderbolts struck down, suppressing those who defied the heavens. In order to protect Yin-Er, Mu Qingxue didn't retreat. Instead, his sword wings flapped, and his figure soared into the sky. Thousands of thunderbolts struck down, and the Cheng-Ying sword met them head-on. With an earth-shattering boom, the thunderbolts collapsed. The white-robed figure soared into the sky with extreme speed. Mortals who defied the heavens couldn't be forgiven. The firmament was furious. In an instant, the tribulation clouds turned from black to red. Thousands of thunderbolts struck down, shocking the world. 7 ultimate arts, startling swan-piercing Sunday, the Taishang indifference appeared. Mu Qingxue turned the sword in his hand, and a majestic sword rainbow pierced through the sky, slashing towards the blood-red thunderbolts. The power of man could shake the heavenly might. Amidst the rumbling, the sky was filled with sword feathers. Mu Qingxue's figure paused, and a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The heavenly tribulation couldn't be blocked. This was a truth that everyone knew. Because of the firmament's fury, the firmament would pour down 100 times, killing all those who defiled the firmament. In front of the 10 palaces, the kings of hell's expression turned serious. Not good. Boom. The blood-red clouds rolled and thousands of thunderbolts struck down. The firmament's fury was even more shocking. The blood-red thunderbolts were like an ocean, drowning the girl below. On the ground, Yin-Er was still in a deep sleep, and didn't know what was happening outside. At the same time, a white-robed figure appeared in the sky, surrounded by chaos, covering his aura. Qingxue. Ning Chen looked at the injured white-robed girl in the sky, and a trace of pity flashed through his eyes. After a while, he forcefully suppressed his impulse to attack. He looked at the sleeping girl below, waiting for the result. Since the situation had reached this stage, he couldn't interfere unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted, and all his arrangements would be in vain. Amidst the blood-colored lightning sea in the horizon, Mu Qingxue's body was covered in sword light. His body was like a bolt of lightning, blocking the 10,000 layers of heavenly lightning with extreme speed. The hand that was holding the sword was dyed red, and blood was dripping down. However, Mu Qingxue was determined, and he did not retreat even half a step. Sword after sword, he went against the heavens. Knowing destiny. In front of the Yama King Palace, Nu Chang stared at the scene in the air as light flashed in her eyes. Are you still not going to show yourself? In Jinsi City, on the 2nd floor of the Dawn Moon, Chang-eun, the owner of the Dawn Moon Tower, dressed in a silver-gray cloak, walked to the window and looked into the distance, sighing softly in her heart. The world was chaotic, and the demonic tribulation was endless. Benevolence and soft-heartedness were the most superfluous emotions. Jiming Marquis, what will you choose? In the demon region, on the throne of the Sage Palace, the demon lord stood up and walked to the front of the palace. He looked at the Hongluan star region in the distance, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. The catastrophe of the true plane seemed to be somewhat unusual. Saint Arbiter, check who is going through the tribulation, the demon lord said calmly. Yes. Jie Tiance walked out from the sacred palace and responded softly. The sky opened and traced back to the source. Jie Tiance formed a seal with his hands, and a strange power spread out and merged into the world, peeking into the mysteries of heaven. In the sky, blood-colored clouds of tribulation appeared. However, everything under the clouds was difficult to see clearly, as if something was interfering with the mysteries of heaven. Strange! With a wave of his hand, the black and white chess pieces flew into the sky. Jie Tiance raised his hand and pointed at the mysteries of heaven. The strange light shone brightly and flowed continuously into the clouds. In the next moment, the black and white chess pieces appeared between the 3 suns in the Ziwei star region. Then, thousands of chess pieces gathered and turned into black and white chess swords, slashing at the divine restriction in front of the clouds of tribulation. In the air, Ning Chen saw this and narrowed his eyes. He took a step forward and instantly swept out of the vast star. He formed a sword with his fingers and blocked the black and white swords. The black and white chess swords were blocked. With a rumble, they were sent flying hundreds of feet away. In the sage palace of the demon region, Jia Tiance narrowed his eyes. Someone had blocked him. Who was it? In front of the demon palace, the demonic lord turned around and stepped forward. He looked at the scene in the sky and did not say a word. He raised his right hand, and a terrifying force entered the sky to assist him. In the Ziwei star region, between the three suns, Ning Chen looked at the black and white chess swords that were filled with demonic qi. His eyes turned cold. Was it the demonic lord? Gathering energy in his palm, the starry sky soared. Thousands of sword qi gathered. Ning Chen raised his right hand at the same time. In an instant, the sword qi rushed forward like a waterfall. The black and white chess swords swept past and crashed into the thousands of sword qi. In the shocking collision, the sword qi in the sky collapsed violently and disappeared. In the collapsing sword qi, the black and white chess swords also showed signs of disintegration. The chess pieces fell off one by one and disappeared. The black and white chess swords collapsed, and the sky was disturbed. In the sage palace of the demon region, the sky shook violently. After a while, it disappeared. The Ziwei star region still has such a hidden master. The demonic lord's eyes flashed with interest. Was it someone from the Qitian pavilion? In the Ziwei star region, between the three suns, in the underworld, many kings of hell felt the shaking of the sky and looked up. In front of the king of hell's palace, Nu Chang looked up and narrowed her eyes. Was it the knowing destiny state? I'll go and take a look. In front of the king of Mount Tai's palace, Yi Xuanmiao said. Then, his figure flashed and flew toward the sky. Outside the divine restriction, Ning Chen saw the figure below gradually approaching. He did not linger and stepped out, disappearing. In front of the divine restriction, Yi Xuanmiao arrived and scanned with his spiritual sense. A strange expression flashed on his face. There was the aura of a battle. However, why could he not see anyone? Strange. Yi Xuanmiao was puzzled, but he did not linger. He landed and returned to the king of Mount Tai's palace. Is there anything strange? In front of the various palaces, many people asked. There are signs of a battle, but I don't see the person. Perhaps it is just a coincidence. In front of the king of Mount Tai's palace, Yi Xuanmiao answered. Everyone nodded and did not ask more. They turned their attention back to Mu Qingxue, who was going through the tribulation in the distance. Their eyes were grave. Below the tribulation clouds, a beautiful figure in snow-white clothes stood in the air, blocking wave after wave of heavenly tribulation. Her snow-white dress was dyed red with blood, like a blooming winter plum. She was so beautiful that it was difficult to look at her directly. In order to protect the knowing destiny disciple, Mu Qingxue used all his cultivation and did not retreat even when the tribulation struck him. The wrath of the heavens did not dissipate for a long time. Below him was the unconscious girl. Although Mu Qingxue had the fastest speed in the human world, he could not dodge at all. He could only block with brute force. His injuries accumulated and became heavier. 7 ultimate arts, death of gods and destruction of ghosts. Mu Qingxue dispersed 100 lightning bolts with one sword. Then, he channeled his true yuan. In the shocking scene, a huge phantom of the Great Supreme appeared behind him. It stretched out its hand and crushed the lightning bolt. The aftershock caused the phantom of the Great Supreme to dissipate. Mu Qingxue took half a step back and groaned. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, adding to his injuries. In the distance, the space swirled and a white-clothed figure walked out. Her aura was concealed by the Chaos Scroll, so no one could see her. Under the tribulation clouds, blood splattered and bloomed in the sky. It was so beautiful. Ning Chen looked at it silently and did not say anything. The white dress that was dyed red was reflected in his eyes and heart. Even if his heart was as hard as steel, it would still be soft. However, Ning Chen's body did not move at all. The knowing destiny Marquis was the most ruthless one. It was like this in the past and it was still the same today. Boom! The tribulation became more and more powerful. It dyed the entire sky red. The beautiful figure in white stood in the sky. Blood dripped from the sword in her hand. Her body was heavily injured. At this moment, a soft sigh sounded in the sky. The lightning in the sky paused for a moment and did not fall. In the sky, an illusory figure walked out. His aura was otherworldly. One could vaguely see the unparalleled elegance of the past. The heavenly word had a girl, the only one in the human world. Disperse. The heaven speaker's voice was calm and gentle, without a trace of anger. He looked at the sky and spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavens and earth sensed it. The rolling tribulation clouds in the sky quickly dissipated. Not long after, they disappeared. In front of the palaces, the Yama kings were shocked. This was the heaven speaker, the only one in the human world who could talk to the heavens? How terrifying! In the sky, the heaven speaker looked at the girl in front of him and said softly, "Miss, thank you." Mu Qingxue looked at the illusory figure in front of him and his eyes flashed. This should be the senior from the heaven's speech peak that Ning Chen mentioned. As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven speaker looked at the white-clothed young man in the distance and said, "Thank you." 1,000 miles away, Ning Chen nodded. He was not surprised that he was discovered. To a certain extent, the heaven speaker was equivalent to a part of the world. As long as he was in the world, it would be difficult to avoid his detection. In the sky, Mu Qingxue frowned and looked at the direction the heaven speaker was looking at. A strange look flashed across his face. Was it him? Or was she overthinking? After his last glory, he disappeared quietly. In the sky, the heaven speaker's figure gradually dissipated. The last soul imprint of the human world returned to the heavens and earth. On the ground, the sleeping Yin slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, an incomparably majestic power gathered from all directions and entered her body. In the distance, seeing that Yin had woken up, Ning Chen was finally relieved. He did not dare to stay any longer and left quickly. On the ground, Yin seemed to have sensed something. She looked at the sky and raised her right hand. The wind and clouds in the sky rolled and thousands of lightning bolts struck down. The power was earth-shattering. This girl, in the lightning, Ning Chen's figure flashed quickly and avoided the lightning bolts. He disappeared quickly. In the sky, Mu Qingxue's figure landed. Looking at the girl who had woken up, he asked softly, "Are you okay?" Seeing the woman in front of her, Yin came back to her senses. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Master's wife. I'm fine." "That's good." Exhaustion flashed across Mu Qingxue's face. She did not let him down. "Master's wife, I'll bring you back to heal." Yin supported the former and said softly. Then, her figure flashed and flew towards the direction of the 10 halls. Outside the divine restriction, Ning Chen walked out. Looking down, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this girl had just woken up. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to escape. Now was not the time for him to show himself. He could only apologize to them in the future. Chapter 958. In the Spirit Void Star Zone, the army of the Demon Palace had been on an expedition. The Ji family, Beiki, and the allied forces of various sects resisted with all their might. The flames of war spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, and there were many casualties. Jun Wentian commanded the 3 armies to attack fiercely. The allied forces of the Spirit Void Star Zone retreated again and again. Within 100 days, several planets with life were lost, and blood stained the starry sky. The generals of the Star Moon sect and the 18 demon palaces displayed their powerful combat power, assisting the first guardian of the demon palace, Jun Wentian, and making the elites of the spirit void star zone suffer. In the battlefield, the white-clothed figure watched the battle quietly. From beginning to end, she hid in the dark and never showed herself. All along, he and the underworld had been at the forefront of the fight against the demon palace. Even if he wanted to hide his identity, he was still in danger of being exposed at any time. Now that the demon lord had appeared, it was not suitable for the kings of hell to appear in the open. After many days of observation, the white-clothed figure faded and disappeared from the battlefield. In the palace of Fengming City, Lin Yuzhen read the battle report from the front line. Her eyes flashed. It was really not good. Your Highness! At this moment, a white-clothed figure walked out from the void. Looking at the cross-dressing woman in front of him, he spoke. Brother Ning. Seeing the man in front of her, Lin Yuzhen was shocked and exclaimed. Although she guessed that nothing had happened to him, seeing it with her own eyes still made her heart tremble. After a short moment of shock, Lin Yuzhen came back to her senses. Looking at the person in front of her, she asked in a low voice, What happened? It's a long story, I'll explain it later. Ning Chen said seriously, Your Highness, why didn't the Ji family ask the Qi Tian Pavilion for help? In the current situation, if something happens to the Spirit Void Star Zone, the Ziwei Star Zone will definitely become the next target of the Demon Palace. If we don't join forces now, we will undoubtedly be destroyed. The Ji family has already sent people to contact them, but the Qi Tian Pavilion has not relented. They should be afraid of the Demon Lord. After all, a fourth realm existence is really terrifying. Lin Yuzhen sighed softly. Hearing this, Ning Chen frowned slightly. A fourth realm was indeed unmatched. It seemed that it would take some effort to ask the Qi Tian Pavilion for help. Brother Ning, do you have any ideas? Lin Yuzhen asked seriously. Heaven Mending Pavilion is afraid of that Devil Master. Unless we have a way to deal with the Devil Master, it will be very difficult to convince them otherwise. Ning Chen calmly analyzed. Lin Yuzhen nodded and said, Based on the current situation, although Beiki and the Ji family can barely stop the advance of the Demon Palace's army, this is only a temporary illusion. Once the Demon Lord makes his move, the situation will tilt to our side. In the end, the root of the problem lies with that Devil Master. Brilliance flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. The crux of this battle was whether they had a way to stop the only fourth-level cultivator in the world. Brother Ning, you are the only person in this world who has fought against that Devil Lord. If you join forces with this king, how long can you resist him? Lin Yuzhen asked. Half an hour at most. Ning Chen pondered for a moment before replying. Previously, I used the divine restriction that was set up in the underworld in advance, as well as the immortal slaying and immortal trapping techniques. However, it was still difficult to block his attacks. The fourth realm is different from our realm. Unless we can find a way to restrain him, it doesn't matter how many people we have. Is it possible to use the method you used to deal with the Nether King? Lin Yuzhen asked with a serious expression. It's impossible. Ning Chen shook his head and said, The Devil Master is different from the Nether King. When the Nether King descended into the world, his physical body was unable to withstand his power. On top of that, his source energy was lacking, causing his true energy to fluctuate for a short period of time when he attacked. Thus, Mu Qingxue and I joined forces with Zi's assistance. Only then were we able to break through the Nether King's dual aura seas. However, the Devil Master's body does not have this weakness. Even if we suppress his attacks with extreme speed, the result will not be optimistic. In that case, is there truly no way? Lin Yuzhen asked with a grave expression. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he said, I'm going to the Immortal Graveyard Danger Ground. The All-Heaven Starfield's Immortal Graveyard Danger Ground? Lin Yuzhen's expression changed as she exclaimed. Amen, Ning Chen answered softly. He said, I have some things that I need to clarify. Your Highness must take care of yourself while I'm away. Do not fight against the Devil Palace head-on. Lin Yuzhen nodded. She did not ask any more and said with a serious expression, "You must also be careful. There are dangers everywhere in the immortal graveyard danger ground. If there's any danger, come out immediately." "Understood." Ning Chen nodded. He said, "Time is of the essence. I'll be leaving first. Your Highness, farewell." After he finished saying those words, space swirled, and a plain-clothed figure entered it and disappeared. Lin Yuzhen looked in the direction that Ning Chen left. A trace of worry flashed through her eyes. The immortal graveyard danger ground's ominous reputation was known throughout the world. She hoped that nothing would happen to Ning Chen. Several days later, in the all-heaven starfield, a ray of light rapidly flashed past. In an instant, that ray of light disappeared without a trace. In the depths of the all-heaven starfield, in the immortal graveyard danger ground, a chilly wind whistled. White bones covered the entire danger ground. Looking at it, one would tremble with fear. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up sand and dust. A plain-clothed figure walked over. With each step he took, he arrived before the forbidden area in a few breaths of time. When he arrived at the immortal graveyard danger ground again, Ning Chen's expression was still calm. There was still a trace of graveness in his expression. He had spread out his divine awareness to guard against dangers that could appear at any time in the forbidden area. After walking for 100 miles, nothing abnormal happened in the eerily silent forbidden area. However, in a place filled with danger, the greatest abnormality was that there was no abnormality. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at a faintly discernible mountain range in the distance. His footsteps quickened. That senior was sealed within. Hopefully, he would be able to obtain the answer he wanted. After passing over the mountain, a familiar valley appeared. It was dark and silent. Black trees could be seen everywhere. The aura of death pervaded the air, making one's hair stand on end. Ning Chen avoided the aura of death pervading the surroundings of the trees and quickly walked forward. He did not wish to stay for long. Hoo! Suddenly, a chilly wind blew in the valley. Dust and sand filled the sky. Ghostly figures rapidly flitted past with oppressive killing intent. Amen. Ning Chen's eyes immediately narrowed. He clenched his right hand and Taisher appeared. With a clang, he blocked the incoming death god's scythe. The divine armament and ghostly armament clashed several times. The sword broke through the ghostly figures. The ghostly aura that filled the sky scattered. Several ghostly figures scattered and disappeared. Strange. Ning Chen looked at the ghostly figures that disappeared. A serious expression flashed through his eyes. The last time he came here, he and Yin did not encounter these things. It would appear that there were many dangers in the immortal graveyard danger ground that he did not know of. Clang! Clang! Just as the ghostly figures disappeared, the ground rumbled in the distance. Sonorous footsteps sounded, each sound shocking. The next moment, tens of thousands of Yin soldiers appeared in the chilly wind and ghostly aura. They were covered in armor and walked into the distance. The Yin soldiers passed through and quickly left. Ning Chen's eyes darkened. Why could he see the Yin soldiers of the underworld every time he came here? Wasn't the underworld destroyed in ancient times? Why were there still Yin soldiers appearing? In the ghostly aura, the Yin soldiers passed through and soon disappeared into the darkness. No one knew where they came from or where they went. Ning Chen's figure flashed and rushed into the ghostly aura. He wanted to follow them, but the talismans were destroyed. Tens of thousands of Yin soldiers disappeared into thin air. Ning Chen stopped and light flashed through his eyes. Something was wrong. He had never thought about it carefully. Now that he thought about it, it was not the first time he had encountered these Yin soldiers. Where were so many Yin soldiers being transferred? Was the underworld destroyed in ancient times? What were they trying to do by transferring so many Yin soldiers? Also, what was the identity of the woman who looked exactly like the ghost lady among the immortal corpses? The ghost lady was the Yama king of the underworld, so what about that woman? Ning Chen's mind was disturbed, and he could not figure it out. He suppressed the waves in his heart and walked forward step by step. The more he experienced, the more he felt that there seemed to be an invisible force controlling something in the dark. After walking through a deep valley and crossing a mountain, a gloomy fog appeared before him. Ningchen paused. The yellow spring forbidden ground should be in front of him. The changes of the divine forbidden ground were endless. Even he could not fully grasp it. The yellow spring forbidden ground here was very powerful. Last time, he did not prepare and entered by mistake. It took him 3 years to get out. After thinking for a while, Ning Chen waved his right hand. Immortal trapping appeared and sank into the ground. He did not hesitate and walked into the divine forbidden ground. After an instant there was a violent tremor. Red light shot up from the ground. Sword lights crisscrossed and attacked the divine forbidden ground. Inside the divine forbidden ground, Ning Chen stood quietly. He looked at the violently shaking divine forbidden ground and tried his best to find a flaw. 2 hours, 4 hours. Within the divine forbidden ground, the silhouette did not move at all. Under the attack of the sword lights, the divine forbidden ground's changes became more and more intense. After an unknown amount of time, the silhouette finally moved. He waved his hand and the sickly king showed his power. The execution immortal sword once again displayed its peerless power. The person moved, the sword moved, the person turned into the sword, and the sword merged with the person. Boom! In a shocking scene, the divine forbidden ground and the sword lights collided. The two immortal swords combined and the divine forbidden ground in front of the mountain collapsed. In the void, the sword lights dissipated and the silhouette walked out. Ning Chen waved his hand and the sickly king slashed down again. 1,000 zhang long sword light cut through the sky and the mountain in front of him was split in two. Inside the mountain, blood qi permeated the air. Black iron chains crisscrossed, and countless talismans flickered with terrifying lightning. Vaguely, a silhouette was faintly discernible. His hair was dyed in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. Within the chains, the sinner raised his head and looked at the silhouette outside the mountain. His purple-black eyes flashed. It was him. Senior. Ning Chen walked in. Looking at the person before him, he politely bowed. Just as knowing destiny entered the immortal graveyard, celestial music resounded in the all-heaven starfield. 3 dragon corpses pulled a palanquin and rushed past. Ahead of them, the demon region blocked the path of the immortal corpses. The immortal corpses were ancient legends. For countless years, they had been moving forward without stopping. They seemed to be searching for something. From ancient times until now, they had searched every corner of the starry sky. Before the demon region, the 3 dragon corpses drove past. They did not change their direction and directly crashed into the immortal corpses. Many experts sensed this and were shocked. Rumble! Amidst a shocking collision, the immortal corpse crashed through one demonic palace after another. It was an absolute suppression, destroying everything in its path. Chapter 959. Immortal Graveyard, Immortal Sword Mountain Range. An earth-shattering tremor resounded through the forbidden land, and the huge mountains split apart. Inside the mountain, chains crisscrossed and locked the sinner, trapping him for thousands of years. Ning Chen walked in and looked at the chained figure in front of him. He bowed respectfully. Senior! It's you! In the chains, the man raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. His voice was hoarse. Why did you come back so quickly? You haven't entered the 4th realm yet, have you? No. Ning Chen shook his head. His expression became serious. Senior, I came here because I have something to ask. I hope you can answer me. What is it? The man looked tired. Other than the 4th realm, is there any other way to kill a 4th realm cultivator? Ning Chen asked seriously. Hearing this, the man's purple-black eyes shone brightly. He said slowly, Why do you ask? Could it be that a 4th realm cultivator has appeared in the human world? Ning Chen nodded and said calmly, To be honest, that is the case. However, This person is not a human, but a demon. He can't come to save you. On the contrary, he will kill everyone in the human world who can enter the fourth realm, including me. So, I came here to ask you about a way to restrain a fourth realm cultivator." After hearing this, the man fell silent. After a long while, he shook his head. "The fourth realm is different from any other realm. After entering this realm, unless there is a power of the same level, nothing can kill them. Senior, you should be a fourth realm cultivator. Can you kill this demon?" Ning Chen asked seriously. "Yes." The man nodded and sighed. "But I can't go out. Also, only a fourth realm cultivator can save me." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a few steps forward and looked at the chains that trapped the former. He asked, "Do we just have to break these chains?" "That's right." The man nodded and said tiredly, "However, these chains are made of divine gold and are indestructible. Later, they were tempered with dark lightning. Anyone below the fourth realm who touches them will either die or be injured." "I see." Ning Chen looked back and said, "In other words, to save you, not only must you have a cultivation level that can withstand the lightning, but you must also have a peerless divine weapon that can break these divine gold chains." "Yes." The man nodded and replied softly. Ning Chen took a few more steps forward. He looked at the crisscrossing black chains and personally felt the power of the mysterious thunder. He raised his hand and pointed with his finger. A ray of sword light broke through the air and slashed at the chain. However, there was an ear-piercing sound of thunder. Before the sword chi could get close, it was swallowed by the thunder on the chain. "Don't waste your energy. This dark lightning is not something from the mortal world. With your cultivation, you are still unable to fight against it," the man said in a hoarse voice. Ning Chen frowned. Light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he flipped his right hand. A broken green cauldron appeared and flew forward. Black thunderbolts surged like the cries of thousands of birds, blasting towards the green cauldron. The thunder collided with the green cauldron, and an ear-piercing sound of collision rang out. The invincible thunder was actually stopped, unable to destroy the green cauldron. Inside the heavy chains, the man revealed a look of shock. He looked at the broken green cauldron floating in the void, and a hint of fear rose in his heart. Was this the celestial cauldron from the eastern celestial world? Tens of thousands of thunderbolts struck, but the green cauldron stood still like a mountain. Ning Chen looked forward and raised his right hand again. The immortal trapping sword flew out and turned into a ray of light, rushing straight towards the green cauldron. The immortal trapping sword? The man's expression was once again shocked. A hint of joy appeared on his face, but it quickly dimmed again. The immortal trapping sword was not known for its sharpness and could not cut through these chains. If it was the immortal slaying sword or the immortal slaying sword, perhaps he would have a chance to get out. The immortal sword flew into the green cauldron. Red light rose, and it continuously swallowed the dark thunder in the green cauldron. At the same time, the immortal corpse patrol sped over from the demonic zone. It did not dodge and directly crashed into it. Shocking sounds of collision rang out, and the demonic palaces collapsed and disintegrated. In the palace of the Seven Sins clan, Feng Xinzong sensed it. Murderous intent appeared in his old eyes. His figure flashed and came to the front of the main palace. In front of him, the immortal corpse patrol charged forward without stopping, destroying all obstacles. "How dare you!" Feng Xinzong's face was filled with anger. He raised his hand to block the immortal corpse patrol. Boom! The three dragons crashed into the gale. Faint divine light rose, and in the gale, the immortal corpse patrol charged out and crashed into the Seven Sins clan's main palace. The violent impact caused Feng Xinzong to spit out blood. His figure retreated, crashing into demonic palaces one after another. In the sacred palace, Jia Tiance looked outside the palace. His eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand and the go-bag soared into the sky. Thousands of black and white go-pieces flew out, turning into go-swords. In the demonic zone, the Immortal Corpse Patrol crashed into dozens of demonic palaces. Its momentum did not stop as it continued forward. The black and white go-swords flew past, their bodies growing larger and larger. The blade of the swords slashed toward the 3 dragon corpses. With a boom, divine light shone brightly on the dragon corpses. The black and white go-swords cracked and shattered. Yama, king of the underworld, you are finally willing to show yourself. As he spoke, the figure on the throne of the sacred palace disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the 3 dragon corpses. He raised his hand to command the heavens and earth. The wind and clouds swirled as he received the order to block the Immortal Corpse Patrol. As the Immortal Corpse Patrol clashed, the Immortal Corpse Patrol's momentum was hindered for the first time. At this moment, the woman in the palanquin, who had not moved at all, finally stood up and walked out. Her red wedding dress was dazzling. Under the red veil, her blood-red lips could be vaguely seen. She was so beautiful. The Immortal Corpse Patrol reappeared. Yama, Emperor! Her red lips parted slightly. Amidst the divine light, a purple divine sword descended from the sky. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword pressure swept out, frightening the gods and Buddhas. On the opposite side, seeing the divine artifact in the former's hand, the demon lord's expression turned serious. It was the underworld's #1 divine artifact, Yama, Emperor. Not daring to be careless, the demon lord made the first move. The demon lord flipped his palm. In an instant, demonic clouds swirled violently above the 9 heavens. Demonic lightning descended from the heavens, aiding the demon lord. The Immortal Corpse Patrol and the divine sword shook the demon lord's palm. With a terrifying collision, the palaces around the 2 turned into dust and completely disappeared. In front of the sacred palace, Jia Tiance walked out. Looking at the 2 supreme powerhouses fighting in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. If the ancient underworld hadn't been destroyed, then why had it remained hidden all these years? Were those Yama Kings really from the underworld? As he was thinking, the battle in front of him was a battle between the Immortal Corpse Patrol and the Demon Lord. Sword and palm collided, stirring up the 9 heavens. It was shocking. After several exchanges, it was difficult to gain the upper hand. The Demon Lord's expression turned serious. His demonic aura soared into the sky and pierced through the starry sky. He absorbed the 9 heavens' demonic refinement into his body. The ultimate demonic technique appeared in the world for the first time. 10,000 demons, heavenly tribulation. The ultimate power descended, and the demonic might shook the heavens. Under the red veil, the woman's expression did not change. She stepped out, and the ghost chi around her surged like 1,000 waves. 10,000 ghosts walked in the night, opposing each other. Chapter 960. In the demon territory, immortals and demons fought. Above the 9th heaven, demonic clouds rolled, and the howls of thousands of demons shook the earth. The demon lord roared as the source of thousands of demons gathered. He raised his hand and parted the sky. As the demonic power descended, the woman in the red wedding dress did not dodge. Ghost chi gathered around her as she activated Yama and slashed the demons. Boom! The divine artifact slashed thousands of demons. Ghost chi rushed into the sky, drawing a dazzling sword mark between heaven and earth. The first divine artifact of the underworld had appeared. The thousands of demons dissipated. The demon lord focused and raised his hand to block Yama. With a bang, his legs sank into the ground. The demon lord's eyes flashed, and his aura rose again. He clenched his fist and punched out. The rapidly approaching Yen Di crashed into the demon's fist. There was a violent tremor as the earth between the 2 of them cracked. Outside the battle, Jia Tiance looked at the battle in front of him. He raised his hand and made a seal. Chess pieces flew out and formed a barrier, blocking the waves. All the experts in the demon territory acted to help the Saint Arbiter and protect the demon territory. While the demons were guarding the demon territory, the battle between the immortals and demons became even more intense. The two sides clashed. Sword light and demon fists were like waves. Wave after wave of attacks shocked the gods of the ninth heaven. Sun-concealing demon technique, astral palm. The demon lord raised his hand and channeled the power of the stars. The demon lord's body shone with a strange light. His unparalleled cultivation increased, and the supreme martial arts of the demon palace showed its shocking power. It swept across the land and the sky cried. Under the pressure of the powerful palm, heaven and earth were shocked and everything collapsed. In the palm wind, the Yama king of the underworld was as still as a mountain. Her slender hand passed the sword, and purple sword light rolled out. It gathered the ghost chi of heaven and earth, and the power of the ghost wilderness appeared again. Ghost wilderness art, returned to nothing. Her voice was casual, without the slightest breath of the mortal world. Yama slashed through the woman's hand. Suddenly, the ghost chi disappeared, and the sword light continued to sweep forward. With a bang, the sword light hit the ghost chi barrier. In the violent impact, the demon lord took half a step back and fell slightly. As expected, the Yama king of the underworld didn't disappoint me. Pay attention, the real battle is coming. The demon lord looked at the woman in front of him, and his expression became serious. He took a step forward, and the demonic clouds in the sky swept over. In an instant, a huge demonic eye opened in the power of the demonic clouds. Under the dim light, everything in the world turned into nothingness. Below, the woman was surrounded by ghostly chi. Endless ghostly chi swept out and blocked the demonic eye in the sky. In a battle that transcended the boundaries of heaven and earth, the battle prowess of the two fourth-level cultivators continued to rise. A terrifying pressure spread out, and the cultivators of the demonic zone all vomited blood, unable to withstand this power that transcended the boundaries of heaven and earth. Not good. Outside the battle, Jia Tian's expression turned solemn. This king of hell was too powerful, and the devil lord had no time to care about him. If this continued, the devil's domain would be completely destroyed before the outcome of the battle could be determined. As his thoughts turned, Jia Tian looked at the three dragon corpses outside the battlefield. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. He waved his hand and held his sword. The two swords crossed, and a cold glint flashed past. In the battle, the woman sensed something. She swung her sword and shook off the battle. Her figure flashed past and blocked in front of the dragon corpses. With a slash of her sword, she scattered the black and white sword light. In an instant, the Devil Lord took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of him. His heavy fist condensed into essence and landed on the King of Hell's chest. 100 ghosts trapped the sky. At the moment of crisis, a cold voice rang out from the palanquin behind. Suddenly, 100 ghosts flew out and blocked in front of the woman. With a boom, the Devil Lord's attack was restrained. The woman turned her hand and landed a palm on the former's chest. Caught off guard, the Devil Lord grunted and took a few steps back. Blood dripped down and dyed his armor red. The Devil Lord looked at the palanquin in front of him, and a look of shock flashed across his eyes. There was another cultivator. In the palanquin, the red-clothed ghost lady sat quietly. Her empty and cold eyes did not show any emotion. Her delicate face was so beautiful that she did not seem like a mortal woman. She was so noble and extraordinary that no one dared to look at her directly. Devil Lord, you can't fight anymore. Jia Tian, who was outside the battle, reminded the Devil Lord as he looked at the half-destroyed Devil Domain. In the battle, the Devil Lord's expression darkened slightly. He raised his hand to suppress the injuries in his body. He looked at the cultivators in the palanquin in front of him who had yet to come out. 2 Fourth Realm cultivators. How could it be? Was there a second Fourth Realm cultivator in the underworld other than the King of Hell? In the battle, the woman stood quietly. Seeing that the person in front of her was no longer attacking, she did not continue to fight. She waved her hand and put away the king of hell. Her figure flashed and returned to the palanquin. In the next moment, the palanquin drove past, knocking away the palaces blocking its way, and continued to move forward. Looking at the palanquin disappearing into the distance, the Devil Lord clenched his fists, unable to suppress his anger. At the same time, in front of the crisscrossing chains in the immortal graveyard, thunder shook the sky and the immortal trapping cry echoed, constantly devouring the power of the surrounding thunder. With the green cauldron as the weapon and the immortal sword as the guide, it forcibly devoured the thunder on the chains. "What are you doing?" In the chains, the man looked at the former's actions and said seriously, "These thunder will keep regenerating. It can't be erased." Ning Chen did not answer. He continued to urge the immortal sword to devour the power of the thunder. After an hour, the thunder in the green cauldron had reached its limit. The immortal sword's red light flashed, bobbing up and down in the green cauldron. A powerful devouring force spread, restraining the eruption of the thunder. His goal was achieved. Behind Ning Chen, a phoenix appeared. It opened its mouth and swallowed the green cauldron. In the chains, the man's eyes darkened when he saw this. He said, "The immortal trapping sword and the immortal cauldron are both damaged. They can't suppress the thunder for too long. Once the thunder goes out of control, the power of the backlash is not something you can withstand." "Senior, thank you for your reminder. This junior will be careful," Ning Chen said softly. He looked at the man in front of him and said, "Senior, how can I save you? If one day you can withstand the thunder and find a peerless divine weapon like the immortal slaying sword or the immortal slaying sword, you may be able to save me." In the crisscrossing chains, the man said with a tired face. Ning Chen nodded and said seriously, "This junior understands. Senior, you have suffered. After this junior gets out, I will do my best to find a way to save you. However, this junior's talent is lacking. It may take a long time before I can come back again." When the man heard this, a light flashed in his tired eyes. He raised his head and looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of him. He said, "Wait, I have something to give you." As soon as he said this, the man shouted. His purple-black eyes shone brightly. A majestic power awakened, shocking people. At the same time, thunder exploded on the chains that locked the man's body. Terrifying thunder penetrated the man's body, preventing him from using his true essence. The man groaned in pain. He endured the pain all over his body. A drop of purple-black blood flew out from between his eyebrows and entered the former's body. After the soul blood left his body, the man's face quickly withered. He looked at the young man in front of him and said with extreme exhaustion, "This contains my comprehension when I broke through to the fourth realm. I hope it can help you." "Thank you, senior." Ning Chen bowed and respectfully bowed. This junior will remember senior's kindness in his heart. In the future, this junior will do his best to repay senior. After saying this, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the mountain. The moment he walked out of the mountain, Ning Chen's expression returned to normal. He looked back at the man in the mountain behind him. The depths of his eyes were as calm as water without any ripples. Sometimes it was really difficult to distinguish between good and evil. Chapter 961. In the spirit void, the flames of war raged across the sky. The army of the demon palace advanced all the way to the east. With the three pinnacle cultivators of the demon palace working together, their attacks were unstoppable. In front of each life star, demonic chi surged as dozens of demon soldiers marched forward, heading to the next life star. In front of the army, Jun Wentian, who was wearing the water cloud battlesuit, was standing on top of a war chariot. Demonic energy was surging around his body, and he looked like a peerless expert whose might had shocked the major star fields. In the short span of 100 days, the sects of the spirit void realm had lost a few more life stars. The attacks of the Demon Palace were becoming more and more difficult to resist. Ji family's sacred hall on the main seat, Ji Yuechu looked at the battle reports that came in one after another, his face becoming more and more gloomy. If this continued, they would completely lose the chance to counterattack. However, that demon master had not made a move yet, so they did not dare to rashly launch a large-scale counterattack. The current situation could be said to be a dead end, and there was no way to resolve it. Sacred Master. Below him, the Ji family Grand Elders all had anxious expressions. Half of the Spirit Void territory had been lost. If the demon army advanced further, they would not be far from the Ji family. On the main seat, thoughts flashed through Ji Yuechu's eyes. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "Go and invite Prince Qi, prepare to counterattack with all your might." Yes. One of the Supreme Elders stood up and respectfully accepted the order. In front of the royal palace in Fengming City, Lin Yuzhen looked at the battle report from the front line with a solemn expression. The combat power of the Devil Army was really shocking. If this continued, the entire Spirit Void Star region would be devoured by the Devil Palace. "Your Highness, the Ji clan's 9th Grand Elder requests an audience." Right at this moment, a guard stepped forward and said respectfully, "Please." Lin Yuzhen said as she collected her thoughts. "Yes." The guard accepted the order and turned to leave. Not long after, the 9th Grand Elder of the Ji family walked over quickly. Looking at the Phoenix Cry King, he bowed politely and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." "9th Elder, you don't have to be so courteous. What brings you here?" Lin Yuzhen asked directly. "The Saint Lord invites Your Highness to discuss the counterattack," the Ji clan's 9th Grand Elder said seriously. Lin Yuzhen narrowed her eyes and nodded. "Please wait a moment." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yuzhen clenched her right hand and a ray of light flew out from the imperial palace behind her. The divine weapon of Beiki had reappeared in its peerless glory. "Let's go." Lin Yuzhen gripped her sword and stepped forward. After a few breaths of time, the two figures disappeared and sped off into the distance. Just as Beiki and the Ji family were preparing to counterattack, in the Red Phoenix Star Zone, between the three divine suns, 3 kings of hell stood in the air. In the middle, Yin, whose eyes were closed, looked nervous as if she was facing a great enemy. "Yin, there's no need to be nervous. Just display your strength." Outside the battlefield, Mu Qingxue looked at the girl among the 3 Yama kings and said. Yin nodded, and her tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky became chaotic, and an unusually strong pressure came from all directions. In the battle, Mu Qianshang, Ai Ran, and Luo Shun revealed strange expressions. Was this the power of a heaven speaker? It was truly astonishing. "Luo Shun," said Aaron Ming. "N." Luo Shun nodded and raised his right hand. Immediately, the wind and clouds in the sky dispersed. The power of a god was strong enough to shake the power of the gods. Outside the battle, Nu Chang looked at the battle with a solemn expression. "This battle is going to be difficult. Luo Shun has the body of a deity, so his suppression of Yin is the most obvious. Now that they have joined forces, Yin is going to suffer. Even if she chose this path, she can't be afraid of suffering." Mu Qingshue's expression was calm. Now that her master is not here, there's no one to protect her. She must learn how to protect herself. As the two spoke, the 3 Yama kings moved together. A purplish-red figure flashed past, and the green moth sword was drawn. Yin-Er's eyes narrowed, and she dodged the sword light that came close to her. She raised her hand, and the sky and clouds were swept away. Too slow. Yi Xuanmiao slashed the wind and clouds with his sword. His sword momentum did not stop, and every move was merciless. The cold sword pressed down, and Yin-Er's figure kept retreating. Unexpectedly, the Buddha energy behind her was like a wave, and they joined forces to attack her. Her palm landed on Yin-Er's left shoulder, and Ai Ran immediately withdrew 90% of her strength and retreated. 3 moves. Outside the battle, Mu Qingshue's expression turned cold. Again. In the battle, Ai ran, Luotian and Yi Xuanmiao sighed in their hearts. When this woman of Desolation's city became ruthless, it was truly impressive. Mu Qingxue usually doted on her, but today she was like a completely different person, completely cold and heartless. Among the three, Yin Er's eyes were filled with grievance, but she still endured the pain on her shoulder, and focused on the next round of battle. Ai Ran Ming moved first, and the golden Buddha light was dazzling. The vast power broke through the sky and clouds and swept over again. Yin raised her hand to block the palm, and a rumbling sound was heard. Between the two, waves of air rolled, and the sky and earth trembled. Green Moth Neon. The moment their palms met, the green moth neon arrived again, and the sword whistled, drawing a dazzling sword light, and broke through the sky. Sensing danger, Ina raised her left hand, and thunder surged, and blocked the sword light. Using two palms to block the attack, the aftershock shook. Yin who controlled the power of heaven and earth, swept the wind and clouds, protecting her body, and nothing could break through. Finally, it's a little interesting. Outside the battle, Ai Ran's eyes flashed with gratification. It was not easy to nurture an expert, and Yin had excellent aptitude and foundation, but her battle experience and comprehension of martial arts were too far apart. If she did not work hard, it would be difficult for her to achieve anything. Silent Samsara. In the battle, the moment the three were in a stalemate, Luotian raised her hand and Samsara descended. Instantly, a huge space vortex appeared in the battle, and swallowed the three. In the vortex, Ai Ran and Yi Xuanmiao's figures disappeared, and they were sent out of Samsara. Yin expression changed slightly, and she activated her vital essence, using the power of heaven and earth to protect her body, resisting the devouring power of Samsara. Heavenly punishment. Samsara was difficult to break. Yin shouted, commanding heaven and earth, and heavenly punishment appeared for the first time. In an instant, the sky changed, and dark clouds rolled, and endless lightning fell, drowning the battle. In the battle, the three Yama kings were surprised, and their figures flashed, avoiding the layers of lightning. Not bad. Under the lightning, Luotian said softly, and with a flip of her delicate hand, divine power appeared again. Heavenly punishment, borrowing sword from the heavens. In an instant, between heaven and earth, thousands of sword lights gathered, condensing into one, and turned into a huge sword that pierced through the air. Divine power and heavenly might, the two extreme forces collided, and violent aftershocks spread out, and the battle was immediately separated, and the four of them retreated dozens of feet. At the same time, outside the divine restriction, a plain-clothed figure appeared, looking at the battle in front, and a gratified expression appeared on his face. It seemed that his choice was correct. Only by leaving his wings could this girl truly grow up. Just like when he left Zhang Xuan's wings, Yin also needed to grow up independently. Ji Ming, quickly come to Xiao Yuchang, and there is something important to discuss. At this moment, a solemn voice resounded from within the Chaos Scroll. It was a voice transmission. Hearing this, Ning Chen's expression turned serious, and he did not stay any longer. His figure flashed, and he rushed to the distant Red Phoenix Star region. Chapter 962. Red Phoenix Star Zone, Jinsi City. On the second floor of Dawn Moon Chang, the master of Dawn Moon Tower stood in front of the window with a serious expression, waiting for Ji Ming to arrive. Not long after, a phoenix flew across the sky above Jinsi City and arrived in front of the restaurant in an instant. She walked forward and came to the second floor of Dawn Moon Restaurant in one step. She was so fast that no one on the first floor noticed that someone had just passed by. On the second floor, in the bright room, the master of Dawn Moon Tower looked at Ji Ming and said, "Sit." Ning Chen nodded and sat down at the table. He looked at the person in front of him and said calmly, "What's the matter that made me rush here? There's a deal that will be worthless after some time. It depends on whether Brother Ning is interested." The master of Dawn Moon Tower looked serious and said. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "What's the price?" Jun Wentian's third demonic eye, the master of Dawn Moon Tower said calmly. Ning Chen was stunned. After a while, he said seriously, "Master, this price is quite high. Information is priceless." "This price is reasonable," the master of Dawn Moon Tower said. "Sure." Ning Chen nodded and said, "As long as the information is worth this price, I will not refuse." Brother Ning's credibility, this house lord still believes in it. The master of Dawn Moon Tower nodded and looked at the young man in front of her. She said slowly, "The demon lord is injured, and his injuries are not light." Ning Chen heard this and his eyes narrowed. He said in a low voice, "Master, this is not a joke. With the strength of the demon lord, no one in this world could hurt him, let alone seriously injure him. When have I ever joked with Brother Ning?" The Dawn Moon House master said calmly, "Not long ago, there was a great battle in the demon domain. More than half of the demon domain was destroyed, and the demon lord also suffered serious injuries. Although the Saint Arbiter deliberately concealed it, it is not that difficult to find out about such a big matter." Ning Chen's face became serious. If this was the case, then this information was really priceless. "Master, you have now joined the Demon Palace. Why are you telling me this information?" Ning Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the former. "Position and business do not affect each other. I am a businessman. How can I waste such a good business opportunity?" The Dawn Moon Brothel Master said calmly. Ning Chen nodded and said, "I will send over the reward as soon as possible. Time is of the essence, so I will take my leave first." "I'm sure we'll meet again," said the Waning Moon Brothel Master. "Until we meet again." Ning Chen responded and didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked out. An instant later, her figure flashed and vanished. Not long after Ning Chen left, Hong Luan walked into the room. Looking at the figure standing by the window, she softly asked, "Tower Master, have you really sided with the Devil Palace? Why do you ask?" The Waning Moon House mistress retracted her gaze and looked at the woman beside her with a smile. "Hong Luan feels that Tower Master isn't someone who can't distinguish right from wrong and won't help the evildoer," Hong Luan said seriously. "Heh." The Waning Moon House mistress faintly smiled and said, "Who can truly distinguish right from wrong? How can there be so much right from wrong in this world? What truly decides right from wrong is always success or failure. History is ultimately written by the victors. Based on the current situation, the Devil Palace is very likely to become the final victor." Hearing this, Hong Luan turned silent. She couldn't refute the Tower Master's words, but her intuition told her that the Tower Master was certainly planning something and wasn't sincerely siding with the Devil Palace. Spirit Void Star Region, Ji Family's Sacred Palace. Lin Yuzhen and the Ji Family's Sacred Master had a long discussion about the counterattack. Just as the discussion was about to end, a streak of light streaked across the sky above the Ji family. Before they could react, it had already arrived in the Sacred Palace. Inside the Sacred Palace, the Ji family's Grand Elder's expressions turned serious. Just as they were about to stand up and make a move, they suppressed their auras after seeing the person who had arrived. "Mr. Ning, isn't it impolite to barge in without greeting us?" A Ji family's Grand Elder revealed a displeased expression. "Apologies." Ning Chen bowed apologetically and said, "This matter is urgent. I hope the Sacred Master and Elders can forgive me." "Mr. Ning, why did you come in such a hurry?" On the main seat, Ji Yuechu looked at the young man in the hall with a puzzled expression. "Sacred Master, are we preparing to counterattack next?" Ning Chen looked at the Ji family's Sacred Master and asked seriously. Ji Yuechu nodded and said, "In the current situation, we have no way to retreat. We must counterattack to have a chance. This one is willing to lend a hand to the Sacred Master." Ning Chen bowed and said. On the main seat, a strange expression flashed across Ji Yuechu's face and he said, If Mr. Ning is willing to help, we naturally welcome him. On the main seat, Lin Yuzhen, who hadn't spoken, looked at the man in the hall with doubt in her eyes. Why would he suddenly make such a decision? It was really strange. Sacred Master, since we've decided to counterattack, it's better to do it as soon as possible. As the saying goes, speed is the most important thing in war. I hope the Sacred Master can dispatch troops as soon as possible, Ning Chen reminded. On the main seat, Ji Yuechu frowned slightly. Why was Mr. Ning even more anxious than them? Sacred Master, Brother Ning's words are reasonable. Lin Yuzhen said, if we can counterattack before the Devil Palace's army arrives, we might be able to achieve unexpected results. Ji Yuechu pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, please don't worry. I will arrange it as soon as possible and won't waste any time. Ning Chen nodded and said, this one still has some matters to arrange, so I won't stay any longer. When the Sacred Master dispatches troops, I will come on time. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light flashed in the hall and he instantly disappeared. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. In the hall, everyone was puzzled. What did this Mr. Ning want to do? He was too impatient. On the main seat, Ji Yuechu looked at Prince Qi with an inquiring expression. Seeing the former's gaze, Lin Yuzhen gently shook her head and said, this king doesn't know what happened, but this king trusts him. Ji Yuechu nodded and didn't ask anything else. In the Ziwei galaxy, between the 3 divine suns, the 10 halls of the underworld stood on the primitive Great Star. Outside the Great Star, the divine restriction sealed all auras and obstructed any heavenly secret. At this moment, in front of the divine restriction, a plain-clothed figure appeared and silently walked into the divine restriction. Under the cover of the Chaos Scroll, Ning Chen's figure flitted past and rushed downwards. In front of the King Yama Palace, Yi-Er, who was comprehending the power of heaven and earth, suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, thunder from the 9 heavens descended from the sky. With a loud rumble, the thunder drowned the void. The earth-shaking tremors immediately attracted the attention of the kings of hell. In the various halls, figures flashed and arrived outside the King Yama Palace, looking at the distant King Yama Palace. A plain-clothed figure walked out from the thunder. He looked at the girl in front of him and said helplessly, Yi-Er, how can you welcome your master back like this? When Yi-Er heard this, there was no joy on her face. She raised her right hand and in an instant, thunder roared from the 9 heavens and came crashing down. Chapter 963. At the new location of the Netherworld, knowing destiny had returned. Seeing Ning Chen, Yi-Er did not look happy. She raised her hand to summon thunder and lightning. Facing the little girl's anger, Ning Chen's face was full of helplessness. He turned around and avoided the thunder. One powerful figure after another walked out from the Yama King's palaces, and when they saw the man in the middle of the lightning, they quickly recovered from their shock. They had doubts about knowing Destiny's life and death, so they were not too shocked. However, Yi-Er seemed to really believe him. If Ji Ming didn't suffer a little, this girl definitely wouldn't let him off. In front of the Yama Palace, Yi-Er showed her ability as a heaven speaker. She commanded heaven and earth and shocked the world with heavenly punishment. Hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky, illuminating the entire underworld as blinding as day. In the rolling wind and clouds, Yi-Er was like an angry lion cub, constantly summoning lightning bolts to strike her master. Mu Qingxue walked out of the Impermanence Palace, not far from the Yama Palace. Seeing the scene in front of him, he said, "You don't have to hide. You have been away for so long, you should fulfill your responsibility as a teacher and fight with your disciple." In the thunder and lightning, Ning Chen nodded slightly. His figure flashed and formed a sword with his fingers. Sword Qi rose. The sword light shook the thunder and lightning. In the thunder and lightning, a figure in plain clothes swept out like a bolt of lightning. His cold sword finger slashed towards the little girl's hands. Ha! Yi-Er's face was full of anger. She summoned wind and thunder to block the sword finger that broke through the air. Extreme Tao and heavens might collided. Thousands of waves spread out rapidly. Ning Chen's figure passed through and appeared behind Yin-Er in an instant. He guided the wind and snow to block her movement. As the sword chi approached, Yin-Er's figure disappeared instantly. So close yet worlds apart, she moved 10 feet away in an instant. Oh! A strange look flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. He was surprised for a moment. He took a step forward and rushed forward again. He was so fast that the space twisted violently. He was so fast that one could not even see his afterimage. Yin-Er's face changed slightly. She stepped forward and widened the distance again. She raised her hand and the wind and clouds gathered to protect her body. 9 Heaven's star-picking hand. In an instant, the Qilin's unique skill appeared. Ning Chen turned his palm and grabbed the little girl's shoulder. With a rumble, the void collapsed. The power of the star plucking dispersed the wind and clouds, and directly grabbed towards the little girl's shoulder. Yin-Er flipped her palm and raised her yuan. Rushing thunder roared in the 4 seas. Violent waves swept out, and the lightning increased in power, blocking the extreme power. His peerless foundation and shocking martial arts complemented each other. The power of heaven and earth was actually suppressed, making it difficult for him to display his full strength. Yin-Er's small mouth twitched. She was both angry and aggrieved. Her delicate hands moved, splitting the sky and splitting the sea. With a clang, the heavenly might dispersed the hand of plucking stars. Yin-Er's figure flew out and took the initiative to move forward. Chaotic wind and clouds. His palm condensed origin energy, causing the wind and clouds to howl. The violent and condensed origin energy of heaven and earth violently howled, carrying a shocking force as it blasted forward. The corners of Ning Chen's mouth curled up slightly. His hands formed yin and yang. His sword and palm moved side by side, and the sun and moon appeared. The yin moon heavenly sun turned into a sword and shot out. Suddenly, the sword chi broke through the wind and clouds and arrived in front of the little girl. 3 inches ago, the sword chi automatically disappeared. This unparalleled control was unique in the world. Yin-Er pursed her lips and stopped fighting. She retracted her aura. She could already use the power of a heaven speaker, but she still couldn't beat this bad guy. Ning Chen waved his hand to disperse the wind and clouds around him. He walked forward and patted the little girl's head. He smiled and said, "All right, don't be angry. Master had no choice. I apologize." Humph. Yin-Er turned her head and continued to throw a tantrum. Ning Chen smiled. This little girl had a childish temper. She would probably be fine in a while. After the battle ended, a figure moved in front of each palace. In an instant, they arrived in front of King Yama's palace. Xiaozi walked forward and patted the person's shoulder. His expression was as calm as before, but he didn't say a word. "Good friend, I'm sorry to have made you worry," said Ning Chen softly. Xiaozi nodded. It was enough that he had returned. "Sir Ning, you've deceived all of us this time." Aaron Ming Monarch strode forward with a smile on her enchanting face. "I had no choice. I'm sorry." Ning Chen had an apologetic look on his face as he apologized to the crowd once again. "All right, since Ji Ming is back, let's prepare for the next counterattack. Now that more than half of the Spirit Void Realm has been lost, the Ji family and the Spirit Void Realm sects are obviously having a hard time defending. We can't sit back and do nothing," said Yixuan Miao. "Yes." Everyone nodded and walked towards King Yama's palace. In the palace, everyone took their seat. After a few months, they gathered again to discuss the matter of fighting the demons. Ning Chen walked to his seat and sat down. He looked at everyone in front of him and said, "Now, I have a piece of news from the Dawn Moon Tower Master. I think everyone will be interested." Everyone stared and waited for him to continue. "The Demon Lord is injured, and it's not light," said Ning Chen seriously. Everyone was shocked. How could it be? Ji Ming, is the news reliable? The Dawn Moon Tower Master's position is no longer worthy of our trust. Could this be a conspiracy between her and the Demon Palace? Nu Chang asked seriously. It's possible. Ning Chen nodded and said, however, the possibility of this is extremely small. Everyone should be clearly aware of the Devil Master's strength. It's really meaningless to make an expert who's already invincible in the world put in the effort to set up this trap. We can't let our guard down. It's better for us to be careful, reminded Yi Xuanmiao. I understand. Ning Chen replied softly and said, Beiki and the Ji family have decided to fight back with all their might. Don't make a move first, just wait and see. It's not appropriate. Xia Zi said calmly from the seat of honor. If this news is true, we will lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity once the Demon Lord recovers from his injuries if we don't act soon. What if it's false? Yi Xuanmiao asked solemnly. The Demon Lord's strength is far above ours. If this news is false, we can't hide our identities anymore. We can't bear the consequences. Everyone fell silent. Both of them had a point. This was indeed a difficult decision to make. Ji Ming, do you have any suggestions? Lady Chang asked. Ning Chen nodded and said calmly, It's simple. You guys stay in the dark. Yin-Er and I will attack together with Prince Qi. We will test if the Demon Lord is seriously injured. Yin-Er. Mu Qingxue frowned and said, No, Yin-Er's combat experience hasn't reached the level where she can fight against a powerhouse like the Demon Lord. Why don't I do it? Luo Shen said from the seat, I rarely show myself in the inner world. It shouldn't be a big problem if my identity is exposed. No. Ning Chen shook his head and said, None of us know how much information the Demon Palace's Shengxi has obtained from Senior Sister Dai. We can't take this risk. Mistress Mu, let me go. It'll be fine. Yin-Er tugged at the clothes of the woman beside her and said softly, No. Mu Qingxue's expression turned cold and said, You're still a distance away from your master and the Demon Lord's level. You can't mess around. Qingxue. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and said seriously, I will do my best to protect this girl. I won't let anything happen to her. Although you guys are accompanying her in her cultivation, she will never understand the fear of death without experiencing a real battle. Mu Qingxue frowned again after hearing this. After a long time, he said, I can let Yin-Er attack, but I have to follow her in secret just in case. Ning Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Mu Qingxue had the extreme speed of heaven and earth. Even if he was discovered, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Just as the Yama kings of the underworld were discussing the matter of resisting the Demon Palace, the Demon Palace's army was marching east in the spirit void starfield. They were getting closer and closer to the White Emperor star. For several days, experts from various great sects gathered on the White Emperor star, preparing for the final counterattack. The army was led by the Ji family's sacred master and Lin Yuzhen, two peak-stage True Realm experts. A group of True Realm experts followed. All the fighting forces of the Spirit Void Starfield gathered on the White Emperor star, preparing to fight the Demon Palace's army to the death. Mr. Ning isn't here yet? In front of the army, Ji Yuechu looked at Princess Qi, who was disguised as a man, and asked. He should be here soon. He always keeps his promises. If he agrees, he will definitely come. Lin Yuzhen said seriously. Then let's wait a little longer. Ji Yuechu nodded. No need to wait. At this moment, the space in front of the army rippled and two figures walked out. The man in front was wearing plain clothes and had a powerful aura. Yin-Er. Seeing the girl beside Ji Ming, Lin Yuzhen frowned. Why did Ning Chen bring Yin-Er here? Sacred Master. Ning Chen walked forward and bowed politely. Let's go. Ji Yuechu nodded and looked at the generals behind him. Let's go. With a single order, the army set out in a grandiose manner, stepping into the starry sky. In front of the army, Ning Chen and Yin-Er stood quietly on a huge bronze chariot. After the battle, Yner closed her eyes again and meditated. Ning Chen looked at the girl beside him and said softly, Yner, although a heaven speaker can command the power of heaven and earth, your physical body is still human. So, don't meditate for too long. Otherwise, once you open your eyes and release your power, your body won't be able to withstand it. Yner nodded and silently agreed. She knew what Ning Chen was worried about. However, this time, the opponent was the demon master. She had to obtain enough power. For more than 100 years, Ning Chen had been protecting her and she couldn't help him at all. Now that she had inherited the power of a heaven speaker, she had to help Ning Chen block the demon master no matter what. Not far away, on the sky ship, Lin Yuzhen looked over at the man on the chariot and transmitted her voice. Brother Ning, is it really okay to bring Yner along? It's fine. Ning Chen replied. Although Yner's battle experience isn't as good as ours, she has the power of heaven and earth to protect her body. She will be of great help to us. However, just in case, I also invited another person. With her help, our chances of winning will increase by a lot. Who are you talking about? A strange light flickered in Lin Yuzhen's eyes as she asked. The moon-worshipping clan's high priest, the current moon god, venerable by you. Ning Chen said softly. In the Reverence Moon Clan's holy ground, Reverence Moon Clan's disciples knelt in worship. Reverence Moon Clans, 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 holy ground. Farewell, Moon God. The moon-worshipping clans members bowed their heads and said with reverence. At the same time, in the Devil region, several figures flew out, rushing towards the Spirit Void Star region. The war was about to start. Various forces moved together, making the final preparations for this war that they had been preparing for a long time. In the Spirit Void Star region, the two armies approached each other, and the flames of war were about to erupt. Chapter 964. In the starry sky, the two armies of the Demon Palace and the Spirit Void faced each other. Their fine iron battlesuits emitted a cold light. Hundreds of thousands of people stood in the air. Their auras were so terrifying that it made people tremble. The great battle was about to begin. The elites of both armies had all come out. Both sides knew that this battle would determine the future of Lingshu. Before the army of the Devil Palace, Jun Wentian and the Stellar Moon sect stood side by side. They were the peak experts of the world. Even before they acted, they already gave off an indescribable pressure. On the Spirit Void Alliance's side, the Ji family's Holy Lord and Baki's Prince of Qi stood side by side. As the commander and deputy commander of the Spirit Void Alliance, they did not panic in the face of the demon army. Behind the two of them, the four kings of Baki and the black and yellow ancestors of the Ji family walked out together. Their gazes were fixed in front of them, and their eyes were filled with solemnity. Kill! In front of the Devil army, Jun Wentian waved his hand, and the Devil army surged out like a tidal wave. Amidst the turbulent undercurrent, the three peerless cultivators of the Demon Palace remained unmoved, intimidating the Spirit Void cultivators. In front of the Spirit Void army, Ji Yuechu also waved his hand and sent out his troop. In an instant, tens of thousands of iron streams rushed past and met the Devil army in front. The two armies clashed, and both sides charged into the other side's camp. The slaughter began at this moment. Dazzling flowers of blood flew into the sky, dyeing the starry sky red. In the army, Lin Yuzhen waved her hand. Amid the cries of the phoenix, Baki's #1 divine weapon was unsheathed. The tip of the sword pierced through the air and started the battle. Prince Qi made his move, and Ji Yuechu moved at the same time. The divine scroll's martial arts were world-shaking, and the entire battlefield immediately shook. The huge stars swayed, unable to bear this terrifying power. Behind him, the black and yellow patriarchs revealed a look of determination in their eyes. Their figures flashed as they raised their powers to the limit. They didn't have much time left, so they might as well give it their all in this battle. In front of the devil army, Jun Wentian waved his hand and grasped the sword. He circulated his profound arts, and the Moon Devil Divine artifact immediately changed its form. Jun Wentian took a step forward, and his silhouette dashed out at a high speed. As the divine artifacts clashed, dazzling cold stars filled the eyes. The cries of the phoenix and the inverted water moon clashed at the peak, causing boundless aftershocks to surge out. Within a radius of 50 kilometers, the soldiers of both sides were instantly blasted flying, and it was difficult for them to take even half a step forward. The two of them exchanged a few blows before the four kings of Baki arrived and joined forces to fight the first guardian of the Demon Palace. On the other side, the Black Patriarch and Yellow Patriarch were facing off against the Stellar Patriarch and the Lunar Patriarch. Their powerful cultivations collided with each other, and their might was shocking. The three-way battle began. Ji Yuechu's silhouette flashed past. His palms turned into fists as he punched out, aiming for the Starlight Sect. Boom! At this moment, black butterflies fluttered in the air, and a beautiful figure in blue walked out. Her sleeves crisscrossed, blocking the former. When the demonic butterfly appeared, the expressions of the experts in the battle turned serious as they looked ahead. Two extremely powerful figures walked out from the demonic clouds. The saint of the demonic palace and the head of the Seven Sins sect had appeared on the battlefield, adding another variable to the battle. Another expert from the Devil Palace appeared. In the battlefield, Ji Yuechu's expression stiffened. He respectfully said, "Ancestor of the 5 cardinal points, please make your move." As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant light filled the starry sky. An incomparably powerful aura filled the air. An instant later, the void split open and an old man in ancient faint yellow robes walked out. The aura of time flowed around him. It was abnormally heavy, shocking everyone present. Fourth realm. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Did the Ji family still have a fourth realm expert alive? Beside Jie Tiance, Ming Yuzong looked at the Ji family's ancestor of the 5 cardinal points who appeared on the battlefield. He didn't expect the Ji family to still have such an expert. "I'll leave this person to you," Jie Tiance said lightly. "Okay." Ming Yuzong nodded. He took a step forward, his divine son manifested, and instantly rushed to the front. "Ancestor of the 5 cardinal points, please make your move." At this moment, in the battlefield, Ji Yuechu spoke again, this time respectfully. Amidst everyone's shocked expressions, the wind and clouds swirled, and an old man in ancient sky-blue robes appeared. His aura was even more powerful, and as soon as he appeared, the entire area shook. The heaven, earth, black, and yellow 4 ancestors have all appeared. Ji family's Saint Lord, your decision has impressed me. In the battlefield, Ji Yuechu looked at the Ji family's 4 ancestors and said lightly, "The Saint Lord has been so aggressive, the Ji family can't just sit and wait for death, right?" Ji Yuechu flipped his palm and shook off the battlefield. He looked at the saint of the demonic palace not far away and said coldly, "Heh." Jie Tiance smiled faintly and said, "Do you think that 2 fourth realm masters with dried-up blood and chi can stop my master? Lord Saint Lord, you're really annoying." Ji Yuechu's gaze darkened. He looked at the sky where the demonic clouds were swirling, and his expression turned serious. The demonic palace's master is finally coming. In the rumbling, the starry sky dimmed, and in the suffocating pressure, the only 4th realm expert in the mortal world descended from the sky. His terrifying aura suppressed everyone present. The strongest demonic cultivator was unparalleled. In the battlefield, the experts were all shocked. It was the first time they faced such a level of pressure, and they couldn't even raise the thought of resisting. With the appearance of the demonic lord, the tide of the battle that was about to turn tilted again. The Spirit Void Sect's allied forces were all in despair. They had only heard of the 4th realm in legend. Although they knew that it was powerful, they could only feel how insignificant their existence was in front of the 4th realm when they faced it personally. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, above the void, the wind and snow swept, and a white figure walked out of thin air. The sharp and threatening sword pressure swept in all directions, sweeping away the demonic aura that filled the sky. The ninth son of Mahist sect. When the experts saw this, they were all shocked. It's actually him? In 100 years, he was a miraculous expert who rose up. In the past 100 years, he had almost never been defeated, and he kept creating his own legends. The Spirit Void Sect's experts didn't have a good impression of this person. 100 years ago, in the ancient battlefield, too many star domain supremacies died in his hands, and the Spirit Void Sect was no exception. However, no one could deny the strength of this person. Especially in the battle where Chilan Pavilion was destroyed, the reputation of the ninth son of Mahist's sect had shaken the entire starry sky. Could the miraculous child continue to be miraculous this time and stop the number one expert in the world? As everyone's thoughts were fluctuating, the wind and snow swept around the white-clothed figure, and his powerful aura was close to the number one expert in the starry sky. Looking at the person in front of him, the demonic lord's eyes flashed, and he said calmly, "You're finally willing to show yourself. Please." Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and didn't say anything else. "You're alone? Then the only ending for you is defeat and death." The demonic lord's expression turned cold, and he took a step forward. The demonic aura around him kept rolling, and those who couldn't avoid it in time immediately exploded. "What if I'm included?" As he spoke, a deafening roar soared into the sky, and a huge phantom of a flying serpent appeared. Lin Yuzhen escaped from the battle, and her body broke through the restraints, reaching the peak of her life. Her hair bun burst open, and her black hair danced in the wind. Lin Yuzhen regained her female appearance, and she was less handsome and more beautiful. In the battle below, the Ji clan's 4 ancestors blocked Jun Wentian and the 3 sects to buy time for the battle. The ninth son of Mahist's sect, Prince Qi Lin Yuzhen, "Let me see how far you can go." As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic lord gathered his energy, and an earth-shattering palm came out, swallowing mountains and overturning seas. When the palm arrived, heaven and earth were shocked. Ning Chen stopped in his tracks, and the 4 scrolls of lifeless heaven and earth were opened. The chaos manifested, and the world was endless, and the reincarnation cycle was endless. The heaven-shattering palm and the power of world creation collided with each other, and a powerful aftershock spread out. Ning Chen fell back a few steps, but his expression was calm, and his expression didn't change. Just as the two sides started fighting, the void in the distance rolled, and the people of the Netherworld sect appeared. They used the Chaos Scroll to cover their breaths, and looked at the battle in front of them with solemn expressions. "Is this the real strength of the Marquis of Knowing Destiny?" Yi Xuanmiao asked, and his heart was stirred up. They didn't see the battle of sending gods 100 years ago, but they knew that the strength of the Knowing Destiny state was not as simple as it usually was. If the demonic lord's cultivation is the most powerful in the world, then the foundation of the Knowing Destiny state is the most powerful in the universe. If we have to find someone to fight the demonic lord head-on, then the Knowing Destiny state is the only choice, the female Chang said seriously. What the female Chang said makes sense, but the demonic lord is a cultivator of the 4th level after all. Even if the foundation of the Knowing Destiny state is unparalleled, how long can he last against the demonic lord's moves? Wu Qingying looked worried. 10 moves. Beside her, Mu Qingxue said calmly, "At most 10 moves, his body will collapse, so he only has 10 chances." While they were talking, the battle in the distance became more and more intense. After one move, the yin and yang array opened around the Knowing Destiny state, and the sun and the moon appeared together. The immortal arts of the Mahist sect reappeared in the world. The moment the sun and the moon appeared, endless sword will rushed out from Ning Chen's body and merged into the sun and the moon. Suddenly, the sun and the moon merged into the sword, and the immortal might was shocking. Looking down on the world, the demonic dragon devours the sky. The immortal might arrived, and the demonic lord's fists turned into the top demonic energy. He put his fists together, and the vast demonic waves surged crazily. In the terrifying power, 2 huge black demonic dragons appeared, roaring and swallowing the sky and the sun. With a shocking explosion, the 2 demonic dragons swallowed the sun and the moon, and continued to attack forward. Ning Chen waved his hand and held the sword. The Tai Chi array spun rapidly, and the power of yin and yang increased. The fire was snow, and the ice was glamorous. He killed the demonic dragon with one move. With a grunt, the demonic qi hit him. Ning Chen's mouth was red, but he didn't step back. He resisted the impact of the demonic qi and turned his sword around to fight back. The dragon and phoenix roared, borrowing each other's strength. 2 sword qi broke through the air, broke through the demonic qi's restraint, and arrived in front of the demonic lord. The sword qi attacked. The devil master flipped his palm and blocked the sword qi of dragon and phoenix with a bang. Excellent swordsmanship. Unfortunately, you will still lose. With that, the demonic lord raised his hands to the sky. In a shocking scene, a huge black vortex appeared in the sky. Thunder roared, and the demonic might engulfed the world. Rivers red for all generations. The demonic lord prepared his move. In the battle, Prince Qi, who hadn't made a move until now, moved for the first time. His body was like 1,000 illusions, and the cries of phoenixes streaked past. Sword Qi intertwined, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the starry sky. The sword light broke through the air and arrived in front of the demonic lord in an instant. The demonic lord frowned and diverted his origin energy. He stretched out his hand to block the former's sword move. The 2 swords moved at the same time. The 2 joined forces and arrived in front of the demonic lord in an instant. The 2 swords broke the demonic lord's defense. The phoenix and flying serpent appeared at the same time, and the power of the divine beasts increased. The sword moves penetrated the demonic qi and approached the demonic lord's heart inch by inch. Back off. The demonic qi flowed back. The demonic lord's expression turned cold. He struck out with both palms and the demonic might exploded. Heavenly punishment. At this moment, a clear sound rang out without any warning, shocking everyone present. In an instant, thunder roared from the 9th heaven, and 10,000 thunderbolts crashed down, drowning the demonic lord. Chapter 965. In the Spirit Void Starfield, during the Level 1 Demon Slayer battle, Knowing Destiny and Prince Qi joined forces. The 2 most stunning experts of the current era fought against the strongest person in the world. The demonic might was shocking and unparalleled. The 2 experts were sent flying back hundreds of feet. After repelling the 2 experts with one move, the demonic lord raised his true yuan again, wanting to follow up with another attack. At that moment, the clouds in the sky changed, and thousands of lightning bolts struck down with shocking might. After accumulating energy for many days, Yin-Er's true yuan continued to surge, commanding heaven and earth. A trace of blood appeared in her beautiful eyes. It was not clear, but it was there. Forcefully accumulating the power of heaven and earth that surpassed the limits of the physical body, Yin-Er's meridians began to crack. The moment she opened her eyes, a red light flashed in her eyes. In the battle in front, thousands of lightning bolts struck down, breaking through the demonic shield and landing on the demonic lord. The demonic lord raised his hand, wanting to block the heavenly punishment. Suddenly, his chest felt heavy. The injury to his heart meridian caused by the lord of the underworld backfired. The moment he used this move, it weakened by 90%. With the lightning bolts on his body, the heavenly punishment shocked the world. It blasted away the demonic qi and struck down from the sky. In the intense tremor, the demonic lord's body sank. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was the first time he saw blood since the battle. He is indeed injured. Hundreds of feet away, Lin Yuzhen stopped and looked at the demonic palace master who had seen blood. Then let's fight with all our strength. Ning Chen replied calmly. With a deep shout, the three bodies merged amidst the rolling phoenix fire and demonic chi. Divine might appeared. His white hair turned red, fluttering in the wind. Demonic chi flowed in his deep, black eyes. The three bodies of different attributes clashed with each other. Ning Chen's skin cracked inch by inch and traces of blood appeared. With a step, the white-clothed figure disappeared in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. Before the demonic lord could react, he was already in front of him. It was fast, and it was still fast. He was as fast as a storm, as fast as lightning. The three bodies merged and gathered all their power. Ning Chen displayed the power of the God Slayer. The sword light slashed down, and heaven and earth were instantly separated. The demonic lord raised his hand, and the sword and palm met. Furious currents swept out crazily, shocking heaven and earth. The two incomparably valiant people unleashed their martial arts to the fullest. Their moves bombarded each other, each of them threatening to kill. Outside the battlefield, the experts watching the two of them were shocked. The ninth son of Mo Gate had already reached such a level of power. The heavy palm landed on Ning Chen's body, causing blood to spurt out. However, Ning Chen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, relying on his peerless foundation and the origin of the divine tree to resist the demonic cultivator's attack. The three moves collided. The tip of the sword broke through the demonic protection, and the holy and demonic powers countered each other. The extreme young phoenix fire rose rapidly. The three of them moved together, and the sword pierced through the heavenly gate. The demon master narrowed his eyes. He endured the constant backlash of his old injuries and raised his hand to block the deadly sword light. In the blink of an eye, the soaring serpent roared from behind. The body of a king moved, the sword that had been accumulating for a long time slashed towards the devil. The two experts joined forces, and the sword light arrived at the same time. The strongest attack was against the strongest enemy in this life. With his old injuries and the two swords in front of him, the murderous intent in the demonic lord's eyes grew more and more violent. Ignoring his injuries, he forcefully raised his power to meet the two swords head-on. Retreat! A strange light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He turned around and grabbed Prince Qi to avoid the demonic palm. Purifying heavenly light! At this moment, outside the battlefield, Yin softly shouted. She once again attracted the power of heaven and earth. Immediately, a clear heavenly light shone down from the rolling dark clouds, burning the demonic body. Ugh! The heavenly light shocked the world. It penetrated the demonic Qi's protection and landed on the demonic cultivator's body. The sound of intense corrosion rang out. Black fog overflowed from the demonic cultivator's body, and demonic Qi scattered everywhere. Holy and demonic Qi countered each other. The intense pain caused the demonic cultivator to groan again. He punched out with his right fist, and a raging wave swept out, rushing towards the distant heavens speaker. The demonic Qi spread out, engulfing the starry sky. Yin wanted to retreat, but she suddenly felt the aura around her. Her open eyes could no longer hold on, and she instantly closed them. Vermilion tears fell like 2 drops of blood. They were so dazzling. Forcefully urging a power that surpassed the limits of the physical body caused Yin-Er's body to collapse for a moment. She could not move at all. Not good. Outside the battlefield, Mu Qingshue's expression changed. His figure shot out, rushing forward with extreme speed. However, in the battlefield, the demonic palm was already in front of him. At the critical moment, a white-clothed figure shot forward, blocking the demonic palm. Ugh! A pool of blood splashed out, and the vermilion blood dyed his body. Ning Chen bore all the demonic power, turned his palm, and condensed his essence, sending the little girl out of the battlefield. In the distance, the white-clothed figure flew over, bringing along the heavily injured Yin-Er, and disappeared in an instant. On the other side, Prince Qi's figure shot behind the demonic cultivator. The flying serpent hissed, and black water broke through the air, merging with the sharp sword light and rushing forward. The demonic cultivator turned his head, turned his palm to block the sword light, and retreated half a step. Outside the battlefield, Jia Tiance looked at the white-clothed woman in the distance, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. The white impermanence of the underworld had also come. In the battlefield, the demonic cultivator stood still, and the demonic chi around him surged, forcefully suppressing the new and old wounds. The Heaven's Speaker had left the battlefield, and knowing destiny was heavily injured again. The situation of the battle had taken a turn for the worse. At this moment, a holy and beautiful figure walked out from the void in the distance. She did not hide her powerful aura at all, causing everyone to look at her. Reverence Moon the Venerable. In front of the Ji clan's 4 ancestors, Jia Tiance's gaze shifted to the holy figure standing in the distance. His expression turned serious. It was actually her. One person retreated and the other took over. The 3-on-1 battle immediately returned to balance. The demonic cultivator looked at the 3 people inside and outside the battlefield, and coldness flashed in his eyes. He said, "Your combat power has indeed impressed me, but how long can you last?" "Long enough to send you to hell," Ning Chen said coldly. His blood-stained left hand slashed the sword edge, and blood stained the Taoist sword. Suddenly, endless cold air spread rapidly. At the same time, the phoenix fire rose silently between heaven and earth. Extreme cold and scorching torrents intertwined, and the starry sky trembled. The demonic cultivator stared at the blood overflowing from Ning Chen's body, and his coldness grew stronger. The person in front of him was obviously at his limit, and could not last more than 3 moves. Making up his mind, the demonic cultivator divided his hands, and the power of wind and thunder rose again. The wind roared and thunder rumbled. In the distance, 2 big stars shook violently, and were affected by the wind and thunder, deviating from their orbits. The big stars attacked, shaking heaven and earth. They crushed the world of ice and fire, and crashed into knowing destiny. Sword 12. With the 12th sword, the starry sky suddenly stagnated, and the sword reached its limit. Around Ning Chen, a dazzling sword light rose. It was so dazzling that it lit up the entire starry sky. One sword broke 2 stars, and the terrifying impact spread rapidly. The white robe was dyed red, and it disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, the white robe appeared behind the demonic cultivator, and the blood-stained sword slashed down. The demonic cultivator looked back and raised his palm to block the sword. With a bang, blood splattered, and the sword energy entered his body, bringing out a brilliant waterfall of blood. The Emperor of 10,000 generations has returned. An opportunity appeared. In the aftermath, the flying serpent tore through the void and arrived. The king of Baiki with his hair dancing wildly showed the power of an emperor. The Emperor of 10,000 generations has returned. The Emperor's sword slashed through the air, and the evil spirits fled. The majestic sword light fell, adding to the momentum. The demonic cultivator stared, and the demonic vitality gathered. He raised his hand to block the Emperor's sword. With 2 palms blocking the 2 swords, the master of the demon palace stood alone, and no god or Buddha could break through. At this moment, outside the battle, Bai Yu, who had been motionless, finally moved. The Chaos Moon Divine bow fell out of the sky, and the longbow was fully drawn. In the shocking and terrifying aura, the coiling dragon divine arrow tore through the starry sky, destroying heaven and earth. Chapter 966. In the spirit void starfield, in the demon-slaying battle, the kings and marquises worked together to resist the demon-slaying might with their swords. The demon lord blocked the 2 swords with his palms. His demonic chi surged violently, but he was injured first. Outside the battle, in front of Reverend Yu, the Chaos Moon God bow fell. The most sacred bow attracted the moonlight of the 9 heavens. After countless years, it reappeared in the ancient legends. The coiling dragon appeared, and its roar resounded through the starry sky. The power of destroying heaven and earth was unleashed. The divine arrow was shot out, and the dragon-shaped arrow light destroyed everything in its path. The dark and deep space ravine extended for thousands of miles. It was a shocking scene. Before the demon lord could react, the divine arrow was already there. It pierced through the demon armor and went straight into the demon lord's heart. With a groan, the divine arrow disappeared after it entered the demon lord's heart. The demon-slaying demon lord's aura kept leaking out from his body. His face was twisted in pain. Seeing that the demon-slaying battle was a success, Ning Chen suppressed his injuries and raised his cultivation to the peak. The giant demon phoenix's shadow appeared in the human world. With the support of his two original forms, his cultivation increased by several times. Sword technique. Tai's sword returned to its original state. There was only one sword in the world. Knowing destiny, Marquis, one sword passed through the gate of heaven, and the 9 heavens changed. He held the sword for his whole life, and after hundreds of years of life and death, he gained the name of sword fanaticism. In the chaotic sword wave, a Taichu origin sword appeared. The unprecedented sword pressure swept through the 9 heavens and shook the underworld. In the 1,000-mile battlefield, swords left their masters' hands and rushed to the 9 heavens, worshipping the sword fanaticism. In the battle, the demon lord's expression changed slightly. He stabilized his body and activated his true yuan. Thousands of demonic waves rushed to the sky. In an instant, above the 9 heavens, a giant demon eye appeared. Under the dim light, it wanted to kill the demon lord's soul. The demon lord was invincible, and the sword fanaticism was unparalleled. The Taichu origin sword cut through the demonic clouds and landed on the demon lord's body. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound was heard. The sword chi cut the demon lord's body. Blood spurted out, adding another injury. With a groan, the demon lord took a few steps back. On his chest, a deep sword wound appeared. The sword chi was demon lord's heart meridians. After suffering a series of heavy injuries, the demon master's demonic chi was in a mess. Demon master! Outside the battle, the cultivators of the demon palace were shocked. No one had expected the demon lord to be so severely injured. The Ji family's 4 ancestors joined forces and channeled their primordial chi together, blocking the Devil Palace's experts. In the Demon Slayer War, the Demon Lord was severely injured and it was difficult for him to summon his demonic vitality. The Queen of Chi calmed herself down and summoned the phantom of the flying serpent into her body. In an instant, demonic patterns appeared on the beautiful face of the Queen of Baki. She was filled with the origin of vicious beasts, and the murderous intent in her eyes multiplied. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of him. Phoenix cries resounded, breaking through the surging demonic chi and directly piercing through the demonized cultivator's heart. "You guys!" Just when everyone thought that the devil-slaying art had succeeded, a voice filled with suppressed anger rang out. In the void, around the Devil Lord, black devil chi spread out. In the blink of an eye, the black devil chi returned to the Devil Lord's body and entered his chest. An incomprehensible scene occurred. The wound on the demon's chest caused by the coiling dragon arrow and the sword of origin actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, not a single scar was left. Ugh! Before she could regain her senses, a heavy palm landed on her body. With a loud bang, Lin Yuzhen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. "Your Highness!" Ning Chen's expression changed. His figure flashed and caught the severely injured queen. Knowing destiny, retreat quickly. Lin Yuzhen spat out a mouthful of blood and tried her best to remind them. Immediately, her consciousness sank and she fainted. It's too late to leave. The Devil Lord walked out from the turbulent demonic chi and looked at the 2 people in front of him. He raised his right hand and the starry sky suddenly darkened. An indescribable and terrifying pressure spread out. The brilliance of heaven and earth seemed to be stripped away, and not a trace of brilliance could be seen. Barren heaven forbidden technique, twilight of the gods. In the darkness, a cold and majestic voice rang out. After a short silence, the entire space shook. Those who entered had their souls disintegrated and were devoured by the forbidden god domain. Before they could even make a sound, the souls of thousands of spirit void stage experts on the battlefield were swallowed up and their bodies exploded. The splattering blood added a touch of sadness to the cold forbidden god domain. Inside the domain, Ning Chen opened the yin-yang formation again. Feeling his body being devoured, his expression was grave. Ning Chen didn't have time to send Queen Qi out. He shouted softly and a phoenix phantom appeared, sending the unconscious woman into it. Mahist Sek's ninth disciple, Queen Qi Lin Yuzhen. To be able to force me to this point, I am willing to call you the strongest challengers. However, no matter how satisfying this battle is, it's time to end it. In the darkness, the Devil Lord stepped forward. His aura was incomparably terrifying. Within the forbidden god domain, he was an existence that surpassed the gods. He could control everything, including everyone's life and death. Ning Chen's plain clothes had been soaked in blood countless times. He held his sword in his hand, his expression never showing any fear. How many times in his life could he fight to his heart's content? To stop the Devil Palace, any sacrifice was worth it, including himself. Looking into the distance, a smile flashed across his face. Ning Chen waved his hand and summoned the green cauldron. He raised his hand to trap an immortal. At this moment, the holy moonlight shone down, dispersing the darkness. Mr. Ning. Baiwei appeared in the moonlight and raised his hand to stop the former. He said softly, "We have lost this battle. You still have a long road ahead of you. You can't sacrifice yourself here." As soon as he finished speaking, Baiwei attacked. With a bang, he sent the man behind him flying. The moonlight opened a path, and its divine might was shocking. Ning Chen, who was sent out of the battle, narrowed his eyes. Shock flashed across his face. In the darkness ahead, a power that surpassed the mortal realm erupted. It was dazzling and shocked the starry sky. Yueshin. Seeing the increasingly terrifying aura of the woman in front of him, the Devil Lord's eyes flashed. "Devil Lord, your footsteps will eventually be stopped by that young man. In this mortal realm, he is the one closest to the god." Yueshin spoke softly in the holy aura. "How can a mere third realm cultivator compete with me? Yueshin, it seems that you are just SOSO after coming to the mortal realm. You can't even see the truth clearly," the Devil Lord sneered. "The truth is only your shallow understanding. That young man has the strongest heart in the world. He will never give in. You will never be able to reach him." As soon as he finished speaking, a divine moon appeared in the sky. Yueshin raised her hand to the sky. In a shocking vision, the divine moon fell to the mortal realm and drowned the entire battlefield. In the next moment, in an earth-shattering tremor, an extremely terrifying impact erupted. The entire battlefield was instantly scattered. Thousands of figures were sent flying. No one could withstand the terrifying aftershock. Outside the battlefield, the experts of the Devil Palace, the 4 ancestors of the Ji clan, and dozens of true realm cultivators were also affected by the aftershock. They were forced to retreat a few hundred feet and barely managed to stabilize themselves. "Devil Lord!" The 3 sects' expressions changed. They immediately rushed to the battlefield to look for the Devil Lord. In the aftershock, a burly and domineering figure appeared. The armor on his body was shattered, and he was covered in blood. He was in a sorry state. On the opposite side, the moonlight dissipated. Baiwa looked back and looked into the distance. A trace of regret flashed across his eyes. "Mr. Ning, from now on, please take care of the Baiwa clan." As soon as he finished speaking, Baiwa's figure disappeared from the world. In the Baiwa ancient ground, on the altar, the moon goddess statue shone brightly and dimmed. In front of the altar, thousands of Baiwa clan members sensed something. They bowed down with sorrowful expressions as they bid farewell to the high priest. In the spirit void realm, outside the battlefield, a white-clothed figure was sent flying. Her body was covered in blood, and it was extremely eye-catching. At this moment, the white-clothed figure leaped out, carrying the heavily injured Knowing Destiny realm cultivator away. Retreat! Amidst the chaos, Ji Yuechu ordered solemnly. Under his command, the entire army retreated. The 4 ancestors of the Ji clan attacked at the same time, opening up a path for the army to retreat. Saint Priest. On the battlefield, Jun Wentian looked at the Saint Priest of the Devil Palace and asked for orders. No need to chase, Jie Tiance said coldly as he glanced at the army that had been battered into a mess by the aftermath of the battle. In the void, the blue-clothed demonic butterfly stood quietly. Although she had just gone through a great battle, her expression was still calm and indifferent. Saint Priest, retreat. In the distance, the Devil Lord said solemnly. Suppressing the heavy injuries that could erupt at any time, he disappeared. Jun Wentian, retreat. Jie Tiance said indifferently. He turned around and left the battlefield. After the 2 decision-makers of the Devil Palace left, Jun Wentian looked at the generals of the Devil Palace and said solemnly, retreat. The Devil Palace retreated temporarily. After a fierce battle, both sides suffered heavy casualties, and there was no clear winner. In the Spirit Void Realm's White Emperor City, experts returned one after another. Several Yama Kings of Hell appeared, escorting the heavily injured Knowing Destiny realm cultivators and King Qi to the Ji clan. Qingxue, I'll leave Knowing Destiny to you. I'll take care of King Qi, Nu Chang said and went behind the unconscious King Qi. She gathered her essence and channeled it into his body. At the side, Mu Qingxue channeled his essence into Knowing Destiny's body to help him heal. Not far away, under the Yama mask, Xia Zi, Yi Xuanmiao, Luotian, and the others stood guard, preventing any possible danger. The Ji clan's sacred master and the 4th ancestor looked ahead, their eyes solemn. No one thought that this battle would be so fierce. They were close to succeeding in slaying the Devil Lord, but in the end, they failed. Heavenly Ancestor, the Devil Lord's heart meridians were clearly destroyed. How could he immediately recover and become even stronger? Ji Yuechu asked with a serious expression. I don't know the specifics. The Ji clan's heavenly ancestor shook his head and said solemnly, but it's impossible for the Devil Lord to not be affected. At the last moment, although the Devil Lord's aura didn't weaken, it was obviously not as stable as before. Heavenly Ancestor, you mean that the Devil Lord is only forcefully holding on, and is actually an arrow at the end of its flight, Ji Yuechu said solemnly. That should be the case, but this is just my guess. After all, we haven't personally participated in the battle. The specifics will only be known when King Qi and Mr. Ning wake up, the Ji clan's heavenly ancestor replied. Ugh! In the Holy Palace, a painful groan sounded. The heavily injured king and marquis were filled with demonic energy, and their auras crazily surged. Chapter 967. In the Ji family's sacred palace, Marquis was severely injured. Nu Chang and Mu Qingxue each took care of one person and tried their best to heal the other 2. The demonic aura hidden in their bodies burst out crazily and chaotically, constantly eating away at their vitality. Not good. Nu Chang and Mu Qingxue's expressions changed slightly. They raised their cultivation technique again, trying to suppress the demonic aura. However, the demonic aura that surpassed the limits of the mortal realm pushed the 2 away and swallowed the 2. Arg! A painful groan sounded. Lin Yuzhen's blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, dyeing her royal robe red. 9 underworlds devour the heavens. Nu Chang didn't dare to hesitate. The demonic scripture martial art appeared again, and she raised her palm to devour the demonic aura around the 2. The demonic scripture shook the demonic aura of the 4th realm. After a while, Nu Chang's body shook and her mouth turned red. Female Supreme, stop. Leave the rest to me. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from the surging demonic aura. A white-clothed figure with his eyes closed stood up. His white hair danced in the wind, and his aura rose. It was strong, heavy, and unfathomable. This is... Not far away, Mu Qingshue's eyes flashed. This should be the divine tree's origin that he mentioned. Now that his body was reborn with the undying divine tree's origin as the foundation, he should have some of the undying divine tree's characteristics. His powerful vitality was one of them. I'll leave this power to you. Ning Chen opened his eyes and said, "Thank you, Master." At this moment, thousands of demonic figures appeared from the demonic aura. The power of thousands of demonic aura swallowed the demonic aura around the two. Ning Chen walked behind Prince Qi and activated the life scroll, continuously injecting it into the latter's body. After an hour, Ning Chen stopped. He looked at the dissipating demonic aura and said calmly, "Come back." Yes. The thousands of demonic figures flashed and entered the soul-suppressing banner. Ning Chen walked out and looked at the experts waiting in the hall. He said, "Sorry for making everyone worry." The Underworld Palace's Yama Kings nodded and didn't say anything. Now that they were in the Ji family, they couldn't act too familiar with destiny. Mr. Ning was able to recover so quickly after suffering such heavy injuries. It's amazing. Not far away, the Ji family's sacred master walked forward and sighed. Not completely healed. Ning Chen said calmly, "I've only temporarily suppressed my injuries. Holy Master, I haven't had the time to ask, how are the losses of the allied forces? We've lost 30% of our true realm forces, and half of our forces below the true realm." Ji Yuechu's expression turned serious as he said, "However, Devil Palace also suffered heavy losses and did not gain any advantage." When Ning Chen heard this, he lightly nodded and said, "That's good. The Saint Lord needs to reorganize the army as soon as possible. Everyone knows of the demonic palace's ambitions. They will definitely counterattack again." "I understand." Ji Yuechu nodded. He looked at the young man in front of him and said, "Mr. Ning personally fought with the Demon Master, so you should be most aware of the battle situation. How are the Demon Master's injuries?" Ning Chen was silent for a moment before he said, "At the very least, his injuries won't be any lighter than mine and His Highness Prince Qi's." As expected, Ji Yuechu revealed a look of understanding. The Devil Lord's strength was too astonishing. If he was in his peak state, he was truly not someone any of them could match. "Saint Lord, since Mr. Ning has woken up, we will not stay any longer. We will take our leave first." Under the Yama mask, Goddess Luotian stepped forward and bowed. She immediately looked at the people around her, nodded, and turned to walk out of the hall. The Yama Kings understood tacitly and did not stay any longer. They stepped forward and followed. "Saint Lord, we still have important matters to attend to, so we will take our leave first." Goddess Luotian said calmly and left with Wu Qingying beside her. After the Yama Kings of the underworld left, the 4 kings of Beiki also stepped forward and politely bid farewell. Then, they took Prince Qi, who had yet to wake up, and left the Ji family's holy palace. After everyone left, Ning Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the 4 ancestors of the Ji family behind the Saint Lord of the Ji family. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Junior Ning Chen greets the 4 seniors." Black Ancestor and Yellow nodded slightly. They had already dealt with this person before, but they did not expect Mr. Ning's strength to be so astonishing. He had even surpassed old monsters like them who had half their lives in the grave. Black Ancestor and Yellow Ancestor looked at the young man in front of them. They had only heard of him, but after the previous battle, he had given them quite a shock. Even they could not fight the Demon Lord head-on. Yet, this person could do it. Even if it was only for a short time, it gave them hope. Heroes come from the youth. This saying is indeed true. "Mr. Ning, you have worked hard," the Ji family's heavenly ancestor said. "Senior, you flatter me." Ning Chen replied softly, "Now that the Demon Lord is seriously injured, it is time for us to counterattack. This is a rare opportunity. I hope the 4 seniors and the Saint Lord can make a timely decision. Even so, even if the Demon Lord is injured and not at his peak, the Demon Palace's overall strength is still incomparably strong. It will still be difficult for the Ji family and the allied forces of the other clans to gain the upper hand, Ji Yuechu said with a sigh. What if the Qi Tian court is included? Ning Chen looked at the Saint Lord of the Ji family in front of him and said calmly, before, the Qi Tian court was unwilling to take action because they feared the Demon Palace. However, in the current situation, the Demon Palace is seriously injured and the Demon Lord is also seriously injured. This is the best time to counterattack. In addition, more importantly, after this battle, our combat strength will make the world realize that although the Demon Lord is strong, he is not absolutely invincible. Ji Yuechu was startled when he heard this. After a moment, he came back to his senses. He had actually overlooked this matter. Mr. Ning's words have enlightened me. I will send someone to the Qi Tian court to discuss the alliance again, Ji Yuechu said seriously. Ning Chen nodded and said, Saint Lord, I still have some matters to deal with, so I will not stay any longer. Once I am done, I will rush back as soon as possible to assist the allied forces in their counterattack. Since Mr. Ning has matters to attend to, I will not keep you any longer. We will meet again someday. Be careful on the road, Ji Yuechu said. We will meet again someday. Ning Chen nodded and politely bowed to the 4 ancestors of the Ji family. Then, he stepped out of the hall. After a few steps, his silhouette faded and disappeared. This child's future is limitless. Saint Lord, if possible, try your best to pull him into our Ji family. Any conditions can be considered. Looking at the young man leaving, the Ji family's heavenly ancestor retracted his gaze and looked at the Ji family's Saint Lord. Heavenly ancestor, there is something you do not know. I have already tried and even proposed to betroth Yuqing to him. However, he still refused. Ji Yuechu sighed. Hearing this, the Ji family's heavenly ancestor frowned and said, Didn't he want the divine scroll? As long as he is willing to join our Ji family, we promise to give him the cultivation method of the divine scroll. Ji Yuechu shook his head and said, It is useless. I have already made this promise. Unfortunately, he still did not agree. Strange. A puzzled look flashed across the Ji family's heavenly ancestor's face. He said, with our Ji family's background and strength, he should not have refused such generous treatment. Could the root cause be that Mr. Ning does not want to marry Yuqing? On the side, the ancestor of the 5 cardinal points, who had been silent all this time, said. Hearing this, the Ji family's heavenly ancestor and the other 2 ancestors were stunned. Could this be the reason? Marriage has always been the most common method of forming an alliance. The pearl of our Ji family is rare in both appearance and talent. This child has no reason to refuse. The Ji family's heavenly ancestor said. There are exceptions to everything. Saint Lord, you have dealt with this child the most. Why do you think he is unwilling to accept the goodwill of our Ji family? The Ji family's heavenly ancestor asked again. Ji Yuechu was silent. After a long time, he sighed and said, Perhaps the ancestor of the 5 cardinal points is right. The root cause of this matter is that Mr. Ning is unwilling to marry Yuqing. Before this, he was unable to step into the treading immortal realm. Although I admire him, I still have some misgivings. I did not expect that in just a few decades, not only did this child step into the treading immortal realm, but his strength has also reached such a terrifying level. Originally, there was a chance to provide timely assistance, but now it can only be the icing on the cake. What a pity! Saint Lord, make a decision as soon as possible. This person is worthy of our Ji family. Although the God Scroll is precious, if it can be exchanged for the protection of a future supreme expert, this transaction is not a loss. The Ji family's heavenly ancestor said calmly. Thank you for your reminder, heavenly ancestor. I know what to do. Ji Yuechu nodded. Just as the several decision-makers of the G family decided to rope in the knowing destiny state, in the distance, above the starry sky, a phoenix flapped its wings and disappeared in a flash. In the northwest of the all heavens and the southeast of Luo Jia, where the land of the two regions connected, there was an ancient secret realm. It was the holy land of the moon-worshipping clan. The phoenix soared through the 9 heavens and descended from the sky. Ning Chen's silhouette appeared and landed. He walked step by step towards the holy land of the moon-worshipping clan. On the altar, the stone statue of the moon god had lost its former glory and was completely dim. In front of the altar, thousands of moon-worshipping clan members prayed to the moon, praying for the protection of the moon god. Their prayers received no response. Without the high priest who could communicate with the gods, the light of the moon god could no longer shine on the mortal world. In front of him, the silhouette walked over and looked at the thousands of moon-worshipping clan members kneeling in front of the altar with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry." With an unyielding pride, Ning Chen's knees finally touched the ground. Facing the thousands of moon-worshipping clan members, Ning Chen bowed his head and his heart was filled with guilt. The moon-worshipping venerable had died to save them. This debt could never be repaid in this lifetime. In front of the altar, the moon-worshipping clan members looked at the young man in front of them with complicated expressions. At this time, on the altar, motes of moonlight fell, and the dim moon god statue lit up again. In just an instant, the moon god statue dimmed and returned to its original state. In front of the altar, the moon-worshipping clan members were shocked. After a long time, they regained their senses and looked at the young man in front of them. They bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, High Priest." The moon god's decree was not to be disobeyed. Thousands of moon-worshipping clan members bowed their heads and greeted the new moon-worshipping high priest. In front of the crowd, Ning Chen was stunned. Gradually, he regained his senses and said, "Rise." "Many thanks, High Priest." Thousands of moon-worshipping clan members expressed their gratitude and stood up one after another. Before moon-worshipping clan members disappeared, Ning Chen's last words were still clear in his ears. Looking at the thousands of moon-worshipping clan members in front of him, Ning Chen steeled his heart and did not decline. From today onwards, the rise and fall of the moon-worshipping clan would be shouldered by him. Chapter 968. In the Reverence Moon Ancient Land, the new high priest took over the position. Knowing that he had to bear the Reverence Moon clan's honor, the burden on his shoulders became heavier. Ning Chen's heart was clear, so he didn't reject the offer. During these 10 days, Ning Chen remained in the Reverence Moon holy ground, taking over the high priest's duties and martial skills. He laid out layers after layers of divine restrictions and formations, covering the entire Reverence Moon ancient ground. The final battle was coming, and he could not drag the Reverence Moon clan into it. 10 days later, Ning Chen left. The phoenix figure in red stood in front of the altar, looking at the two figures leaving. She was silent, and there was no trace of emotion in her calm eyes. In the devil domain, inside a majestic temple, devil chi surged. Inside the swirling devil chi, a domineering figure sat cross-legged, suppressing the moon god's power that was erupting. The coiling dragon divine bow disappeared into the severely injured heart meridian. Powerful energy spread to every meridian, destroying the indestructible body of the devil cultivator. The celestial and devil cultivator's power collided, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. The moon god's final burst of power heavily injured the devil palace's master, worsening his injuries. Outside the holy palace, Jia Tiance turned around to look at the lord of the demon palace, who was shrouded in the demonic energy. He couldn't help but frown. The outcome of this battle was beyond his expectations. The 9th son of Mo clan and the king of Beiki could reach such a terrifying level when they joined forces. The most surprising thing was the Reverence Moon Venerable, who had inherited the moon god's power. His strength had surpassed the mortal realm. Fortunately, Reverence Moon was dead. As long as the Devil Lord's injuries were healed, No one would be able to stop the Devil Palace. Saint Priest. In the void, a divine sun appeared, and Meng Yuzong walked out. He looked at the Devil Palace's decision-maker and said, "The Spirit Void Alliance is ready to counterattack." Jie Tiance nodded lightly and said, "Tell Jun Wentian to prepare for the battle. The Devil Lord might not make a move this time. Whether or not he can stop the Spirit Void Alliance's counterattack will depend on his ability." "Yes," Meng Yuzong responded. In the blink of an eye, the divine sun rose into the sky and disappeared. At the same time, in the divine palace of the Ji family in the White Sovereign City, 3 powerful figures descended from the sky. The 3 saints equal to heaven had appeared to assist Lingshu in attacking the demonic palace. 1 pseudo-4th realm and 2 half-step 4th realm cultivators. The appearance of the 3 strongest cultivators from heaven's equal court caused the Ji family's grand elders to stand up and greet them. In the sacred hall, the Ji family's heaven, earth, black and yellow ancestors stood quietly. As they looked at the 3 people walking towards them, a complicated look flashed across their eyes. The 3 holy protectors, equal to heaven, and the rest of them were ultimately not people of this era. Once the demonic calamity was quelled, they would also go where they should go. When the 7 of them saw each other, they all nodded and didn't say anything. From the moment they walked out, the outcome was already decided. However, they didn't regret it. "That Mr. Ning hasn't come yet?" The leader of the 3 holy protectors, a white-robed elder, asked. "Not yet, but it should be soon," the Ji clan's heavenly ancestor replied. "I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting." Before she finished speaking, a sword light tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi appeared in the Ji family. "Mr. Ning, how are your injuries?" the Ji family's sky ancestor asked. "Thank you for your concern, senior. Although I haven't fully recovered, I have already suppressed it. I can still fight with my full strength for a short period of time," Ningchen said calmly. "Apart from the Demon Lord, the strength of the sun, moon, and star sects of the demonic palace is not weaker than us. In addition, there is Jun Wentian. If we want to suppress the demonic palace, the 4 of us and our 3 old friends, equal to heaven, must all act together." The Ji family's sky ancestor's expression turned serious as he said, "If we all act together, once the saint of the demonic palace makes another move, we won't be able to free ourselves. So, Mr. Ning, I'll have to trouble you to contain the saint of the demonic palace," the Ji family's sky ancestor continued. Ningchen nodded and said, "Don't worry, senior. I will do my best. As long as we can cut off the Demon Lord's wings, it will be much easier to deal with the Demon Lord. Everyone, whether or not we can reverse the situation depends on the result of this battle. Don't be careless," the Ji family's sky ancestor said seriously. Everyone nodded, and their expressions turned serious. In the following battle, if the Demon Lord couldn't act, the situation would be very advantageous to them. They couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. I know that saying this now is somewhat demoralizing, but war is always full of variables. Have you all thought about how we would face the Lord of the Demonic Palace if he appeared on the battlefield safely? The leader of the 3 holy protectors, the white-robed elder, asked. "If the Demon Lord appears, leave it to us." At this moment, figures walked out from the void above. Their faces were evil, and their expressions were fierce and glaring. The Yama of the underworld. Seeing the people who appeared, the Ji family's sky ancestor narrowed his eyes. These Yama of the underworld weren't weak, but it seemed a little difficult for them to deal with the Demon Lord. "Me too." As he spoke, a slim and graceful young lady appeared in the void. Her eyes were closed, and her aura was stronger than before. "Heaven's Speaker," the white-robed elder said seriously. The Heaven's Speaker of this generation was really young. The appearance of the Yama King and the Heaven's Speaker gave everyone a boost of confidence and boosted their confidence by leaps and bounds. In the void, the young lady's figure slowly descended and walked to the side of the plain-clothed young man. She stood beside him obediently and didn't overstep. The Ji family's 4 ancestors were all stunned, not understanding what was going on. This heaven's speaker is Mr. Ning's disciple. Ji Yuechu reminded them through voice transmission. The Ji family's 4 ancestors came back to their senses, and the surprise in their eyes was even stronger. This Mr. Ning had once again given them a big surprise. "How are your injuries?" Ning Chen looked at the girl beside him and asked with concern. "With Mistress and the female supreme helping me heal, I'm almost healed," Ener said softly. Ning Chen nodded lightly and didn't ask any more questions. He looked at the Ji family's sacred master and said, "Sacred master, let's go." "Okay." Ji Yuechu nodded and ordered, "Let's go." With this order, the generals on the White Emperor planet received the order and immediately led their troops to the west. In the next moment, figures flashed across the starry sky and rushed toward the battlefield in the west. Yunluo Moat was a huge spatial ravine that spanned tens of thousands of miles. On both sides, the Demon Palace and the Spirit Void Army faced each other. The atmosphere was tense, and a great battle was about to break out. In front of the 2 armies, many powerful beings stood in the air. Their terrifying auras covered the sky and made the starry sky lose its color. "Kill!" The void swirled, and the Ji family's sacred master and the 4 ancestors appeared. With a command, the great battle began. In front of Yunluo Moat, 100,000 soldiers flew across the ravine and sped away. Since the Demon Palace appeared, the Allied forces had gained the upper hand for the first time. Tens of thousands of soldiers pressed on, wanting to completely defeat the Demon Palace's army. When the Spirit Void Army moved, the Demon Palace's army moved as well. Surging demon chi pressed down, and the 2 forces collided. In an instant, a massacre began. Between the 2 armies, Jun Wentian and the Sun-Moon Star sect stepped forward. Their terrifying auras were close to the legendary 4th plane. On the opposite side, the Ji family's 4 ancestors and Qitian sagely protector also stepped forward. They used all their techniques to meet the 4 most powerful beings of the Demon Palace. 7 against 4. Despite the suppression of numbers, the Demon Palace's 3 ancestors and 4 guardians' expressions didn't change at all. They used their demon chi to meet the 7 powerful beings of the Ji family and Qitian Pavilion. It was an unprecedented battle. 11 powerful beings who were half a step to the 4th plane and above attacked at the same time. In an instant, the starry sky shook, and the terrifying shock waves reached hundreds of thousands of miles away. On the battlefield, Su Yi stood in the air and looked at the battle below quietly, waiting for her old opponent to appear. "Jiming Marquis, sorry to keep you waiting." At this moment, the wind and clouds surged in the void. A figure in a blue robe walked out and looked at the young man in front of him calmly. "Since the sacred master can come, it's worth waiting for any amount of time," Ningchen said calmly. He waved his right hand, and in a dazzling green light, the famous sword of Taoism reappeared in the world. "In terms of swordsmanship, you are the only one in the world. However, the more outstanding your swordsmanship is, the faster your defeat will come." As he spoke, the chess bag in Jietian's hand flew up. Thousands of black chess pieces flew out and turned into 2 peerless divine weapons. The black and white chess swords showed their peerless sharpness again. After a flash, the 2 figures rushed out. The 2 swords collided, and the clouds broke and the sky shook. The battle started. Outside the battlefield, the Yama kings stood quietly and looked at the battle in front of them. They were still vigilant. For a long time, the Demon Palace had put pressure on the various domains. No one knew if there were still powerful beings hiding in the Demon Palace. They had to be careful. This time, the Spirit Void Star Zone had almost used up all their combat power. If they failed, no one would be able to stop the Demon Palace from then on. On the battlefield, the battle gradually became white-hot. Under everyone's gaze, a pale blue figure walked out. Her white bare feet stood in the starry sky. Although she had joined the demon path, Her inherent otherworldly temperament was still faintly visible. Seeing the figure appear on the battlefield, the female figure flashed past and rushed toward the battlefield. The demonization of the butterfly in the flower had always been a thorn in Ji Ming's heart that could not be removed. This time, no matter what, she had to bring her back. The Chongling female supreme appeared on the battlefield after a few breaths. Without a word, she raised her hand, and the 9 hells swallowed the heavens. With a boom, the 2 legendary experts of the inner realm met again. The 9 hells' demonic skill clashed. Swallowing everything was the strongest demonic skill in the universe. When it appeared, the starry sky for thousands of miles dimmed. The two's battle alarmed all sides. In the battle, Jie Tiance glanced at the battle in the distance and said coolly, "What, you still haven't given up on this person? Marquis Ji Ming, do you know what your greatest weakness is? Love, your weakness is so obvious. As long as the butterfly in the flower is in this sage's hands, you will never win against me." The white chess sword pushed away the swordsman in front of him. The black chess sword in Jie Tiance's left hand flew out and turned into a cold killing light that flashed into the distance. Despicable! Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression shook. He flashed out and hurried in the direction of the sword light. In the distant battle, the black chess sword flew over quickly. In the battle, the 2 people fighting did not detect it. By the time they reacted, the black sword light had already arrived. The female's expression changed. Seeing the sword light coming from behind the butterfly in the flower, she wanted to stop it, but it was too late. A sword pierced her body and blood sprayed. In the shocking scene, a waterfall of blood bloomed in the starry sky, so beautiful it was heartbreaking. Chapter 969. On the Yunluo moat, the flames of war were raging. The black sword radiance pierced through the air and slashed at the demonic butterfly. No one could react to the sudden scene. No one expected that the saint of the demonic palace would attack her own subordinate. The demonic butterfly came back to her senses. Looking at the sword radiance rushing toward her, she wanted to dodge, but it was too late. At the critical moment of life and death, the silhouette in plain clothes rushed forward and blocked the attack without hesitation. The sword radiance entered her body. A waterfall of blood splattered, covering the sky and the demonic butterfly's eyes. The silhouette in plain clothes staggered and fell in front of the demonic butterfly. It was so close. Blood splattered everywhere. It was so shocking. The demonic butterfly stood there in a daze, motionless. Her memory was erased. However, her hands instinctively supported the person in front of her. The spurting blood soaked her clothes. The demonic butterfly felt a sharp pain in her heart. It was so painful that she couldn't breathe. With a shrill scream, the demonic vitality of the demonic butterfly rushed to the top of her head. Her bloody hair danced wildly. Driven by her body's instinct, her eyes were full of hatred. She stepped forward and came before the saint of the demonic palace. The flower burial tears slashed down. "Defying your superior. Demonic butterfly, do you want to rebel?" The white chess sword met the flower burial blades. Jie Tiance looked at the woman in front of him coldly. He clenched his left hand and the black chess sword in the distance flew back. Crack! In the ear-piercing sound of clothes tearing, the black chess sword slashed the demonic butterfly's shoulder, bringing out a waterfall of blood. The mirror shooting technique reappeared in the world and suppressed the demonic butterfly. However, the demonic butterfly didn't notice. Her body glowed. The 9 underworlds swallowed the sky. The demonic might was shocking. "I know every move you make. Where did you get the courage to challenge my authority?" The white sword blocked and the black sword countered. The demonic butterfly's body was dyed red again. Outside the battle, the woman flashed by. She condensed the demonic vitality in her palms and attacked the saint of the demonic palace together. 2 against 1, the power of the 9 underworlds swallowing heaven appeared at the same time. However, Jie Tiance did not dodge or evade the attacks when the 2 of them joined forces. He blocked the attacks with his two swords and activated the mirroring technique to the extreme. He was innately invincible. Snowflakes were falling from the sky. The knowing destiny state cultivator who was hit by the Saint of the Devil Palace closed his eyes and focused on healing himself. The wound on his chest that had been penetrated by the black ghost sword gradually froze over in the wind and snow. It had mostly healed. Immortal Elder. On Ning Chen's shoulder, the little gourd revealed a tired expression. It said in a tender voice, "This is all I can do. Thank you." Ning Chen opened his eyes and looked at the battle below. He took a step forward and disappeared instantly. Genesis Supreme swung his sword, and a boundless sword energy slashed down from the heavens, causing the space within a radius of 100 li to collapse. Jia Tiance narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. His figure instantly retreated 1,000 feet away. "You're able to pick up your sword and fight again so soon. It seems that you have some secrets that I don't know." A cold look flashed across Jia Tiance's face. He looked behind him and said calmly, "Master, it's your turn." As soon as he finished speaking, demonic clouds rolled in the distant sky. A terrifying aura swept over, surpassing the boundaries of heaven and earth and shocking everyone present. "Underworld, G family, and Mahis Sek's ninth son, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Amidst the majestic voice, a huge demonic eye appeared in the demonic clouds. Under the terrifying demonic light, the entire Yunluo moat shook. Barren Heaven Forbidden Technique, Twilight of the Gods. With that, the Forbidden God domain opened again. The Demon Lord walked out from the surging demonic aura and released his demonic aura. Above the Yunluo moat, the world suddenly darkened. The light of heaven and earth seemed to be stripped away, and there was no longer a trace of light. Today, the spirit void no longer exists. You will die without a burial place. In the darkness, a cold and emotionless voice spread across thousands of miles. After a short silence, a terrifying aura descended. On the battlefield, thousands of experts exploded, unable to withstand the extreme demonic aura. Not good. Outside the battlefield, the expressions of the Yama Kings changed. Their figures flashed, and they quickly rushed to the front. Within the Forbidden God domain, Ning Chen stood in the air, looking at the Demon Lord in front of him. His expression turned cold. He really came. An injured Fourth Realm cultivator was still a Fourth Realm cultivator. The fact that he was invincible had never changed. Under the impermanence mask, Mu Qingshue's expression turned serious. He looked forward and asked, "How should we fight?" "Same old rules." Ningchen said, "I'll block you attack. Prepare to attack at any time." "Okay." Mu Qingxue nodded and said, "Can your body still hold on? I'm also injured. Let's see who can't hold on first." Ning Chen replied calmly. His feet moved, and he started the Demon Slayer battle again. Good timing. In the second battle, everyone's abilities were clear. The Demon Lord didn't test the waters anymore, and he went beyond the limit. Amidst the surging demonic aura, an immemorial ferocious beast appeared. It opened its huge mouth, ready to swallow the sky and the sun. With a rumble, the ferocious beast rushed past. However, a huge bronze chariot appeared, blocking the beast. The aftershock caused the bronze chariot to shake violently. In the shocking scene, the seemingly broken chariot actually withstood the attack of the Demon Palace's master and didn't collapse. God Slayer chariot? Seeing the huge chariot on top of the chariot, the Demon Lord's eyes narrowed. This lad actually had the God Slayer chariot from the Western Celestial World. In the next moment, green light rose from the God Slayer chariot. The God Slayer chariot's bloodline was refined. The God Slayer chariot displayed its magic again. Amidst the ear-piercing friction, the chariot's shape changed. A black ghost phoenix appeared. The phoenix spread its wings, and the cold wind howled. Ning Chen's figure flashed, and he stood on top of the demon phoenix. With a shout, his entire body's strength was raised to the extreme. He controlled the demon phoenix and charged straight at the demon palace's master. Heaven's destruction transformation. Seeing this, the demon lord stepped down, and his entire body changed rapidly. 100 feet tall giant demon appeared in the human world. He punched out heavily, and it collided with the ancient god Slayer chariot. The collision of the phoenix and the demon caused an earth-shattering tremor. The god-forbidding domain shook violently. The aftershock spread out, and the chariot collapsed into pieces. Bai flew out and stopped 1,000 feet away. Red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and it fell silently. Shadow of the remnant wind. In an instant, Mu Qingshue's body moved. His afterimage moved with the wind. The sword was extremely fast, and the shadow was extremely fast. It was so fast that it died in the blink of an eye. The demon lord raised his hand to block the sword. Suddenly, he felt his heart sink. The collision just now had triggered the injury that he had suppressed with much difficulty. His attack was weak, and the demonic aura shook violently. The beautiful figure in white flashed a few times, and she focused again. The sword penetrated the demonic aura, and inch by inch, it pierced the demonic aura toward the wound on the demon lord's heart. The sword entered his body, and a groan sounded. A tinge of pain flashed past the demon lord's eyes. He raised his hand to block the attack. Heavenly punishment! At this moment, Yin-Er's eyes suddenly opened in the battle. 2 drops of blood flowed down. In her hand, a supreme saint's scepter appeared. A terrifying aura rose crazily, supporting the heavenly might. Chapter 970. On top of Yunluo Moat, the second round of the Demon Slayer battle, Peerless Foundation, World's Fastest Speed, and Heaven's Speaker, these 3 peak experts teamed up to fight against the Demon Lord. The battle reached its climax, and blood filled the sky. The Heaven's Speaker opened his eyes, and tears of blood dripped down. The Demon Palace's number 1 saint weapon reappeared in the world, and its holy light illuminated the dark world, helping the Heaven's Speaker to slay demons and gods. The golden lightning struck down from the heavens. The Heaven's Speaker could communicate with the heavens and earth, and lead the heavens' punishment to the world, killing the Demon Lord. As the golden lightning struck, the Demon Lord's expression changed slightly. His demonic chi exploded, shaking off the impermanence in front of him. Then, he gathered his energy into his palm, and the shadow of an ancient beast appeared, opening its mouth and swallowing the golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, the lightning struck down, engulfing the Demon Lord. The power of heaven and earth was endless, and the lightning turned into a sea, crazily attacking the Demon Lord's demonic chi protection. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, the white-clothed figure turned around. Her body was like a phantom, and her sword pierced through the demonic chi in front of the Demon Lord's heart. The sword went in 3 inches and blood splattered. The Demon Lord groaned, and the demonic chi around him quickly dissipated. In the next moment, the lightning struck down, and the terrifying power of heaven struck the Demon Lord's head. As the Demon Lord's demonic chi dispersed, the Demon Lord's body trembled, and the demonic chi around him surged wildly. Shao Tian Demon Extermination. Facing the danger again, the Demon Lord shouted, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He struck out with his palm, and the space in front of him instantly collapsed. The golden lightning blocked 30% of the demonic chi, and the aftershock hit the impermanence in front of him. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue pulled out his sword and retreated, dodging the demonic chi with extreme speed. The aftershock brushed past, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Mu Qingxue's mouth. Mu Qingxue's body slid back 100 zhang, and he barely managed to stabilize his body. The difference in strength tipped the scales of the battle. The 3 of them worked together, and while they dealt heavy damage to the Demon Lord, they were also injured. In the battle, seeing Mu Qingxue injured, Ning Chen's figure rushed out, and used the moon-worshipping clan's martial arts. The ancient inheritance was the only one in the world. Once it was raised, the winds and clouds in all directions began to stir. Waves of snow were like a waterfall, shaking the starry sky. 12 styles of spiritual rhino, sky-propping waterfall. Against the snow as a waterfall, the raging waves slapped the stars. Ning Chen channeled his peerless foundation and condensed the power of the 4 scrolls in his palm, activating the martial arts that the high priest of the moon-worshipping clan had just cultivated. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and the forbidden god domain appeared. The sky-reaching divine waterfall appeared. A peerless martial art reappeared in the world. The impact of the heavenly waterfall instantly froze the space within a radius of 1,000 miles, and continued to spread in all directions. The demon lord focused and clasped his fists together. Rolling demonic lightning surged out, and the terrifying demonic might climb to its peak. The 2 extremes collided. The demonic thunder dispersed the snowfall and swept straight ahead. Ning Chen raised his hand. 4 scrolls of reincarnation grew and multiplied endlessly. Relying on his peerless foundation, he blocked another shocking move. With a loud bang, blood sprayed out. After blocking the demon lord's attacks one after another, the injuries on Ning Chen's body continued to accumulate. He was gradually showing signs of collapsing. In the fierce battle, the injuries on both sides were constantly exchanged. They had a top-notch lineup and seamless cooperation. However, in the face of the number 1 person in Starry Sky who was seriously injured, the 3 of them still found it difficult to gain the upper hand. 12 spirit rhino styles, splitting the sea and splitting the flood. After one move, another move was made. Ning Chen raised both his hands, and the rolling heavenly waves swept past, drowning the battle. Your foundation is not bad, but you will still lose without a doubt. The demon lord roared angrily. The black demonic chi of the indestructible demon body rose again, and his terrifying cultivation rose again. Suddenly, in the forbidden god domain, a powerful devouring force spread out, reaching thousands of miles away. In the midst of miserable cries, the spirit void realm experts exploded one by one. Blood splattered everywhere, and their bodies and blood chi were completely devoured by the forbidden god domain. Outside the battle, Ning Chen and Mu Qingshua's expressions turned serious. Something was not right. The demon lord's power seemed to be getting stronger. There is something wrong with this domain. Try your best to break it. Mu Qingxue looked at the vibrating demonic chi in the surroundings and transmitted his voice. Okay. Not far away, heard him and nodded. She activated the holy glory in her hands, and in the midst of the rising golden light, the 9 heavens lightning rose again. The shocking heavenly might rumbled, and in an instant, the golden lightning descended, blasting towards the forbidden god domain below. The thunderous force collided with the 10,000 layers of demonic domain, and in an instant, there was a violent tremor. With the support of the holy glory, the heavenly might increased by several folds, and the forbidden god domain started to shake, showing signs of instability. Outside the battle, Luotian saw the situation and seized an opportunity. She raised her divine essence to the limit and used the demon-slaying technique again. Divine punishment, borrowing sword from the heavens. The divine punishment descended, and the 9 heavens wind and clouds rolled. In the shocking scene, above the starry sky, countless sword lights sped over. After countless years, the remnant sword chi in the starry sky condensed, forming a divine and holy sword that slashed down from the heavens. In front of everyone's eyes, 100-feet-long giant green sword slashed down from the heavens, and with a loud bang, it crashed into the forbidden god domain. After a series of impacts, the already unstable forbidden god domain finally reached its limit and collapse. The aftermath shook, and above the Yunluo moat, the wind and clouds were in a frenzy. The terrifying impact spread out in all directions, devouring the heavens and destroying the earth, killing gods and Buddhas. Arg! In the midst of the groans, those with weaker martial arts immediately exploded. At the center of the battle, Ji Ming, Mu Qingxue, and the others flew out dozens of feet, and their bodies were dyed red. On the opposite side, the Devil Master was also forced back by a few steps after being hit by the aftermath. Drops of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and he was severely injured again. New injuries and old injuries kept accumulating. The Devil Master staggered and vomited another mouthful of blood. The devil essence in his body was overflowing, and it backfired on him. Not good. In the distance, Jie Tian saw the situation, and his face turned serious. He said, "Jun Wentian, cover the rear. The Devil Master's injuries have relapsed, and he can't fight anymore." Yes. On the Yunluo moat, Jun Wentian and the three sects accepted the order. They fully activated their martial arts and blocked the three armies. In the void, Jie Tian's figure flashed, and he came to the side of the Devil Master, whose demonic aura was surging. His two swords were sharp, and one black and one white sword light broke through the void, blocking the two people rushing over. Then, they took the Devil Master and disappeared. Ning Chen and Mu Qingxue waved their swords to disperse the sword qi. They wanted to give chase, but they had already lost track of the two. "Go to the Devil Domain." Ning Chen's expression sank, and he said in a deep voice, "This battle couldn't be lost like this." The Devil Master's injuries were serious. If they missed this opportunity, they might not have such a good opportunity in the future. Amen. On the battlefield, Mu Qingxue, Luoshan, and the others nodded. Their figures flashed, and they rushed towards the Devil Domain. Jun Wentian and the three sects wanted to stop them. However, the Ji family's four ancestors and the three sages, equal to heaven, stood in front of them, not allowing them to take half a step. Hateful! The three sects' expressions sank. Looking at the 7 people blocking them, killing intent kept jumping in their eyes. In the all-heaven starfield, streams of light sped through the starry sky, rushing towards the Devil Domain. At the front, Jie Tian's carried the heavily injured Devil Master, and his speed became faster and faster. Like the most resplendent meteor in the starry sky, they disappeared in an instant. In the Devil Domain, 2 streams of light flew in. After landing, Jie Tian's looked back at the horizon, and with a wave of his right hand, 4 huge demonic figures appeared, standing tall in the sky. He opened the Devil Palace's 4 symbols great formation. After the formation was opened, Jie Tian's retracted his gaze and walked towards the sacred palace with the Devil Master. "Master, I will help you heal your injuries." Jie Tian's helped the Devil Master sit down in front of the sacred palace's throne. The Devil Master nodded, and focused on suppressing the injuries in his body. Before the throne, Jie Tian's expression turned serious. His palm turned into Yuan Qi, and suddenly, a vast palm landed on the Devil Master's head. The sudden change caused blood to dye the throne red. The Devil Master opened his eyes and looked at the Saint Arbiter before him. He was shocked. Why? Countless runes rose from the throne, suppressing the Devil Master's cultivation. The Devil Master's eyes were filled with shock and anger. "Because you're not a good master." Jie Tian said indifferently, "The Devil Palace needs a unified command. Only one can exist between the Saint Arbiter and the Devil Master." After saying that, a faint brilliance rose in the sacred palace. It was so familiar and so shocking. 9 underworlds, heaven-devouring demon scripture. The Devil Master was shocked. "I have been preparing for this day for a long time. The appearance of the butterfly in the flower made me see hope. Master, from now on, I, the Saint Arbiter, will shoulder the glory of the Devil Palace." As he spoke, the faint brilliance around Jie Tian's was extremely bright. The 9 underworlds devoured the sky, and the Devil Master's body was completely engulfed. This desolate laugh contained too much. The Devil Master's body gradually disappeared in the faint brilliance. "I will wait for you on the road to the underworld." The last voice sounded like a curse, but also like a statement. In the faint brilliance, the Devil Master's body quickly dissipated and merged into the body of the conspirator in front of the throne. In the next moment, tribulation clouds rolled wildly above the 9 heavens, and the entire sky above the Devil Domain instantly dimmed. Outside the Devil Domain, figures rushed over. When they felt the terrifying pressure above the 9 heavens, their expressions changed, and they stopped. What happened? Mu Qingxue looked at the terrifying heavenly might gathering in front of him and asked. This is... Luotian's gaze turned serious. The heavenly tribulation of the fourth realm. Fourth realm. Ning Chen's expression turned cold when he heard this. He looked at the Devil Domain in the distance. It seemed that something had happened here that they didn't know about. Devil Domain, Devil Palace's sacred palace. After devouring the Devil Master's body, Jie Tian's aura changed rapidly. His brocade coat and black hair fluttered. Turning around, Jie Tian's walked out of the sacred palace step by step. His aura became stronger and stronger, surpassing the limits of the mortal realm and rushing straight to the legendary fourth realm. In front of the sacred palace, Jie Tian's walked out and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Light flashed in his eyes. Finally, this day had come. Outside the Devil Domain, Ning Chen looked at the figure walking out of the sacred palace. His expression darkened, and he guessed what had happened. This wasn't the first time he saw such a situation. Back then, the fourth realm Xianji had also chosen the same path. Jiming Marquis, and friends from the underworld, please wait for a moment. As he spoke, Jie Tian's walked forward. However, an earth-shattering thunder sounded. The entire Devil Domain was engulfed by lightning. The Devil Palace's sacred palace has entered the fourth realm. Outside the Devil Domain, everyone's expression darkened. This was really bad news to add frost to snow. Ning Chen looked forward and sneered. The hearts of the wise are indeed dirty. Chapter 971. In the Demon Domain, the Saint of the Demon Palace had betrayed their master. With the heavenly plan, the situation changed. In the sky above the Demon Domain, the heavenly tribulation descended. The sea of lightning drowned the world, making it impossible to see what was happening. Vaguely, there seemed to be war drums beating and weapons clashing. Horrifying shockwaves rippled out continuously, destroying one side of the world after another. Outside the Demon Domain, the people of the underworld stood in the air. No one stepped forward. The heavenly tribulation was unstoppable. This was a great taboo. Once they stepped in, they would suffer the same fate. In front of the underworld kings, Ning Chen looked forward quietly. His eyes were cold. It was obvious that the master of the Demon Palace was doomed. Next, the enemies they would face would be more troublesome. A saint of the Demon Palace who had entered the fourth realm would undoubtedly be more troublesome than the previous master of the Demon Palace. In addition to absolute strength, they also had to be wary of the saint of the Demon Palace. What should we do? Beside him, Mu Qingxue asked. Wait and see. Ning Chen replied calmly. A saint of the Demon Palace who has just entered the fourth realm shouldn't be as strong as the Demon Lord. We still have a chance. Mu Qingxue and the other kings of Underworld nodded. In the current situation, they could only wait for the saint of the Demon Palace to come out before making a decision. In the Demon Domain, the lightning became more and more intense. Wave after wave of lightning fell. Amidst it, the war drums beat deafeningly. The scene couldn't be seen clearly. Only the horrifying aura that spread out showed how terrifying the heavenly tribulation of the fourth realm was. After waiting for a long time, the Demon Domain turned into scorched earth. Almost half of it was destroyed in the heavenly tribulation. Above the 9 heavens, the tribulation clouds gradually dispersed. Below, the lightning dissipated. Jie Tian's, who was wearing a blue brocade robe, walked out. He looked at the people outside the Demon Domain and said, Sorry for making you wait. Lord Saint, how is the master of the Demon Palace now? Ning Chen looked at the former and asked calmly. My master is injured and can't come out to greet all of you. It's the same for me to do it for him. Jie Tian said calmly. In that case, I'll do as you say. Ning Chen replied coldly. He waved the sword in his hand and a majestic sword intent gathered. A terrifying sword light cut through the starry sky and slashed down. The sword light streaked across with boundless might, breaking through the void and tearing apart the polar night. Below, a cold look flashed across Jietian's eyes. He waved the black and white chess swords in his hand, and two sword lights broke out. They did not contain sword will, but the sword momentum was earth-shattering. With a rumble, the sword lights collided. The white sword light broke through the sword light tiger, while the black sword light continued to speed forward, its power becoming more and more astonishing. Outside the demonic zone, many figures moved in an instant. Flowing lights streaked across the space as they hurried forward. The Yama kings of the four palaces joined forces to slay the demons. Under the evil face masks, Xia Zi, Yi Xuanmiao, Ai Ran, and Luo Shen joined forces to unleash wave after wave of attacks. Outside the battle, Ning Qin, Mu Qingxue, and Iner watched the battle for a while before joining in as well. The 7 experts who stood at the peak of the world joined forces to fight against the Saint of the Demon Slayer Palace. The brilliance of the palm and the sword intertwined with each other, creating a gorgeous and extraordinary splendor. In the night sky, the clouds of the 9 heavens surged, and the ear-piercing sound of chains rang out, reflecting the extreme brilliance of the martial arts. In the battle, Jietian held 2 swords in his hands. With his supreme cultivation base and the mirror shooting art, he was undefeatable. Even when facing the 7 experts, he was not at a disadvantage. After dozens of exchanges, it was difficult to break through the mirror shooting art. A cold light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. This saint of the demon palace had just entered the 4th level, and his control of power was not as good as the demon lord. However, the mirror shooting art he used was really troublesome. 12 styles of spiritual rhino, reverse Qi Xian Huang. The moon-worshipping clan's martial arts appeared again. The Xian Huang reverse Qi Xuanhuang's vigorous and vast energy collided with the black and white chess sword. In an instant, on the other side of the battle, Mu Qingshue's expression turned serious. He moved his sword and broke through the attack with extreme speed. The sword light pierced through the air. "You guys are too weak." When the sword arrived in front of him, Jietian's demonic chi surged out and blocked the sword with extreme speed. "I've seen your moves clearly these days. Now it's useless." With a shout, the demonic chi rebounded, and the people who surrounded him were immediately sent flying. Their bodies were dyed red. There was a clear gap between the strong and the weak. Even if it was 7 against 1, it was still difficult to erase the huge gap between the realms. "Retreat." Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Ning Chen waved his sword and said in a deep voice. The Yama kings of the 4 palaces had heard this before. Without any hesitation, they took a step forward and retreated. "Iner, you go too." After the 4 Yama kings left, Ning Chen looked at the girl not far away and said. Iner's eyes narrowed, and she suppressed the worry in her heart. Her figure flashed, and she left the demon area. Jiming Marquis, speaking of which, this saint of the demon palace has to thank you. If it weren't for you guys worsening the demon lord's injuries, I wouldn't have found a chance to attack. So, you guys will stay here today. As soon as he finished speaking, the black and white chess swords in Jietian's hand pierced through the air and turned into 2 black dragons, attacking the 2 people in front of him. Ning Chen and Mu Qingxue waved their swords to block the attacks. With a bang, the demonic chi entered their bodies, and the corners of their mouths turned red. "Go!" Ning Chen shouted, and Tai Shi condensed the power of the frost moon in his hand. The dark moon rose and fell from the sky. With a rumbling sound, the dark moon descended, and ice covered thousands of miles. In the wind and snow, the 2 stepped forward and quickly left. In the demon area, the black and white chess swords returned. Jietian slashed the dark moon with his sword, and just as he was about to give chase, his expression froze. In the distance, a streak of eerie light pierced through the air. It was so terrifying that it surpassed the limit of the 3rd realm and was approaching the fourth realm. With killing intent approaching, Jia Tiance waved his sword to block the eerie light. With a bang, he took half a step back. In the distance, a man walked over. His body was surging with killing intent, and the third eye between his brows emitted demonic light. Its power was earth-shattering, and it distorted the starry sky. Jun Wentian, are you going to betray your master? Jia Tiance looked at the first guardian of the demon palace walking over from afar and said in a deep voice, "The demon lord has treated you well. Jia Tiance, you deserve to die." The truth in front of him was already indisputable. Jun Wentian's figure flashed past, and the moon demon divine weapon appeared in his hand. The 3 points and 2 blades surged with demonic chi, and the divine spear was about to kill. Jia Tiance waved his sword to block the divine weapon, but he felt his body sink, and his body fell. The divine weapon of the Moon Demon clan is indeed extraordinary. However, it's useless against me. Jia Tiance's eyes turned cold, and he raised his vital energy again. He activated his supreme cultivation and forcefully stopped his body from falling. The black chess sword slashed past, and the void in front of him split apart. The sword light that engulfed the world continued to spread, and the palaces were instantly devoured, vanishing completely. Jun Wentian's demonic might engulfed the sky, and he was unparalleled. His third eye between his brows shone again, and drops of blood dripped down. Demonic light shone out, and he took the attack head-on. With a loud rumble, the fourth realm's power collided. The aftershock caused both of them to take several steps back. However, the difference in their martial arts made the originally evenly matched move obvious. Blood dripped down from the Moon Demon divine weapon, and Jun Wentian barely managed to stabilize himself. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and he was heavily injured. Jun Wentian, don't think that you can go against me just because you have that eye. Before absolute power, your strength is nothing. Jia Tiance sneered, and he raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. The black and white chess sword in his hand shone again, and demonic flames rose instantly, burning the sky and boiling the sea. The demonic flames attacked him, and Jun Wentian blocked the demonic attack with his revolving spear. However, the demonic flames could not be stopped, and the waves of fire passed through his body, bringing out a dazzling waterfall of blood. Ugh! Jun Wentian staggered, and blood kept dripping from his body. Jun Wentian, the first guardian of the Moon Demon Palace, was so weak before the fourth realm saint of the Moon Demon Palace. Jun Wentian, submit to me, and I can still spare your life. Otherwise, you can go down and accompany the Moon Weaver girl and the others. Jia Tiance said coldly as he stepped forward and looked at the heavily injured man. I'd rather die than submit to a despicable person like you. Jun Wentian struggled to straighten his body, and he activated his martial arts again. The dim light rose and filled the entire demonic domain. Blood dripped down, and his vitality was drained bit by bit. He was barely holding on, and he only hoped to drag the person in front of him into hell with him. Jun Wentian activated what little vitality he had left, and a forbidden technique burned his vitality, breaking through the limits of his cultivation, and rushed straight to Heaven's Gate. You want to fight with your life? Difficult. With a shout, Jia Tiance's figure swept out, and he saw through the situation. The white chess sword shook off the Moon Demon divine weapon, and when the opening appeared, the black chess sword slashed and pierced the former's heart. Ugh! With a painful groan, the demonic aura around Jun Wentian dissipated rapidly, and the sword destroyed his heart meridians, scattering his vitality. Caught you! Jun Wentian endured the pain and raised his hand to grab the arm of the saint in front of him. Immediately, the dim light around him surged wildly, drowning the surrounding 100 feet. Let's go to hell together. Between Jun Wentian's brows, the third demonic eye was extremely bright, and it instantly devoured all of his vitality. The demonic light broke out, destroying everything around him. The heaven and earth collapsed, and everything within 1,000 miles turned into nothingness. The entire demonic domain rumbled and fell continuously. The doomsday-like scene was shocking. After a while, the aftershock gradually dissipated, and the saint of the demon palace appeared in the rolling sand waves. In front of him, Jun Wentian, who was covered in blood, slowly fell down. His vitality was completely gone, and there was not a trace of aura left. He used to be a brave warrior, and his voice shook the starry sky, rarely meeting a worthy opponent. But in the end, he died in the hands of his own people. How miserable and ironic was that! With a thump, his body landed on the ground, kicking up 3 feet of sand. The light in Jun Wentian's eyes gradually dimmed, and it was filled with regret and unwillingness. With Jun Wentian dead, Jia Tian staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. On his chest, a wound that was so deep that the bones could be seen appeared. The first law protector of the demon palace had counterattacked before his death, and for the first time, he had heavily injured the saint of the demon palace. Raising his hand, Jun Wentian condensed his energy and suppressed the injury. Just as he was about to retrieve the demonic eye and demonic artifact, he saw 2 sword lights piercing through the air. Before he could react, the 2 silhouettes turned back, taking the moon demon divine weapon, lying on the ground, and Jun Wentian's body with them. Jia Tian swung his sword to block the sword light that swept towards him. With a thump, it affected his injuries, and he took half a step back. Jiming Marquis, the underworld's Wuchang. Both of you deserve to die. Looking at the 2 silhouettes disappearing into the starry sky, Jia Tian barely managed to stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with coldness, and his killing intent was bone-chilling. Chapter 972. In the Ziwei Galaxy, above the 3 divine suns, the underworld continent sat. 10 majestic palaces towered into the clouds. Inside the Yama Palace, Ningchen stood quietly. Looking at Jun Wentian's corpse and the moon demon divine weapon on the ground, he had mixed feelings. Jun Wentian was definitely one of the strongest in the demon palace. Apart from the demon lord and the current saint of the demon palace, Jun Wentian's existence was their biggest threat. However, no one had thought that such a strong person would die in the hands of one of their own. How ironic! Jiming Marquis, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the Chaos Scroll. It was Xiao Yu's voice that came from an endless distance away. You are really well informed. You know that Jun Wentian has fallen into my hands so quickly, Ning Chen replied indifferently. Isn't the greatest use of the Scroll of Ming to know everything in the world? Jiming Marquis, I'll be waiting for you. Xiao Yu's voice came from the Chaos Scroll again. After that, it became calm again. Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he sighed softly and stepped forward. The wind and snow rolled and gradually swallowed Jun Wentian's body. After 2 breaths, the wind and snow dissipated. A demonic eye with rising light appeared in Ning Chen's hand. Its extremely strong aura was still terrifying. It didn't change at all because of the death of its owner. Ning Chen turned and left the palace. In front of the palace, he flashed and flew toward the starry sky. At the border of the Ziwei Galaxy and the Red Phoenix Galaxy, a stream of light in white clothes sped past without a moment's delay. Jinsi City, Xiaoyu Chang'an. On the 2nd floor, the Xiaoyu Tower in a silver-gray cloak stood quietly. Looking at the young man walking toward her, she smiled and said, Brother Ning, you have kept your promise. You came so quickly. Ning Chen raised his hand. In the dim light, a demonic eye with astonishing might appeared and flew toward the person in front of him. The Xiaoyu Tower took the demonic eye and observed it for a while. Then she said, What a pity! In less than 100 years, with this eye, Jun Wentian will definitely be the 2nd person in the world to step into the 4th level. There are only a few strong people in the world with such tolerance. No matter how tolerant they are, they still need time to realize their potential. Jun Wentian is indeed strong, but he is dead now, Ning said indifferently. Brother Ning is right. The Dawn Moon House mistress put away the demonic eye and said, "It's useless to be an expert who can't reach the end, no matter how talented he is. By the way, Brother Ning, have you thought of a way to deal with the Saint of the Devil Palace? The current Jietians is even more troublesome than the Devil Lord back then." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "The mirroring technique and the cultivation of the fourth realm are almost flawless. I don't have any good ideas for now." The Waning Moon Tower's mistress smiled gently and walked to the table. She poured a cup of tea and handed it to the former. "I didn't expect that there would be something in this world that Brother Ning can't solve." Ning Chen took the teacup, took a sip, and said calmly, "No man is a saint. There will always be a time when his wisdom is exhausted. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm no different from other people. There will also be times when I'm helpless. Brother Ning is too modest." The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress smiled and said, "In the current situation, the Ji family, Beiki, and Butian, the three great inheritances have joined forces. The combat power of the Devil Palace has been reduced again and again. Although the Devil Palace is still powerful on the surface, there's no doubt that the Devil Palace is no longer as invincible as it was when it first appeared. Brother Ning's contribution to this is immeasurable." "What do you want to say, mistress? Just say it." Ning Chen listened quietly. After a while, he spoke. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress chuckled and said, "What I mean is very simple. Brother Ning, you can eliminate the Saint of the Devil Palace the same way you sent the Lord of Hell away back then, as long as you're willing to pay the price." Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's hand that was holding the teacup trembled. Even if his mind was firm, he couldn't help but feel emotional at this moment. What's wrong? Does Brother Ning think that this method is not feasible? Or rather, Brother Ning's heart is no longer as cold and resolute as before. The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress smiled. "No one has the right to decide the life and death of others at will, not even me." Ning Chen's expression turned serious and he said in a deep voice, "100 years ago, I didn't have a choice. 100 years later, I don't want the same tragedy to happen again. However, Brother Ning, you can't deny that this is actually the method with the least sacrifice." The Dawn Moon Tower's mistress's expression became serious, and she said calmly, "Combining light and chaos, using the power of all living beings to suppress the power of the fourth realm of the Devil Palace's saint. Although there will be sacrifices, this sacrifice is less than 1/10 of the killing that the Devil Palace has caused." Ning Chen clenched his fists, and his usually calm heart was in turmoil. After a while, he raised his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. He said, "Mistress, you should know that if we combine light and chaos, these two scrolls of the heavenly tomes will disappear again. The outer heaven is not like the inner world. Once the two scrolls disappear, even if they are reborn one day, it will be impossible to find them in today's vast star area. That's why I said that Brother Ning has to be able to pay the price. If you want to take the scroll of light from me, the price will not be small." The Dawn Moon Tower poured herself a cup of tea and said with a smile, "What does mistress want?" Ning Chen asked calmly. "Back then, I had said that if I were to help you find a way to bring the dead back to life, Brother Ning would have to exchange your sword for it. Now I still have the same condition. If Brother Ning wants to take away the scroll of light, you will have to exchange your sword for it," the Dawn Moon House Master said. When Ning Chen heard this, his eyes narrowed. He said, "Sword? I have more than one sword. Which one does mistress want?" "Brother Ning, you don't seem to understand what I mean." The Dawn Moon Tower picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said lightly, "I want Brother Ning's own sword, not the sword in your hand. The sword bones, the sword aura, the sword moves, and even the sword intent. I will take away all of Brother Ning's comprehension of the sword in this life." When Ning Chen heard this, his body trembled violently. His eyes were full of emotions, and he couldn't hide his shock. "I know that this sounds too shocking and even unacceptable to Brother Ning. However, the scroll of light is very important to me. If Brother Ning wants to take it away, you have to pay the price, the Dawn Moon Tower said calmly. Ning Chen fell silent. He couldn't lift the hand holding the teacup, nor could he put it down. No matter how calm he was, he couldn't make a decision for a while. After the Spirit Void Realm is the Ziwei Star Zone. Brother Ning, you have no choice. Unless you have the confidence to stop the Demon Palace before they attack the Ziwei Star Zone, the inner realm will be affected by the war, and it is irreversible. The Dawn Moon Tower looked at the young man in front of her and added more fuel to the fire. Crack! There was the sound of the teacup shattering. The tea spilled through the cracks between his fingers, and there was a faint blood-red color. Ning Chen recovered from the silence. He looked at the Dawn Moon Tower in front of him and said calmly, "Thank you for your reminder. I will give you an answer as soon as possible." Chapter 973. In the Spirit Void Starfield, the flames of war rose again. The Demon Palace's saint personally led the expedition, accompanied by the Sun, Moon, and Star Sects. After entering the 4th level, the Demon Palace's saint's battle prowess was unprecedentedly terrifying. The Spirit Void Alliance was defeated again and again. Soon, more than half of the Spirit Void Starfield was lost. In the White Emperor planet, demonic clouds pressed down. The Spirit Void Alliance retreated to the White Emperor planet, making their last stand. In the White Emperor city and the Ji family, many experts stood in this ancient inheritance. They looked at the experts of the Spirit Void Alliance falling from the sky, their faces filled with sorrow. They knew very well that the White Emperor planet couldn't be defended. Or rather, the entire Spirit Void Starfield couldn't be defended. Mr. Ning, this is the Divine Scroll. Yuqing and the younger generation of the Ji family have already left under the protection of the 9th Elder. In the future, please take care of them. In front of the sacred palace, Ji Yuechu stuffed a golden page into the hands of the young man beside him. Ning Chen looked at the divine scroll in a daze. His heart was abnormally heavy. "Mr. Ning, leave quickly. This place won't be defended for long." Ji Yuechu took a step forward and rushed into the 9 heavens. In the 9 heavens, demonic clouds rolled, covering the sky and the sun. The man in the blue brocade coat stood in the air like a god and a demon. Demonic chi swirled around his body. Even though he was surrounded by dozens of peak experts, he still had the absolute advantage. A demonic calamity caused the world to mourn. The martial prowess that surpassed the limits of the mortal world made all resistance pale. Boom! Muffled thunder cut through the dusky sky. Heavy rain poured down. It was as if the heavens were crying for this calamity. The rain fell, making loud splashing sounds. It fogged the eyes of the common people. Blood mixed with the rain and flowed down, dyeing the entire ground red. "Mr. Ning, let's go." The Ji clan's heavenly ancestor stepped forward. He looked at the sky and said with a hoarse voice, "Our era has already ended. In this golden era, we old fellows can't be in the way anymore. You guys are the true masters of this era." After saying that, the Ji family's heavenly ancestor continued to step forward. Under the heavy rain, his figure rushed into the sky and joined the battle. In the end, an expert entered the battlefield. His divine might was world-shocking, and the entire battlefield was filled with a berserk aura. Shouts of killing shook the heavens. Ning Chen stood in front of the Ji family's Saint Palace, looking at the figures falling from the sky. His heart grew heavier and heavier. At the same time, in the sky above the Bai family in the Alcade star region, an eerie nether aura filled the air. It was abnormally heavy, causing this ancient inheritance that had been passed down for countless years to become nervous. This was a true immortal bloodline aristocratic family that was as famous as the Ling Shuji family. They had always kept a low profile and rarely appeared in the aristocratic family. They did not expect the nether calamity to take the initiative to descend. Is this the Bai clan with the bloodline of a true immortal? It seems that the name doesn't match the reality. Two silhouettes walked out from the underworld aura. One of them was dressed in black, and his aura was sharp and overbearing. Beside him was a man in silver divine clothes. His temperament was extraordinary, and his aura was exceptionally noble. It was rare in the mortal world, and it made people raise their eyebrows. Mo Luo Tian and Di Ming Tian joined forces and pressured the Bai family. Everyone in the Bai family turned solemn. One by one, the experts walked out as if they were facing a great enemy. Hall Master. Di Ming Tian spoke calmly. Let's do it. Mo Luo Tian nodded and waved his right hand. Ghostly aura filled the air, and illusory figures appeared out of thin air. Each of them was at the peak of the third realm, and chains wrapped around their bodies. They were like death reapers that walked out from hell, eerie and terrifying. Kill! With a command, more than a dozen hell's emissaries rushed down. Their nether aura covered the sky and the sun, drowning thousands of miles of territory. In the next moment, the sound of killing shook the sky. The nether calamity descended, implicating countless lives. It came without any warning, and it was cruel and bloody. With the arrival of danger, the experts in the Bai family's ancient land walked out one after another. 4 half-step fourth realms joined forces to block the calamity. The crisscrossing black chains sealed the sky and the earth, and even sealed the hope of the mortal world. Shocking strength reappeared in the mortal world, causing people to recall the terrifying history of the past in horror. Won't the Devil Palace be alerted if we take action so soon? Mo Luo Tian looked at the young man in silver beside him and asked. The Demon Palace is now focused on attacking the Spirit Void starfield and has no time to care about other things. It will be too late by the time the Demon Palace Saint knows about this, Di Ming Tian said calmly. Ji family's blood of gods, Bai family's blood of true immortals, Jia Nether Hall's immemorial underworld soul, and Sword Pavilion's divine artifact, Sun-Moon Annihilation. This time, it should be enough to open the seal set by the Queen Mother of the West, Mo Luo Tian said solemnly. In the ancient war, the Queen Mother of the West sealed our world, causing us to suffer the pain of being sealed. Now, it's time for this world to pay for it, Di Ming Tian said calmly. It's a pity that we couldn't get the Queen Mother of the West's hairpin. Otherwise, opening the seal wouldn't be so troublesome, Mo Luo Tian said solemnly. The Sun-Moon Annihilation is enough. After such a long time, the seal set by the Queen Mother of the West is far from what it used to be. If it wasn't for the Queen Mother of the West's remnant soul strengthening the seal when the Western Celestial Realm appeared, our world would have already descended, Di Ming Tian said coldly. I'm also looking forward to this moment, Mo Luo Tian said calmly. With the help of the Palace Lord, this day will come very soon, Di Ming Tian said. Di Ming Tian said. When the time comes, the Hall Master will know what the world where the real experts live should be like. The humans in this world are too weak. Without the protection of the 4 immortal realms, they can't withstand a single blow. The 4th realm? Mo Luo Tian turned his gaze and asked. Di Ming Tian smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. The 4th realm was never the end. People who looked at the sky from the bottom of a well were always so stupid that it was disgusting. The 2 realms changed and suffered a calamity together. The flames of war filled the sky and burned the former divine lands to death. 3 days later, the White Emperor's star was dead silent. The entire Ji family was in ruins. The divine blood family that had been passed down for countless years was almost completely annihilated. Outside the White Emperor's star, 2 figures stood in the air. One was wearing plain clothes and the other was wearing white clothes. They were so clean that not a single speck of dust could be seen. They clenched their fists tightly and made cracking sounds. Facing the cruel scene in front of them, a deep sense of helplessness lingered in their hearts. Even though they had schemed and dealt heavy damage to the Demon Palace again and again, after getting rid of the 4 great protectors, the 7 great sinners appeared. After dealing heavy damage to the 7 great sinners, another demon master appeared. Now, the demon master was dead and the saint of the demon palace stepped into the fourth realm. The endless chaos made people unable to see the end of the darkness. Qing Shui, am I being too indecisive? Ning Chen looked at the woman beside him and asked softly. Why do you ask? Mu Qingxue said calmly. The Dawn Moon Tower Master is right. Combining light and chaos is the way with the least sacrifice. Perhaps I should have made a decision earlier, Ning Chen said softly. No matter what decision you make, it's not your responsibility. Mu Qingxue looked at the man beside him and said seriously, it's not your responsibility to protect the common people. Even if you don't want the inner world to be affected by the flames of war, this matter shouldn't be shouldered by you. You've sacrificed too much for this world. Now, no matter what decision you make, no one has the right to judge you. Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he said softly, I'm worried about them. Nothing can happen to the inner world. Then do as you wish. No matter what the consequences are, at least you won't regret it, Mu Qingxue said seriously. Ning Chen looked at his hands and was in a daze. In his life, he had relied on the sword in his hand to get to where he was today. If he lost his sword, could he still go on? If you lose your sword, you can practice it again. If 10 years isn't enough, then 100 years. If 100 years isn't enough, then 300 years. I've cultivated the great oblivion, and my memories can disappear at any time. You promised me that you'll tell me what I've forgotten. Today, I'll also promise you that I'll help you find your lost sword, no matter how long it takes or how difficult it is. Mu Qingxue looked at the former and promised seriously. Ning Chen came back to his senses and looked at the woman in front of him. He didn't say a word for a long time. You promised that princess of the barbarian dynasty that you'll return her a peaceful world in 3 years. Now the time is almost up. You should fulfill your promise and do as you wish. Even if you lose your sword, you still have the 6 scrolls of the heavenly book. You still have an unparalleled foundation. Since ancient times, you're still the first person to step into the immortal realm, Mu Qingxue said softly. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him quietly. After a while, he smiled and said, Wait for me to come back. Okay. Mu Qingxue nodded and replied. Ning Chen smiled and didn't say anything more. He turned around and walked toward the Red Phoenix star area. In the starry sky, Mu Qingxue looked at the figure that was disappearing in front of her. A strange light flashed in her eyes. How many years had it been? Perhaps, this time, she could see the real knowing destiny Marquis. Although the king of hell who hid in the darkness had damaged the demon palace time and time again, he was still scheming in the end. Without the light, his glory shouldn't be covered by the darkness. Now it was time for him to be himself. The real number 1 in the inner world, the guardian of the divine land, the man closest to God in the human world. In the Golden Dawn city of the Red Phoenix star area, a white-clothed figure walked over. His aura was no longer hidden. It was powerful, heavy, and unfathomable. In the bright room on the 2nd floor of the Dawn Moon Restaurant, the tower master of the Dawn Moon Restaurant looked at the young man walking over with respect. He finally came. She waved her right hand and the bright scroll appeared. The tower master of the Dawn Moon Restaurant waited quietly in the room, waiting for the young man who would shock the entire starry sky. Tower master, sorry to keep you waiting. As she spoke, the white-clothed figure appeared in front of the bright room. He walked in and said calmly, Brother Ning's arrival has indeed shocked me. This is the bright scroll. The tower master of the Dawn Moon Restaurant personally presented the heavenly scroll. Then, she flipped her left hand and a silver-gray soul bead appeared. She handed it over. Take this bead. After the battle, all of Brother Ning's comprehension of the sword will be absorbed into this bead. From now on, it will no longer belong to Brother Ning, the tower master of the Dawn Moon Restaurant said seriously. Thank you, Tower Master. Ning Chen took the heavenly scroll and soul bead. He looked at the person in front of him and said calmly, Tower Master, see you later. Then, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He turned and left. Chapter 974. At the border of Spirit Void and Z-Way, the Demon Palace's army continued to advance. They were like a flood that covered all the light in the world. The demonic calamity lasted for several years. Many life stars were burned to the ground. White bones piled up like mountains. Lives were plunged into misery and suffering. After seizing resources from one domain after another, the Demon Palace's forces grew larger and larger. Their army numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and they spread across the various domains. The Spirit Void had fallen, and the Z-Way was completely exposed to the Demon Palace's army. The flames of war spread, and the inner realm fell into a new crisis. Heavenly Palace Planet, Heavenly Palace Sacred Ground. Chao Tianxi stood before her star soul life sea and looked at the Demon Palace's army. Her beautiful face revealed a serious expression. She didn't expect the Demon Palace to be so fast. In less than 10 years, they'd conquered several large domains and fought their way to the Z-Way star. They're here. As he spoke, a powerful figure walked over from behind. He looked at the star spirit life sea in front of him and spoke. They're very close. Chao Tianxi nodded and said, Minister of Heaven, what do you think our heavenly palace should do? Give up. Xiao Bieli said calmly. The Demon Palace's strength isn't something our heavenly palace can resist. The only way is to avoid them. Chao Tianxi was silent. 100 years ago, they'd gone through countless hardships to save the heavenly palace from the calamity. They were unwilling to give up like this. There's no need to retreat. At this moment, a snowstorm blew above the sacred ground, and a plain-clothed figure walked out. He looked at the heavenly palace's sovereigns and spoke. Jiming Marquis. Chao Tianxi and Xiao Bieli were shocked when they saw this person, and they spoke with surprise. Star Sovereign, Minister of Heaven, how have you been? Ning Chen stepped forward and said softly, I'm here to ask the Heavenly Minister for a favor. Please speak, Mr. Ning, Xiao Bieli said seriously. Minister of Heaven's attainments in spatial arrays are unparalleled. I'd like to ask for your help in setting up a formation, Ning Chen said. Xiao Bieli's eyes flashed and he nodded. I'll do my best to help. Thank you. Ning Chen nodded and replied. 10 days later, 2 figures appeared on the path of the Devil Palace's army. They joined forces to set up a formation, making the final preparations for the upcoming battle. In the distance, demonic clouds covered the sky, and a heavy pressure extended for tens of thousands of miles. Even from afar, one could clearly feel the terrifying pressure. Minister of Heaven, you can go back first. Ning Chen looked at the man beside him and said. Be careful. Xiao Bieli sighed lightly and instructed. I will. Ning Chen nodded as he looked at the approaching army of the Devil Palace. Xiao Bieli didn't say anything else as he gazed at the resolute glow in the former's eyes. He just took a step forward and left. After the celestial phenomenon left, only Su Yi's figure remained in the starry sky. She was all alone and proud. The phoenix body temporarily returned, the demon body went all out, and the 3 bodies gathered. After 100 years, they once again defied the heavens to slay the immortals. 100,000 miles away, the Devil Palace's army advanced rapidly, day and night without rest. The Saint of the Devil Palace stood silently on the war chariot at the front. His aura, which had been restrained in the past, was now completely domineering as he swept through the various powers and achieved the unification of the Devil Palace step by step. After advancing for 100,000 miles, Jia Tiance suddenly frowned and waved his hand to stop the army. He looked ahead as a wisp of seriousness flashed through his eyes. Something wasn't right. Saint, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As he spoke, a figure in plain clothes appeared in the starry sky, and he looked ahead as he spoke. Jiming Marquis. Jia Tiance's eyes turned cold as he looked at the young man who was blocking his path. It really is him. It's inconvenient to talk here. I wonder if you can move to another place? Ning Chen looked at the former and spoke calmly. What else is there to talk about between us? Jiming Marquis, I've experienced your cunning many times. This time, I won't give you another chance. Jie Tian spoke coldly. Unfortunately, it's not up to the saint to decide whether to leave or not. Ning Chen sighed and didn't say anything else. He took a step forward, and the starry sky around him suddenly shook. Countless runes shot up into the sky, and a spatial array was formed, instantly enveloping the two of them. Jie Tian's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to break free, he was shocked to see Bai flashing and slashing with her sword. Jie Tian raised his hand to block the sword. There was a loud boom, and the aftermath roared. In an instant, the spatial array was formed, and the two of them disappeared in front of the dozens of demons. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, on a barren planet of life, the two of them appeared. As soon as their feet touched the ground, the divine prohibition was activated, and everything within 1,000 miles was sealed. Yellow Spring. Jie Tian narrowed his eyes and said, "Time, Jiming Marquis, you want to take my life with this incomplete divine prohibition? It's too difficult. Saint, you're overthinking. These two prohibitions are just to prevent you from leaving. I'll give you the real gift now." As soon as he finished speaking, the two scrolls in Ning Chen's hands shot into the air. In the dazzling brilliance, heaven and earth rumbled, the stars sank, and the sun and moon moved in reverse. It was an indescribable power. The combination of light and chaos reproduced the scene of killing gods in 100 years. The two scrolls merged into one, and the light and chaos shocked the sky. In an instant, catastrophe befell all the planets within hundreds of thousands of miles. The two scrolls messed up yin and yang, and countless creatures exploded instantly. Blood, chi, and resentment soared into the sky, piercing through the starry sky. It was a shocking scene. In the starry sky, blood clouds pressed down, and the light and chaos scrolls pressed down with the resentment of all creatures. Endless blood light filled the world. This is... On the barren planet of life, Jie Tian was shocked. He looked at the sky, and his face was full of shock. Today, everything will end completely. Ning Chen shouted softly. He activated his martial arts, and his peerless foundation was no longer reserved. The three of them merged, and their aura spread through the universe. The chaotic brilliance soared into the sky. The phoenix, demon, and human bodies merged into one. The first person to step on deities since ancient times finally showed all his strength. In the spreading blood mist, a peerless divine weapon fell from the sky. The green and red sword was reforged by the origin of the divine tree. The man and the sword became one, and they were born together. The divine sword appeared, and streaks of blood-red patterns spread out, penetrating into knowing destiny's arm. In an instant, the powerful sword pressure spread out, and the heaven and earth trembled. The natal sword appeared, and gods and demons were frightened. In the black flame, the fairy-slaying sword appeared, and the appearance of the king of sickness could make all creatures go crazy. Cold heart, cold eyes, and calm. Knowing destiny no longer held back. He called out the two divine swords at the same time. Evil chi entered his body, and his blood hair became crazy. Ha! The unsuppressible sound of killing pierced through the heaven and earth, and aroused the endless killing intent in knowing destiny's heart. Under the dancing blood hair, the wind and snow filled the sky. The white-clothed figure disappeared instantly, and the killing began. The great battle began. In the distance, many figures rushed over, and they all looked anxious. However, the starry sky was vast, and they couldn't make it in time. Thousands of miles away, the void rolled, and a figure in a silver-gray cloak walked out. He looked at the battle in the distance, and his face was full of emotions. Knowing Destiny Marquis was no doubt a powerful cultivator. He was determined and wouldn't be shaken by any setbacks or hardship. He gave enough respect to this person, but a businessman had his own principles. In front of benefits, he wouldn't back down even half a step. On the barren vast planet, the battle began. the white-clothed figure swept past quickly, and the two swords slashed down with power that could split the sky. "You don't know what's good for you," Jia Tian snorted. He clenched his hands, and the black and white chess swords appeared. He used the mirror shooting technique to meet the two swords. With a boom, the four swords clashed. The terrifying aftermath spread out, and the entire vast planet shook violently. Thousands of miles of cracks appeared, and the mountains collapsed. In the most powerful battle, Jia Tian's body was severely restricted by the resentment of all living beings. Every move of his was extremely heavy, as if he was under heavy pressure. On the other hand, knowing destiny fully activated his body, and the three bodies merged into one. He didn't hold back anymore, and his powerful combat power was fully displayed. 9 Heaven's star-picking hand, burning sun. When the four swords clashed, Ning Qin loosened his sword and formed a palm. His heavy palms crisscrossed, and with a boom, he imprinted it on Jia Tian's chest. The change happened without any warning. With a violent tremor, Jia Tian took half a step back under the heaven-shattering palm. He couldn't suppress the shock in his eyes. Such a familiar move appeared in the hands of such a shocking person. Jia Tian's heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't suppress it. "You are the king of hell." The truth was so shocking that Jia Tian steadied himself and said in shock, "It's too late to know now." Before he finished speaking, Ning Chen held his sword and dashed out again. The two swords swept out with thousands of sword waves. The power was earth-shattering, and the land within thousands of miles collapsed and rose up. The sword radiance clashed, and each sword was shocking. Every sword radiance was filled with murderous intent. He released his knowing destiny cultivation. His martial spirit shone under the night sky, illuminating the world as bright as day. It was difficult to look at him directly. Nirvana! 12 swords. The two swords clashed, and Nirvana and 12 swords appeared in the world at the same time. In an instant, the sword radiance that soared into the sky was like a flood. After a moment, it gathered into one, and it was earth-shattering. There was a loud explosion, and heaven and earth were in chaos. Jia Tian waved his sword to block it. Demonic chi condensed into a sword, and the supreme martial art of mirror shot reappeared. Art of mirror sky, all things returned to nothing. The four swords clashed, and the sky became one. Chaos shook the world, and in the destructive power, the withered star under the two collapsed. Thousands of miles of huge ravines crisscrossed, destroying everything. In the terrifying impact, 2 streaks of blood splashed out. Both sides were injured, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. "You are in the third realm after all. Even if you can reach the level to fight with me, how long can your body last?" Jia Tian shouted coldly. The two swords turned, and 2 huge sword radiances, one black and one white, soared into the sky. Unparalleled demonic power gathered from the starry sky, beyond the boundaries of heaven and earth, and shook the stars within thousands of miles. "My sword, you can't measure it." No one could blaspheme the pride of the sword. Ning Qin wielded the 2 swords with both hands. Yin and Yang soared into the sky, and the sun and moon roared together. The 100 suns burned the world, and the Yin and moon sealed the sky. The 2 extremes of Yin and Yang appeared in the world at the same time. It was difficult for the heaven and earth to bear the terrifying power of the sword. Huge spatial ravines appeared, and they were deep and dark, shocking people's minds. Knowing destiny. In the distance, figures rushed over. The cultivators from the inner realm and the underworld all looked shocked when they saw the familiar scene in front of them. Under the rolling blood clouds, the knowing destiny cultivator with the ultimate sword will was as glorious as a god. He was the person closest to a god in the world, and he released the last sword of his life. Chapter 975. In the Z-Way star system, 100,000 miles away from the Devil Army, a sword shone brightly on a lifeless planet. The gods and devils were shocked. Yin, moon, and 100 suns appeared at the same time. Yin and yang split the heavens and earth, and a destructive force descended. The collapsed planet suffered another calamity, and was completely destroyed. In the starry skies, rubble flew about in all directions. On the collapsed great star, a third sword appeared, rising and falling in the starry skies. Red light weaved about, and its might was incomparably majestic. 3 swords appeared at the same time, splitting the starry sky into 3. Outside the battlefield, the inner world experts who arrived were shocked. They wanted to go forward, but they were blocked by the divine restriction. You all are not allowed to go forward. Just as AI ran and the others wanted to forcefully break through the divine restriction, Mu Qingxue stepped forward and blocked them with his sword. He calmly said, "This is his choice." 10,000 miles away, the Dawn Moon Tower Master stood in the air and looked forward. Her calm expression contained a hint of seriousness. "Jiming Marquis, you have placed everything on the line for this battle. You cannot lose." 10,000 miles away, the 3 sinners of the Devil Palace quickly passed by. They felt the tremors in the distance and moved forward with all their might. Boom! Inside the divine restriction, earth-shattering sounds of battle could be heard. Bright and chaotic lights went against the heavens and earth, burying all living beings. Resentment filled the sky and suppressed the devil cultivator's cultivation. However, the power of the mortal world could not be matched by the fourth realm. The resentment of all living beings was rapidly consumed, and the time it could last became shorter and shorter. Sword technique, 3 lights shine together. In an instant, 3 figures appeared at the same time. 3 sharp sword lights broke through the sky. They were so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at them. After one sword, the 3 figures merged back into one. Black flames filled the sky as they passed by. Yama's third watch, Reincarnation Hell. Black flames burned the mortal world. Reincarnation appeared in hell. Shocking comprehension of the sword. Domain opened, and evil spirits awakened dreams. Jia Tiance raised his 2 swords and blocked the 3 sword lights. The mirror technique appeared once again. The 2 swords slashed through the sky. The sword slashed through hell and collided with reincarnation. Huge black vortexes collapsed, and sword lights scattered in all directions. Yama's third watch, Avicii Heaven wails. In the blink of an eye, the sickly king disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the demonic cultivator. His sword pierced through the air, mercilessly taking his life. Jia Tiance was shocked. He regained his senses and wanted to block the sword. However, he saw the trapping celestial in knowing destiny's hands. The 2 swords did not stop and slashed down. The white sword blocked the 2 edges, the black sword shook the sick king. An intense vibration sounded. Sword energy passed through, blood gushing out, scattering into the starry skies. Jia Tiance's brocade coat was dyed red. He took 3 steps back, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was injured for the first time since the battle started. One sword gained the upper hand, but Bai Yi's figure did not stop at all. Trapping immortals floated in the air, the ill king entered her hand, the 2 swords reincarnated, growing and multiplying without end. A knowing destiny state expert who had fully activated his body and sword will was as fierce as a god. Even someone as strong as the saint of the Devil Palace was gradually at a disadvantage under the suppression of his body. Jiming Marquis. The anger on Jia Tiance's face grew thicker and thicker. His 2 swords soared into the air and transformed into a ferocious flood dragon. His sword and fingers were parallel to each other as they collided with the divine blade. With a loud bang, the evil dragon swallowed the sky. Knowing Destiny's hands were bleeding, but he refused to step back. He rushed forward and struck again. 12 moves of Lingxi, sky-lifting waterfall. With the heavy strike, the sky-lifting waterfall soared into the sky. The unique skill of the moon-worshipping clan appeared again. The Milky Way appeared in the 9 heavens, and the sky-lifting waterfall fell. It was a spectacular scene. With a muffled groan, Giatayans took several steps back. However, he resisted the sky-lifting palm with his physical body that was beyond the limits of the mortal world. He waved his two swords and fought back. The swords shone on her. In an instant, Su-yi moved quickly to avoid the brilliance of the two swords. When she regained her senses, she rushed forward again. Her sword cut through the stars, and the sun and the moon shone together. The thunderous sword light was dazzling. When Giatayans blocked the sword, the mirror shot out, but Su-yi's figure disappeared again. She held the sword and the trapping celestial was in her hand. Red light filled the sky. Whoosh! The unstoppable divine sword cut through the armor, bringing out a dazzling waterfall of blood. When she regained her composure, she struck again. Blood fell like rain. Thousands of miles away, the Dawn Moon House Master looked at the battle in the distance that was gradually becoming clearer. Light flashed in her eyes. Without the suppression of cultivation, the Jiming Marquis combat power was truly terrifying. In the distance, Jian Er and the others who had rushed over from the inner realm were also shocked. They knew that the Jiming Marquis had been holding back his strength. However, no one expected the Jiming Marquis to be so powerful. In the starry sky, there was the sound of swaying chains. The heavens and earth felt it and reflected the extreme power of the sword. After 100 moves, the mirror shot was broken again and again. The three swords were reincarnated. More and more wounds appeared on Giatayans' body. Facing the most powerful swords in the mortal world, he was at a complete disadvantage. The battle tilted. Giatayans looked at the blood clouds in the sky with a serious expression. He had to hold on a little longer. The resentment wouldn't last much longer. The battle had reached a critical point. Within the blood clouds, a slight cracking sound could be heard. Cracks appeared on the bright and chaotic twin scrolls. Suddenly, the blood clouds in the sky began to swirl rapidly, revealing the technique of dispersing. Not good. Outside the battle, the expressions of the inner realm cultivators changed. The suppression of the blood clouds on the saint of the demonic palace was about to reach its limit. Inside the divine restriction, Ning Chen looked up at the sky and then withdrew his gaze. He took a step and soared into the sky. 6 Dao Fall, myriad demonic tribulations, grand forbidden sword. The forbidden sword appeared and sword energy gathered from all directions. A terrifying sword pressure swept out in all directions. The starry sky shook and distorted violently. The flaw of this move is when you're preparing your move. You're bound to lose this battle. As he spoke, Giatayans' figure flashed past. He arrived above the starry sky and slashed at the figure within the 10,000 swords. Just as the sword energy was about to touch the figure, the white-clothed figure suddenly disappeared from the 10,000 swords. The extremely fast figure forcibly broke free from the swords and condensed his origin energy into a palm. Ugh! When the palm landed, Giatayans let out a muffled groan. He quickly fell from the sky and smashed meteors one after another. His momentum didn't stop. In the starry sky, Ning Chen's figure flashed by. The 10,000 swords followed him at an extreme speed. In front of the collapsing meteors, the white-clothed figure was one step ahead of him. The 10,000 swords gathered and condensed into one. As the sword slashed past, the starry sky split apart. Countless meteors were completely devoured by the sword energy. The shocking power surpassed the limit and vaguely cut open a natural chasm that humans couldn't cross. The divine sword slashed the demonic tribulations. The majestic sword energy descended suddenly. The sword was so terrifying that even gods and demons were shocked. It was so dazzling that it cut open the darkness and illuminated the human world. With a loud rumble, the sword energy slashed past the demonic tribulations. A waterfall of blood bloomed and dyed the starry sky red. With a deafening vibration, the demonic tribulations smashed onto a huge star. The huge star collapsed with a sound and debris flew everywhere. It was a shocking scene. Above the 9 heavens, the blood clouds dispersed rapidly. They had reached their limit. The battle against the demonic tribulations had reached the most critical moment. Every second was precious. In the starry sky, the white-clothed figure took a step in the sky. Her body was like a bolt of lightning as she rushed past. Her speed was frightening. Her combat power and sword will were fully activated. Her body shone brightly as if a martial god had descended. She was so dazzling that all the strong cultivators in the starry sky looked at her. Outside the battle, the three sins of the demonic palace rushed over. They were getting faster and faster. Feeling that the Saint Arbiter was completely suppressed, their eyes were filled with shock. Thousands of miles away, the Dawn Moon Tower Master looked over and saw the three sects rushing over. She finally moved and walked forward step by step. What followed would be considered as the interest of this deal. Silver light shone brightly. An ancient and heavy divine weapon appeared. The underworld divine spear had reappeared in the human world. The Dawn Moon Tower Master blocked the path with the spear. The silver-gray cloak fluttered in the wind. She blocked the path alone and did not allow the three sects to take half a step forward. Dawn Moon Tower Master, you. Seeing the man blocking their path, the three sects stopped. Their faces darkened. It was actually him. The three of you, please wait for a moment. The Dawn Moon Tower Master looked at the three people in front of her and said lightly. The battle in the distance was urgent. The three sects did not waste any more time. They rushed forward and attacked with all their might. Outside the divine restriction, Mu Qianshang, Jian Er, and the others also felt the people coming from afar. Their cold eyes were filled with murderous intent. Everyone, since we can't help Ji Ming here, let's help him solve some of his worries. Mu Qianshang said coldly. He raised his hand and took off the evil face mask. Since they were going to solve everything in this battle, there was no need for them to hide anymore. Behind him, Jian Er, Luo Xingchen, and the others also took off their masks. Their figures flashed and rushed to the battlefield. Inside the divine restriction, Ning Chen did not care about what was happening outside. He focused on killing the demons. The dispersing blood clouds indicated that the resentment of the masses was about to dissipate. The Saint Arbiter of the demonic palace escaped from the shattered stars. Before she could react, the white-clothed figure came again. It was so fast that she could not react in time. Star-picking hand's final move, inverse move. With a bang, a heavy palm landed on Jie Tian's body. It was the Qilin's ultimate move. Jie Tian felt his chest sink. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. In the starry sky, the blood clouds finally dispersed. After smashing stars one after another, Jie Tian stopped and barely stabilized himself. Ji Ming Marquis, you're finished. The resentment of the masses disappeared and the suppression was no longer there. Jie Tian felt the power gradually returning around him. He looked up to the sky and laughed crazily and violently. Ning Chen glanced at the disappearing blood clouds and the bright chaos twin scroll. His expression did not change. He retracted his gaze and quickly flew forward. Heaven and earth chime, life and death defying fate. The two swords split the heaven and earth. In an instant, the two divine weapons turned into a rainbow and intertwined. The boundless sword light rushed to the sky and slashed at the demonic cultivator in front. The two swords were drawn. The white-clothed figure who was flying past quickly grabbed the air with her right hand. In the starry sky, the trapping celestial flew past. The moment she grabbed it, a red light shone. Jie Tian waved his sword to block the two weapons. However, the aura around him stagnated. His body showed signs of dissipating. How can this be? Before he could react, his throat was slit by the sword. Blood gushed out and dyed the stars red. Jie Tian looked back. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ah! In an extremely painful cry, the demonic aura around Jie Tian's body rapidly dispersed. The moment his body collapsed, a familiar and powerful aura quickly recovered. It was the master of the demonic palace who was reborn in a body and counterattacked the conspirator. Saint Priest, you've schemed your whole life. In the end, you're still one step behind. In the midst of the voice, the demonic aura in the sky surged wildly. An illusory figure appeared. It was extremely powerful and suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earth. In the starry sky, Ning Chen looked at the master of the demonic palace who had reappeared. His expression did not change. He did not say a word and quickly flew forward.